Hello guys, welcome to Fiction Read Harry. So in this video, we will see, what if Harry sued the Ministry for child neglect at age 11 and claimed million galleons in damages. If you enjoy these kinds of stories, don't forget to show us some love by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Now, let's start the story. Chapter 1, The Cupboard's Price. The cupboard under the stairs smelled like dust, old shoes, and the slow decay of childhood. Harry Potter lay on his thin mattress, knees drawn up because he'd grown 3 inches this year and the cupboard hadn't grown with him, listening to the sounds of the house settling into sleep. Above him, Dudley's bedroom floor creaked as his cousin shifted in his king-sized bed. Down the hall, Uncle Vernon's snores rattled through the walls like a broken engine. Harry didn't sleep. Not yet. He was thinking about the letter. It had arrived that morning, the first piece of mail addressed to him in his entire life. Mr. H. Potter, The Cupboard Under the Stairs, 4, Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. Green ink on yellowish parchment, sealed with a crest he didn't recognize, a lion, an eagle, a badger, and a snake surrounding a large letter H. Uncle Vernon had taken one look at it and gone the color of old porridge. Then purple. Then a shade of puce Harry hadn't known human skin could achieve. The letter was currently ashes in the fireplace. Harry had been sent to his cupboard without supper, which wasn't unusual. What was unusual was Uncle Vernon's reaction, the fear in his piggy eyes, the way his hands had trembled as he burned the parchment. Uncle Vernon was a bully. Harry had learned that years ago. Bullies didn't get scared of letters. Which meant the letter was important. Which meant there would be more. Harry closed his eyes and began to plan. 3 days later, the house was under siege. Letters poured through the mail slot in impossible quantities. They came down the chimney, they squeezed under doors, they materialized in egg cartons and cereal boxes. Uncle Vernon boarded up the mail slot on Monday. He nailed plywood over the chimney on Tuesday. By Wednesday, he was talking about moving to a hotel, his eye twitching in a way that made Aunt Petunia administer cooking sherry at breakfast. Dudley thought the whole thing was brilliant, mostly because it meant no one was paying attention to the fact that he'd failed another exam. Harry stayed quiet, watching, waiting for an opportunity. It came on Friday night. Uncle Vernon, in a fit of paranoid genius, decided the family would flee to a hut on a rock in the middle of the sea. No address, he declared triumphantly, loading the car with canned goods and shotgun shells. No bloody address, no bloody letters. Harry was dragged along, of course. He was always dragged along, not out of inclusion, but because leaving him behind meant leaving him unsupervised, and Uncle Vernon's hatred was matched only by his fear of what Harry might do with freedom. The hut was exactly as miserable as it sounded, cold, damp, leaking in 3 places, and furnished with the kind of ancient furniture that probably housed entire civilizations of spiders. Dudley got the sofa. Harry got the floor and a blanket that smelled like it had been used to dry wet dogs since the Victorian era. He lay there as the storm howled outside, watching Dudley's watch tick toward midnight. Toward July 31st. His 11th birthday. No one had ever remembered Harry's birthday. Aunt Petunia sometimes remembered with a sneer, maybe an extra chore. Uncle Vernon remembered by forgetting, which Harry supposed was its own kind of statement. Dudley remembered only to punch him and say something about presents Harry would never receive. But someone, somewhere, knew Harry's address down to the cupboard. Someone had sent dozens of letters, then hundreds, in defiance of all logic and postal regulation. Someone knew Harry existed. 11:58, 11:59. Midnight. The door exploded inward. The giant filled the doorway like a mountain deciding to visit. Harry had scrambled upright at the crash, his heart hammering, expecting, he didn't know what. Police. Criminals. One of Uncle Vernon's business rivals finally acting on years of simmering corporate resentment. Not this. Not a man who had to be 8 feet tall, with a wild tangle of black hair and beard that made him look like he'd lost a fight with a bush and decided to wear it as a trophy. Not someone whose coat seemed to contain more pockets than physics should allow, whose boots left muddy prints the size of dinner plates. "Sorry 'bout that," the giant said cheerfully, picking up the door and jamming it roughly back into its frame. "Meant ter knock, but me hand slipped." Uncle Vernon appeared at the top of the stairs, shotgun in hand, wearing striped pajamas that made him look like an aggressive candy cane. "I demand that you leave at once. This is breaking and entering." Shut up, Dudley, yeah great prune." The giant crossed the room in 2 steps, grabbed the shotgun barrel, and tied it into a knot. The metal screamed in protest. Uncle Vernon made a sound like a deflating balloon and sat down hard on the stairs. The giant turned to Harry. His eyes were black and beetle-bright, buried in all that hair, but they were kind. That was the thing that struck Harry most, kindness, in eyes that were looking at him. Not through him. Not past him. At him. "Harry," the giant said, and his voice was rough with something that might have been emotion. "Last time I saw you, you was only a baby. Yeah, look a lot like your dad, but you've got your mum's eyes." Harry's throat closed up. "I'm sorry," he managed. "Who are you?" "Rubeus Hagrid," the giant announced, as if this should mean something. "Keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts." "Course, y'all know all about Hogwarts." "I don't," Harry said. "I don't know anything." Hagrid's face went through several expressions in quick succession: confusion, disbelief, and then a slow-building fury that made Uncle Vernon press himself against the wall. "Yeah don't, but yeah must, the letters, I never got to read them," Harry said. "They burned them all." Hagrid turned to the Dursleys. The temperature in the room seemed to drop several degrees. "You never told him?" "Never told him anything." Aunt Petunia had appeared behind Uncle Vernon, clutching her dressing gown closed, her face a mask of hatred and fear. "We swore we'd stamp it out of him," she spat. "Swore we'd make him normal." Hagrid's roar shook dust from the rafters. "Harry Potter, normal? D'ya know who this boy is? D'ya know what he did?" "I know what he is," Aunt Petunia hissed. "A freak. Just like my sister. Just like her freakish husband. And look what it got them, blown up by another freak." "My parents weren't," Harry started, but he didn't know how to finish. "Blown up? What did that mean?" Hagrid looked at Harry, and his anger melted into something worse: pity. "Harry," he said quietly. "Yeah, don't know. Yeah, really don't know." He reached into one of his impossible pockets and pulled out a slightly squashed chocolate cake. "I made ya a cake. Figured ya might not be had a proper birthday before. And I've got a lot to tell ya. A lot that should have been told years ago." He handed Harry the cake. Iced across the top, in green frosting that matched the letter's ink, were the words, "Happy Birthday, Harry." Harry looked at the cake. At the giant. At his relatives cowering on the stairs. "Tell me everything," he said. The boat ride to the mainland was rough, but Harry barely noticed the waves. Magic was real. His parents had been a witch and wizard, not unemployed drunks who died in a car crash, as the Dursleys had always claimed. They'd been murdered. By a dark wizard so terrible that most people still refused to speak his name. Voldemort. He'd killed Harry's father first, then his mother, and then he'd turned his wand on baby Harry, and somehow, impossibly, Harry had survived. The curse had rebounded. Voldemort had vanished. Harry had been left with nothing but a lightning bolt scar and a fame he'd never known existed. "You're famous, Harry," Hagrid said, rowing with easy strength despite the storm. "Everyone in our world knows your name. The boy who lived, they call ya." Harry touched his scar. It had always been there, a thin ridge of raised tissue above his right eyebrow. Aunt Petunia had told him it was from the car crash. One more lie in a childhood built on them. "If I'm so famous," Harry said slowly, "why didn't anyone check on me? Why did I grow up in a cupboard? Hagrid's rowing faltered. A cupboard? What do ya mean, a cupboard? That's my bedroom. The cupboard under the stairs. It has been since I was old enough to remember. Hagrid stared at him. But Dumbledore said, the letters said ya were bein' cared for. Who's Dumbledore? Albus Dumbledore. Headmaster of Hogwarts. Greatest wizard in the world. He's the one who left ya with the Dursleys. Said it was the safest place for ya, what with. Hagrid stopped abruptly. Well. Anyway. There must have been some mistake. Dumbledore would never, he wouldn't, but he didn't finish the sentence, and Harry filed this away carefully. The greatest wizard in the world had put him with the Dursleys. Had supposedly been monitoring him. And had somehow missed the cupboard, the hunger, the bruises, the years of being told he was worthless. Either Dumbledore was incompetent or he didn't care. Neither option sat well in Harry's stomach. You said I'm famous, Harry said. Does that mean I'm in books? Newspapers? Oh, loads of them. You were front-page news fair weeks after, well, after. Still come up now and then. The boy who lived, where is he now? That sort of thing. And this whole time, I was in a cupboard. Hagrid looked miserable. Harry, I'm sure there's an explanation. Did my parents leave me anything? Besides fame? Well, there's your vault. At Gringotts. The Wizarding Bank. Harry's eyes sharpened. A vault. What kind of vault? Money, I'd imagine. Gold. Your parents weren't poor, Harry. Old family, the Potters. Respected. Wealthy. Wealthy. His parents had been wealthy. And Harry had worn Dudley's cast-off clothes, too big and always stained. Harry had gone hungry while his cousin ate himself sick. Harry had slept in a cupboard. Something cold and quiet began to crystallize in his chest. I want to see the vault, Harry said. Today. Before anything else. Well, we were goin' ter Diagon Alley anyway, that's where ya get your school things, but I thought ya might want ter see the shops first, get some robes, maybe an owl, the vault first, Harry said. Please. Hagrid nodded slowly, looking at Harry with an expression the boy couldn't quite read. Respect, maybe. Or concern. All right, Harry. The vault first. Diagon Alley was impossible. Harry had grown up in the relentlessly mundane world of Privet Drive, where the greatest excitement was the neighbor's cat getting stuck in a tree. He was not prepared for a hidden street packed with witches and wizards, shops selling cauldrons and broomsticks, owls hooting from cages while children pressed their faces against windows full of impossible things. But he didn't let himself gape. He didn't let himself get distracted. He watched. The way people moved, how they dressed, what they bought. The subtle hierarchies visible in posture and clothing, some wizards in threadbare robes, others in silk that probably cost more than the Dursleys' car. The way shopkeepers deferred to certain customers and ignored others. It was a society. Complete with its own rules, its own power structures, its own winners and losers. Harry had spent 10 years learning to read rooms. To know when Uncle Vernon was in a hitting mood versus a shouting mood. To know when Dudley's gang was hunting versus just posturing. To know when Aunt Petunia's thin-lipped silence meant extra chores or just ordinary contempt. Survival required observation. Harry was very, very good at surviving. Gringotts Bank rose at the end of the alley like a declaration of power. White marble, bronze doors, and a poem warning etched into the entrance that promised thieves would find something worse than death within. Harry liked it immediately. The creatures running the bank were goblins, small, clever-eyed beings with long fingers and sharp teeth. Hagrid seemed nervous around them, but Harry noticed how they looked at Hagrid in turn, with a careful blankness that suggested profound contempt held carefully in check. The goblins were not servants. They were partners at best, and probably considered themselves something more. Harry approached the nearest teller, a goblin with a nameplate reading Griphook, and cleared his throat. "Excuse me. I'd like to access the Potter vault." Griphook looked down at him with an expression of polite disdain. "Key?" Hagrid fumbled in his pockets, producing a tiny golden key. "Got it right here." But Harry held up a hand. "Before we go down, I'd like to speak with my account manager." Griphook's expression flickered, surprise, quickly hidden. "Your account manager? The Potter family must have one. Someone who handles the investments, the records, the financial history. I'd like to speak with them." Hagrid was staring at Harry now. "Harry, we don't have time fair, the train leaves tomorrow, and you need your supplies." "The supplies can wait an hour," Harry said. He kept his eyes on Griphook. "Or is that not possible?" Griphook studied him for a long moment. Then, slowly, something that might have been a smile crossed his face, if smiles could have sharp edges. "Mr. Potter," the goblin said, "I think I can arrange a meeting. Please, follow me." The office of Sharpclaw, senior account manager of the Potter family vaults, was not what Harry expected. He'd expected something like Uncle Vernon's office, cramped, messy, filled with papers and the smell of stress. Instead, Sharpclaw's office was elegantly spare, dark wood furniture, carefully arranged artifacts in glass cases, and a single window that somehow showed a mountain vista despite the office being 300 feet underground. Sharpclaw himself was older than the other goblins Harry had seen, his skin more weathered, his eyes holding a weight of years that made Griphook look like a child. He sat behind a desk of black stone, hands folded, watching Harry with the patience of a predator who knew his prey would come to him eventually. "Mr. Potter," Sharpclaw said. "I have waited a long time for this meeting." Harry sat down across from him without being invited. Hagrid hovered uncertainly by the door, clearly out of his depth. "Why?" Harry asked. "Because I have managed your family's accounts for 47 years. I knew your grandfather. I knew your father. And I have watched, from a distance, as the wizarding world celebrated your name while you grew up in circumstances that would shame a house elf." Harry's heart began to beat faster, but he kept his face still. "You knew." "I suspected. The Potter accounts are substantial, your family was both old and wise in their investments. Yet for 10 years, the trust fund established for your care has sat untouched. The monthly stipend allocated for your guardians was never claimed. The letters I sent inquiring about your welfare were returned unopened." "Letters? You sent letters?" Sharpclaw opened a drawer and produced a thick folder. 17 letters over 10 years, Mr. Potter. All returned. All marked recipient does not acknowledge goblin correspondence." Harry took the folder. Inside were letters, each bearing the Gringotts seal, each addressed to Harry Potter, care of his guardians. And each stamped, in red ink, with the words Sharpclaw had quoted. "Someone intercepted these," Harry said. "Someone at the Ministry?" "The British Ministry of Magic has a department for such things. The Office of Magical Muggle Relations is responsible for correspondence between magical and non-magical households. They have policies about goblin communication. Policies that meant I never knew I had money. Never knew I had options. Policies that meant you remained exactly where certain parties wished you to remain." Harry looked up from the letters. "The monthly stipend you mentioned. How much?" 100 galleons per month. Approximately 500 British pounds in Muggle currency. Allocated from your trust vault for the purpose of ensuring your comfort and care. 500 pounds a month. For 10 years. That was 60,000 pounds, more than enough to buy food, clothing, a proper bedroom. More than enough to transform his childhood from misery to something approaching normal. And it had sat there, unclaimed, while Harry wore rags and went hungry. "The Dursleys never took the money," Harry said slowly. "But someone filled out the paperwork. Someone authorized the allocation." "Indeed." Sharpclaw's smile showed teeth. The allocation was established by the executor of your parents' estate, with oversight from the Ministry's Department of Magical Child Welfare. Both parties would have received notification that the funds were never accessed. Neither party, it seems, thought this worth investigating. Who was the executor? Albus Dumbledore. Harry sat very still. The greatest wizard in the world. The man who had placed Harry with the Dursleys. The man Hagrid spoke of with reverence. The man who had, apparently, set up a fund for Harry's care and then never once checked whether it was being used. "Tell me about my parents' will," Harry said. Sharpclaw's expression shifted, something colder entering his eyes. "That, Mr. Potter, is where matters become truly interesting. Your parents' will was sealed by the Wizengamot 3 days after their deaths." Sealed? What does that mean? It means no one, not even myself, is permitted to read it. The contents are classified under the national security provisions of 1743, the same statute used to protect war secrets. My parents' will is a war secret. So the ministry claims. Harry leaned back in his chair. His mind was racing now, connections forming faster than he could consciously process them. Sealed will. Ignored funds. Intercepted letters. A placement that condemned him to 10 years of abuse. "Mr. Sharpclaw," Harry said. "If I wanted to challenge all of this, the placement, the sealed will, the negligence, would that be possible?" The goblin's smile widened. "Mr. Potter, I have been hoping you would ask that question for a very long time." Hagrid had been sent to wait in the lobby. He'd protested, worried about Harry being alone with just goblins, but Harry had insisted. Some conversations required privacy. "Let me be clear about what you would be undertaking," Sharpclaw said, spreading documents across his desk with practiced efficiency. "The British Ministry of Magic has never, in its history, been successfully sued by a minor. Child welfare cases are handled internally, quietly, with settlements paid in confidentiality. The powerful protect each other." "I'm not asking about what's been done," Harry said. "I'm asking about what's possible." "Many things are possible, Mr. Potter. The question is whether you understand the cost." Sharpclaw tapped a long finger against one of the documents. "To challenge your placement, you would need to prove negligence, that those responsible for your care knew or should have known about your conditions and failed to act. The evidence exists, the unclaimed stipend, the ignored letters, the sealed will that almost certainly named other guardians." "Almost certainly." "Your father's closest friend was Sirius Black, who is currently serving a life sentence in Azkaban for mass murder. Your mother's closest friend was Alice Longbottom, who was tortured into insanity shortly after your parents' deaths. The logical alternatives for your guardianship are limited. But wills typically name backup options. The fact that yours was sealed suggests those backups were inconvenient for someone." Harry processed this. His father's best friend was a murderer. His mother's best friend was insane. His own options for family had been systematically eliminated. And then someone had sealed the will that might have revealed alternatives. "The Department of Magical Child Welfare," Harry said. "They authorized the stipend. They would have been responsible for checking on me." "Correct. And they failed to do so for 10 years. That's negligence." "That's more than negligence, Mr. Potter. That's a pattern. Dumbledore placed you. The ministry sealed your will. Child welfare ignored the warning signs. Multiple institutions failed simultaneously, in ways that all served the same outcome, keeping you exactly where you were, regardless of your welfare. Why? Why would they want that?" Sharpclaw's eyes glittered. "That is the question worth a great many galleons, Mr. Potter. But I have theories. Your fame makes you valuable, a symbol. Your obscurity makes you controllable, a symbol that cannot speak for itself. Someone wanted the boy who lived to exist as an idea, not a person. And they arranged matters accordingly. Harry thought about the photographs Hagrid had mentioned. The books. The newspaper articles about where he might be, what he might be doing. An entire world fascinated by a boy they'd never met, whose name they'd turned into a legend. While the real boy slept in a cupboard and learned to cook breakfast standing on a stool because he was too small to reach the stove otherwise. I want to sue them, Harry said. All of them. The Ministry. The Department of Child Welfare. Whoever sealed my parents' will. Everyone who knew and did nothing. That would be inadvisable. Harry blinked. You said it was possible. I said many things were possible. A direct assault on the Ministry would be crushed. They control the courts. They control the press. They control the narrative. You would be painted as an ungrateful child manipulated by goblins, forgive me, but that is how they would frame it, and your case would be dismissed before it reached a hearing. Then what do you suggest? Sharpclaw leaned forward. The same thing I would suggest to any client facing a powerful enemy, do not attack their strength. Attack their weakness. Which is public opinion. You are not merely Harry Potter. You are the boy who lived, the most famous child in Wizarding Britain. The Ministry cannot openly mistreat you without consequence. They need your story to be heroic, triumphant. They need you to be the symbol that justified the sacrifices of the war. And if my story isn't heroic? If it's about a cupboard and starvation and a government that didn't care? Then, Mr. Potter, you have a weapon they cannot easily counter. Sharpclaw slid a fresh document across the desk. This is a formal complaint, to be filed with the Wisingamot under the Orphan Protection Act of 1847. It demands an inquiry into your placement, the unsealing of your parents' will, and financial compensation for demonstrated negligence. How much compensation? I would suggest starting with 10 million galleons. Harry's breath caught. 10 million. A symbolic number. You will not receive it, no court would grant such a sum. But the demand forces the Ministry to respond publicly. They must either defend their actions or settle quietly. If they defend, they expose themselves to scrutiny. If they settle, they admit wrongdoing. And either way, I get answers. Either way, you control the narrative. Harry looked at the document. It was written in legal language he didn't fully understand, full of clauses and subclauses and references to statutes he'd never heard of. But the core was clear, a formal accusation of neglect, backed by evidence the Ministry couldn't easily dismiss. What's the filing fee? Harry asked. 50 galleons. Harry thought about his trust vault, the gold Hagrid had shown him, piled high enough that 50 galleons was pocket change. Gold that had sat there for 10 years while he went hungry. File it, he said. Sharpclaw produced a quill. You'll need to sign. Harry took the quill. It was heavier than he expected, the feather dark and sharp-edged. He looked at the document one more time, at the formal language and the impossible demand and the declaration of war it represented. Then he signed his name in green ink, the same color as the letters that had started everything. Harry James Potter. Sharpclaw took the document with something approaching reverence. I will file this before close of business today. You should expect a response within the week, probably an attempt to contact you privately, to make this go away before it becomes public. And when they contact me, you will refer them to your legal representative. Sharpclaw's smile was full of teeth. That would be me. Hagrid was pacing in the lobby when Harry emerged, looking like he'd aged 10 years in the past hour. Harry. There ya are. What were ya doing in there? Goblins aren't, ya shouldn't, you're too young to be signing things without. I was learning about my family, Harry said calmly. About the money my parents left me. About the people who were supposed to take care of me and didn't. Hagrid's protest died in his throat. He looked at Harry, really looked, and something in his expression changed. Like he was seeing Harry for the first time, not as a child to be protected, but as something else entirely. "Harry," he said slowly. "What did ye do?" "I filed a complaint. With the Wiesengemot. About how I was raised." The color drained from Hagrid's face. "Yeah, can't, that's the ministry, Harry, can't just, I can, actually. There are laws about how orphans are supposed to be treated. The ministry broke those laws. I'm asking for an investigation. But Dumbledore put me there. Dumbledore sealed my parents' will. Dumbledore set up money for my care and never checked whether it was being used." Harry kept his voice level, but something hard crept into it. "I spent 10 years in a cupboard, Hagrid. Eating scraps. Being told I was worthless. Being hit when I asked questions. And the whole time, I was famous. The whole time, I had gold sitting in a vault. The whole time, people who should have protected me did nothing." Hagrid looked stricken. His eyes were wet. "Harry, I didn't know, none of us knew, someone knew. Someone decided my suffering was acceptable. I want to know who, and I want to know why." Harry's voice softened slightly. "I'm not angry at you, Hagrid. You came for me. You told me the truth. That's more than anyone else did." Hagrid wiped his eyes with a tablecloth-sized handkerchief. "You're just a kid, Harry. Shouldn't have to deal with all this." "I know. That's rather the point." They bought Harry's school supplies in a daze, at least, Hagrid was in a daze. Harry moved through Diagon Alley with methodical efficiency, noting prices, quality, alternatives. He bought the required books plus several extras on magical law and wizarding history. He bought robes that fit properly, the first clothes that had ever been purchased specifically for him. He bought a trunk with multiple compartments and security charms. At Ollivander's, the ancient wand-maker spent nearly an hour finding Harry's match, holly and phoenix feather, 11 inches, nice and supple. When Ollivander mentioned that the phoenix whose feather lived in Harry's wand had given only one other feather, and that feather was in Voldemort's wand, Harry simply nodded and filed the information away. Everything was useful. Everything was data. The owl was his own choice. White as snow, with amber eyes that seemed to see straight through him. She was expensive and worth every canute. "I'll call you Hedwig," Harry told her, reading the name from a history of magic book. "After a medieval witch who fought for the rights of magical creatures. I think you'd have liked her." Hedwig hooted approvingly and nipped his finger with careful affection. That night, Harry stayed at the Leaky Cauldron, a wizarding pub that also served as an inn. Hagrid had wanted to return him to the Dursleys, but Harry had politely refused. "I'm not going back there. Not tonight, not ever, if I can help it." "But the protections," Dumbledore said. Dumbledore can explain his protections at the hearing. Harry's voice was gentle but immovable. "I have money, Hagrid. I have a room booked. I'll be fine." Hagrid left looking uncertain and unhappy, promising to check on Harry before the train left tomorrow. Harry thanked him sincerely. The man had done more for him in one day than anyone had done in 10 years, and then climbed the stairs to his room. His room. A real room, with a bed and a window and a door that locked from the inside. Harry sat on the bed, feeling the softness of actual sheets, and let himself breathe. He'd done it. He'd taken the first step. Tomorrow, he would board a train to a school full of people who'd grown up reading about him. People who expected a hero, a symbol, a legend. They would find something different, a boy with sharp eyes and sharper questions, who had learned to survive in places where survival wasn't supposed to be possible. Harry pulled out one of his new books, Wizarding Law, an Introduction, and began to read. Outside, the wizarding world continued its evening bustle, unaware that its comfortable assumptions were about to be challenged. Unaware that the boy who lived had decided to start living on his own terms. Unaware that the cupboard's price would finally come due. Sleep came eventually, but not easily. Harry dreamed of green light and a woman screaming. He dreamed of a high, cold laugh. He dreamed of a cupboard door closing, and closing, and closing, darkness pressing in from all sides. He woke before dawn, gasping, his scar burning like someone had pressed a hot coal to his forehead. For a long moment, he just sat there, touching the scar, feeling the familiar ridge of tissue. All his life, he'd thought it was just a scar, damage from a car crash that never happened. Now he knew it was something else. A curse mark. A connection to the wizard who had killed his parents. The wizard who was supposedly dead. Harry had read enough in his new books to know that supposedly was doing a lot of work in that sentence. Voldemort's body had never been found. His death had never been confirmed. He had simply vanished on the night he tried to kill a 1-year-old boy. Vanished wasn't the same as dead. Harry got up and began his morning routine, the one he developed at the Dursleys, when being ready before anyone else meant avoiding trouble. Wash face. Dress quickly. Check the room for anything out of place. Plan the day's challenges. Today's challenge, a train to a magical school, surrounded by children who'd grown up in this world, who understood its rules and its players and its history. Children who would expect things from Harry Potter that Harry wasn't sure he could deliver. But he'd learned something, in his years at Privet Drive. Expectations could be useful. If people expected you to be small and scared, you could surprise them. If people expected you to be a hero, you could use that to get them on your side. The trick was never letting anyone see the real you until you were ready. Harry Potter dressed carefully in his new robes, plain black, student-appropriate, nothing ostentatious. He checked his trunk one final time, making sure the legal documents Sharpclaw had given him were safely secured. He let Hedwig out the window to fly to Hogwarts under her own power. Then he went downstairs to face his new world. Platform 9 3/4 was chaos. Students everywhere, trunks and owls and cats and anxious parents. The Hogwarts Express gleamed scarlet against the grey morning, steam billowing from its engine like dragon's breath. Wizards in all manner of dress hurried their children aboard, some crying, some laughing, some doing both at once. Harry watched from the shadows of a pillar, cataloguing. There were obvious groupings. Wealthy families in expensive robes, moving with the confidence of people who own things. Working-class families in plainer dress, just as loving but less loudly certain of their place. Somewhere between were the middle-class strivers, dressed slightly too formally, trying slightly too hard. And then there were the confused few who looked as lost as Harry felt, Muggleborns, probably, first-generation witches and wizards thrust into a world they'd never known existed. Harry could sympathize. But he couldn't afford to look lost. Lost meant vulnerable. Vulnerable meant exploitable. He moved through the crowd with quiet purpose, boarding the train and finding an empty compartment near the back. He stowed his trunk, settled into a window seat, and pulled out his law book. He was 3 chapters into property rights for magical minors when the compartment door slid open. Anyone sitting here? Everywhere else is full. The boy in the doorway was gangly, red-haired, and covered in freckles. He had a smudge of dirt on his nose and the resigned air of someone used to wearing second-hand clothes. His trunk, Harry noticed, was battered and old, with someone else's initials scratched out and replaced. "Go ahead," Harry said, gesturing to the seat across from him. The boy sat down heavily, then did a double-take as he got a better look at Harry's face. His eyes went to the scar, widened, and his jaw dropped. "Blimey. You're Harry Potter." "So I've been told." Harry kept his voice neutral, friendly but not effusive. "I didn't catch your name." "Ron. Ron Weasley." The boy seemed to be struggling with the reality of Harry Potter in front of him, actually speaking to him. "I've heard, I mean, everyone's heard, are you really? Can I see the—" He gestured vaguely at his own forehead. Harry considered. This was the first test of his new approach, how to handle the fame, the expectations, the endless hunger for pieces of him. He pushed his hair back briefly, revealing the lightning bolt scar, then let it fall again. "Satisfied?" Ron nodded, still slightly starstruck. Wicked. The papers say all sorts of things, you know. That you've been training with Dumbledore in secret. That you can already do advanced magic. I grew up with Muggles, Harry said calmly. I didn't know I was a wizard until a week ago. I can't do any magic yet, advanced or otherwise. Ron's eyes went wide. You didn't, but you're Harry Potter. How could you not know? That, Harry said, is an excellent question. Something in his tone made Ron's enthusiasm falter. The red-headed boy looked at Harry more carefully, seeing past the famous scar to the boy beneath, the guarded eyes, the careful posture, the book on magical law sitting open on his lap. Are you all right? Ron asked, with surprising perceptiveness. I will be, Harry said. Can I ask you something, Ron? What do you know about the Ministry of Magic? Ron blinked at the change of subject. My dad works there. Department for the Misuse of Muggle Artifacts. It's not a big important job or anything. We're not. Not what? Not rich. Not connected. Ron's ears went red. We're blood traders, some people say. Because we don't care about pure blood stuff. My dad loves Muggles, thinks they're fascinating. The fancy families think we're a joke. Harry filed this away. A family that didn't fit the pure-blood hierarchy. A father inside the ministry, even if in a minor position. Potential allies, or at least sources of information. I don't think loving people is something to be ashamed of, Harry said. Your family sounds decent. Ron relaxed slightly. They're all right. Loud. Mum worries too much. But yeah, they're decent. He paused, curiosity overcoming his embarrassment. Why'd you ask about the ministry? Harry made a decision. He'd need allies. He'd need people who understood this world from the inside. And Ron Weasley, with his ministry connections and his outsider-insider status, might be exactly the kind of person who could help. Because I'm suing them, Harry said. Ron's jaw dropped for the second time in 5 minutes. The compartment door opened again before Harry could explain. A girl with bushy brown hair and slightly too large front teeth stood in the doorway, wearing her Hogwarts robes already and carrying herself with the anxious intensity of someone who'd read all the textbooks twice. Has anyone seen a toad? A boy named Neville's lost one. No toads here, Ron said, still processing Harry's last statement. The girl nodded, then paused, looking at Harry with sudden recognition. Oh. You're Harry Potter. I've read about you, of course. In modern magical history and the rise and fall of the dark arts and, none of which were written with my input, Harry said mildly. I've never met any of those authors. Everything they wrote is speculation. The girl opened her mouth, closed it, then tilted her head like Harry had said something fascinating. That's a good point, actually. Primary sources versus secondary sources. Have you considered writing your own account? I'm 11. I've only known magic existed for a week. I don't think I'm qualified to write anything yet. But that's exactly why you should. The immediate perspective, before it's colored by time and, she stopped herself, flushing. Sorry. I'm Hermione Granger. I'm Muggle-born, so this is all new to me too, and I've been trying to learn everything I can, and sometimes I get carried away. Harry Potter. This is Ron Weasley. Pleasure, Ron said, still looking slightly stunned. Hermione's eyes went to the book on Harry's lap. Is that Wizarding Law, an introduction? That's not on the school list. It's not. But I needed it. Why? Harry looked at this girl, clearly intelligent, clearly driven, clearly hungry for information. Another potential ally. Another person who might understand what it meant to be an outsider trying to understand an insider's world. Sit down, he said, and I'll explain. You too, Ron. But this doesn't leave this compartment. Not yet. They sat. And Harry began to tell them about the cupboard. The story took most of the train ride. Harry told it methodically, without self-pity, laying out the facts like evidence in a court case. The cupboard. The chores. The hunger. The lies about his parents. The letter bombardment and the hut on the rock and the giant who finally told him the truth. Then the meeting with Sharpclaw. The unclaimed stipend. The intercepted letters. The sealed will. The lawsuit. When he finished, the compartment was silent. Ron's face had gone through shock, horror, and finally a slow-building anger. Hermione's eyes were wet, but her mind was clearly racing. 10 million galleons, she said finally. That's a symbolic demand, isn't it? You don't actually expect to receive it. No. But it forces a response. The ministry can't ignore a number that large. And the sealed will, if you can get it unsealed, you might find out who was supposed to take care of you. Who got bypassed. Exactly. Ron spoke up, his voice rough. My mum's going to lose her mind when she hears about this. We all thought you were somewhere safe. Being taken care of. The books all said. The book said what someone wanted them to say. Harry's voice was flat. I'm not asking you to do anything about it. But you should know who you're dealing with. I'm not going to Hogwarts to learn magic and make friends and have adventures. I'm going because it's where the people who failed me work. And I want answers. Hermione leaned forward. What can we do? To help? Harry looked at her, this girl he'd known for less than an hour, offering assistance without knowing the cost. Then at Ron, who looked sick over a childhood he'd thought was heroic. Learn, Harry said. Study. Understand this world better than the people who grew up in it. That's what I'm going to do. And if you want to help me figure out why the wizarding world abandoned a child to abuse while celebrating his name, then you can start by telling me everything you know about how things actually work here. Ron and Hermione exchanged a glance. Some wordless communication passed between them, strangers an hour ago, now bound by shared secrets. All right, Ron said. Where do you want to start? Harry pulled out parchment and a quill. Tell me about Dumbledore, he said. By the time the train began to slow, Harry had filled 3 scrolls with notes. Albus Dumbledore, Headmaster of Hogwarts, Supreme Mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards, Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot. The most powerful wizard in Britain, possibly the world. Beloved, respected, trusted absolutely. Except. Ron's father had mentioned things, over the years. Dumbledore's tendency to keep secrets. His willingness to sacrifice individuals for the greater good. The way he always seemed to know more than he revealed, to have plans within plans within plans. Hermione had read things, in the histories she'd devoured. Dumbledore's involvement in the war against Grindelwald, where he'd hesitated to fight his old friend until the last possible moment. His establishment of a vigilante group during the war against Voldemort, the Order of the Phoenix, operating outside the law while the Ministry flailed. And now, Harry's placement. Dumbledore's decision to put a famous orphan with Muggle relatives who hated magic. Dumbledore's sealing of a will that might have revealed other options. Dumbledore's decade of silence while Harry suffered. He's not evil, Harry said, reviewing his notes. He's not Voldemort. But he makes decisions that affect thousands of people, and he doesn't explain himself. He expects trust without earning it. He earned trust during the wars, Hermione said carefully. He defeated Grindelwald. He was the only one Voldemort ever feared. Being powerful enough to win wars doesn't mean you're wise enough to raise children. Harry rolled up his scrolls. But I'll meet him soon enough. I'll see for myself. The train shuddered to a stop. Outside the window, Harry could see a station platform and, beyond it, the distant glow of what could only be Hogwarts Castle. His new home. His new battleground. One more thing, Harry said, as they gathered their things. In public, I'm just Harry. A normal first year. I don't want to tip anyone off about what I know or what I'm planning. Can you keep today's conversation private? Ron nodded firmly. Hermione hesitated. What is it? Harry asked. Won't people figure it out anyway? When the lawsuit becomes public? Maybe. But there's a difference between, Harry Potter is suing the Ministry and, Harry Potter is suing the Ministry because he spent 3 months gathering intelligence and building alliances. Let them underestimate me. Let them think I'm just an angry child lashing out. The less they prepare, the more I can accomplish. Hermione's eyes lit up with understanding. You're thinking like a strategist. I'm thinking like someone who survived 10 years with people who hated him. Harry picked up his trunk. Strategy was just another word for staying alive. The first years crossed the lake in small boats, the castle rising before them like a dream made stone. Harry sat at the front of his boat, watching the towers and turrets multiply against the star-filled sky. He could feel the other students' awe, hear their gasps and whispers. Hogwarts was magnificent, there was no denying that. But he couldn't help calculating. How many students? How many staff? How many Ministry connections and pure-blood alliances and ancient rivalries playing out in these corridors? The castle was a school, yes. But it was also a political space, a concentration of power, a place where the future of Wizarding Britain was shaped one generation at a time. And somewhere inside, Albus Dumbledore waited. The man who had decided Harry's fate before Harry could speak. The man who would have to answer for that decision, sooner or later. The boats reached the shore. The students clambered out, following a stern-looking witch up the steps to the castle's great doors. Harry moved with the group, anonymous in his plain black robes, just another first year about to be sorted. He passed through the entrance hall, caught glimpses of a massive room full of older students and floating candles, and then was ushered into a small chamber to wait. The stern witch, Professor McGonagall, someone whispered, explained the sorting. For houses, Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, Slytherin. A hat that read your mind and placed you where you belonged. Harry listened carefully. For houses meant 4 political factions, more or less. Gryffindor was heroic and bold, where people would expect the boy who lived. Ravenclaw was intellectual, where Hermione would probably end up. Hufflepuff was loyal and just, underestimated, probably, but not without value. Slytherin was ambitious and cunning, and, according to Ron, where all the future dark wizards ended up. But Ron's information was biased. Ron's family were Gryffindors, had been for generations. Of course he'd see Slytherin as the enemy. Harry wondered what Slytherins themselves would say about their house. What ambitions they pursued. What alliances they built. He wondered which house would serve his purposes best. The Great Hall was even more impressive than the glimpses had suggested. For long tables stretched toward a raised platform where the teachers sat. The ceiling showed the night sky, enchanted to mirror the weather outside. Candles floated everywhere, casting warm light over the hundreds of faces turned toward the first years. And there, at the center of the high table, sat Albus Dumbledore. He was exactly as the books described, long silver beard, half-moon spectacles, twinkling blue eyes behind which great intelligence moved. He looked kind. He looked wise. He looked like exactly the sort of person you trust to make decisions about a child's welfare. Harry met those twinkling eyes for just a moment. And he let himself feel nothing, no anger, no accusation. Just polite curiosity, the appropriate expression for a student seeing his headmaster for the first time. Dumbledore's twinkle faltered, just slightly. Like he'd expected something else and found its absence unsettling. Then the sorting began, and Harry looked away. The hat was older than it looked, and it looked ancient. Harry watched it sort other students, Hufflepuff, for a nervous girl, Ravenclaw, for a boy who'd been reading on the train; Slytherin, for a cold-eyed blonde who walked to his table like he owned it. Then, Granger, Hermione. Hermione sat on the stool for nearly a minute, the hat covering her eyes, her lips moving slightly as if she were arguing with it. Finally, Gryffindor. She caught Harry's eye as she went to the Gryffindor table, and he gave her a small nod. More names. More sortings. And then, Potter, Harry. The hall went silent. Not the gradual quiet of fading conversation, instant, total silence, as if someone had cast a spell. Every eye turned to Harry. He could feel the weight of their expectations, their curiosity, their hunger for something from him. He walked to the stool without hurrying. Sat down. Let the hat fall over his eyes. Darkness. Then a voice, small and ancient, inside his head. Difficult. Very difficult. Plenty of courage, I see. Not a bad mind either. There's talent, oh yes, and a thirst to prove yourself, that's interesting. But where to put you? Where would I be most effective? Harry thought. The hat chuckled. Most effective? My, you're a practical one. Most students ask where they'll be happiest, or where their friends are going. You want to know where you'll accomplish the most. Happiness comes from accomplishing things that matter. And I don't have friends yet, just potential allies. Cold. But honest. The hat was quiet for a moment. Slytherin would serve your ambitions, you know. You have the cunning for it, the ability to plan, to manipulate, to achieve your goals through any means necessary. And I'd spend 7 years being distrusted by everyone else because of a sorting I made at 11. My enemies would know exactly what to expect from me. True. You're thinking like a Slytherin even while rejecting it. Another pause. Ravenclaw would value your intellect. You'd have access to knowledge, to like minds, to the understanding you crave. But not to the political center. Ravenclaws are scholars, not leaders. I need to be where the action is. Gryffindor, then. The House of Heroes. Where the boy who lived is expected to go. Where your fame would be celebrated, your reputation burnished. Harry thought about it. Gryffindor was the obvious choice, so obvious that it might seem unplanned, natural, the sorting everyone expected. He'd have the symbolism he needed for the public narrative. He'd be close to McGonagall, who seemed fair. He'd be in the house that most explicitly opposed Slytherin, which would give him credibility with those who'd suffered during the war. And he'd have Ron and Hermione nearby, his first tentative alliances. Gryffindor, he thought. But not because I'm brave. Because it's useful. The hat laughed outright. Oh, Mr. Potter. The truly brave don't think they're brave. They just do what needs doing, regardless of cost. You've been doing that your whole life. Let me tell you something, courage isn't the absence of fear. It's deciding that something matters more than fear. And you've decided that justice matters more than safety. That's the most Gryffindor thing I've heard all night. The hat shouted for the whole hall to hear, Gryffindor. The Gryffindor table erupted. Harry walked toward them through a storm of applause, of stamping feet, of older students chanting, "We got Potter. We got Potter," like they'd won a prize. He found a seat next to Hermione, across from Ron, and let himself smile, just a little, just enough to seem pleased without being arrogant. But inside, he was already planning. The feast appeared on golden plates, more food than Harry had seen in his life, more variety than the Dursleys had ever allowed near him. He ate carefully, aware that his starved stomach might rebel against sudden abundance. Hermione noticed and quietly pushed dishes toward him that seemed gentler, bread, soup, soft vegetables. The other Gryffindors tried to talk to him. Harry deflected politely, asking questions instead of answering them, getting them to talk about themselves, their families, their expectations for the year. He learned who came from ministry families, who had parents at the Prophet, who had siblings in useful positions. He learned that the cold-eyed blonde who'd gone to Slytherin was Draco Malfoy, son of Lucius Malfoy, one of the richest and most politically connected wizards in Britain. He learned that Lucius Malfoy had been a Death Eater who'd claimed to be under the Imperius Curse, mind control, and had been acquitted after generous donations to appropriate causes. He learned that the Ministry was full of people who'd either fought Voldemort, supported him, or looked the other way, and that sorting out which was nearly impossible. The feast ended. Dumbledore stood to give announcements. Harry listened, noting the warnings about a third-floor corridor, what was hidden there, the ban on the Forbidden Forest, what lived there, the prohibition on magic in the hallways, how enforced. Then they were led to Gryffindor Tower, to dormitories with real beds and warm quilts and windows looking out over the moonlit grounds. Harry's bed was by the window. He lay there after the other boys had fallen asleep, looking out at the stars, thinking about everything that had happened since the letters started arriving. 1 week ago, he'd been a freak in a cupboard. Now he was Harry Potter, Gryffindor student, soon-to-be plaintiff in the most significant legal case in modern wizarding history. Somewhere in this castle, Albus Dumbledore was probably sitting up late, wondering about the boy who'd met his eyes without flinching. Somewhere in the Ministry, clerks were probably receiving the filing from Gringotts, not yet understanding what it meant. Somewhere in the darkness, other forces were moving. Harry didn't know what they were yet, but he could feel them, the sense that his lawsuit would shake loose things that had been buried for a long time. Good. Let them come loose. Let everything come into the light. Harry Potter closed his eyes and slept without dreams for the first time in years. Tomorrow, the real work would begin. The first owl arrived at breakfast. Harry was halfway through his porridge, still eating carefully, still rationing himself despite the abundance, when a Ministry owl landed in front of him with a heavy parchment envelope. The Great Hall noticed immediately. Whispers spread like fire through dry grass. Harry opened the envelope calmly, aware of hundreds of eyes on him. Dear Mr. Potter, the Ministry of Magic has received your filing and wishes to schedule a preliminary meeting to discuss your concerns in an informal setting. We are confident that any misunderstandings can be resolved without the need for public proceedings. Please respond at your earliest convenience to arrange a suitable time. Regards, Dolores Jane Umbridge, Senior Undersecretary to the Minister of Magic. Harry read the letter twice. Then he pulled out his quill and parchment, he'd started keeping them in his bag for exactly this situation, and wrote his reply. Dear Ms. Umbridge, thank you for your prompt response. All communications regarding my case should be directed to my legal representative, Sharpclaw of Gringotts. I am not permitted to discuss the matter without counsel present. Regards, Harry Potter. He tied the letter to the owl's leg and sent it off. The hall watched it go, then turned back to Harry with renewed fascination. Ron leaned across the table. Was that about? Yes. Already? They're scared. Harry took another bite of porridge. Scared people make mistakes. Hermione was scanning the head table, where the professors were watching Harry with varying expressions. McGonagall looked stern but thoughtful. Snape, the hook-nosed professor in black, looked like he'd bitten into something sour. And Dumbledore. Dumbledore was smiling. But his eyes weren't twinkling anymore. Harry smiled back, just slightly, and returned to his breakfast. The game was on. Chapter 1 End. Chapter 2, First Blood. The Daily Prophet exploded 3 days later. Harry was in the middle of his first Transfiguration lesson, trying to turn a match into a needle while Professor McGonagall watched with the air of someone who'd seen 10,000 students fail at this exact task, when the doors of the Great Hall rumbled with the arrival of the Morning Post. Except it wasn't morning. It was nearly noon. And the owls weren't carrying the usual scattered letters and packages. They were carrying newspapers. Hundreds of them. Every owl that could fly seemed to be diving toward the castle, dropping copies of the Prophet onto tables, into laps, onto the heads of students too slow to duck. McGonagall's wand was in her hand before the first paper hit the floor. Everyone stay seated. There will be no but the damage was done. Harry caught a copy out of the air, a reflex honed by years of catching things Dudley threw at him, and looked at the headline. Boy who lived sues ministry for 10 million galleons claims decade of abuse while Wizarding World celebrated his name. Below the headline was a photograph of Harry. Not a new one, he hadn't posed for any pictures, but something from his childhood, grainy and slightly blurred, showing a small dark-haired boy staring at the camera with eyes that held no joy whatsoever. Harry didn't recognize the photo. He didn't know when it had been taken. But whoever had found it had chosen well. The boy in the picture looked haunted. Hollow. Like someone who'd been waiting a long time for rescue that never came. The great hall was silent except for the rustle of pages turning. Then the whispers started. Harry read the article while the chaos erupted around him. The Prophet's coverage was surprisingly balanced, surprisingly because Harry had expected a hit piece, an attempt to discredit him before his case even began. Instead, the reporter, someone named Edgar Clemens, political correspondent, had laid out the basic facts with something approaching neutrality. The filing. The claims. The amount demanded. And then, buried in paragraph 7, the detail that made Harry's stomach tighten. According to sources within Gringotts, the Potter estate has maintained records indicating that a monthly stipend of 100 galleons was allocated for Mr. Potter's care beginning in November 1981. These funds were never accessed by his guardians, raising questions about the oversight provided by the Department of Magical Child Welfare. Someone had talked. The goblins? No, they were too careful, too invested in Harry's success. More likely someone at the ministry itself, someone who wanted this story to get out, someone who had their own reasons for wanting the current administration embarrassed. Harry filed this away. He had an unknown ally. That was useful, but also dangerous. Allies with hidden agendas could become enemies the moment their interests diverged. Harry. Hermione's voice was barely a whisper. Everyone's staring. Let them stare. But this, did you know this was coming? Not the timing. But I knew it would come eventually. Harry folded the newspaper carefully. The ministry's response will be more interesting than the article itself. Ron was pale, his freckles standing out starkly. My dad works there. At the ministry. If they think he's involved. He's not. And anyone who investigates will find that quickly. Harry met Ron's eyes steadily. Your family was as deceived as everyone else. That's not a crime. The crime is being committed by people who knew better and chose to do nothing. Mr. Potter. McGonagall's voice cut through the noise. Harry looked up to find the professor standing over him, her expression unreadable. The headmaster wishes to see you in his office. Immediately. Harry stood, tucking the newspaper into his bag. Of course, Professor. Lead the way. The walk to Dumbledore's office was silent. McGonagall moved with brisk efficiency through corridors that Harry was still learning to navigate, past suits of armor that turned to watch them pass, past portraits whose occupants whispered urgently to each other, past a ghost who took one look at Harry and fled through the nearest wall. Word traveled fast in Hogwarts. Even the dead knew something significant was happening. They stopped before a stone gargoyle that Harry would have walked past without a second glance. McGonagall spoke a password, acid pops, and the gargoyle leaped aside, revealing a spiral staircase that moved upward like a vertical conveyor belt. Mr. Potter, McGonagall said, and her voice had lost some of its sternness. Whatever happens in this meeting, remember that you have the right to leave at any time. The headmaster cannot compel you to answer questions or agree to anything. Do you understand? Harry looked at her, really looked, for the first time since he'd arrived at Hogwarts. Her face was lined with age and something else, something that might have been regret. You didn't know either, Harry said. About how I grew up. McGonagall stopped. Her lips pressed together. I expressed concerns at the time. I was overruled. I should have. I should have done more than express concerns. Yes, Harry said simply. You should have. He stepped onto the staircase before she could respond, letting it carry him upward toward whatever waited above. Albus Dumbledore's office was a marvel of accumulated eccentricity. Silver instruments whirred and puffed on spindly tables. Books lined the walls from floor to ceiling, some chained in place, others floating gently in apparent defiance of gravity. A magnificent bird, red and gold, larger than any eagle, sat on a perch near the window, watching Harry with ancient, knowing eyes. And behind a great desk cluttered with papers and oddments sat the headmaster himself, looking every inch the benevolent wizard king the history books described. Harry. Dumbledore's voice was warm, welcoming. Please, sit down. Lemon drop. Harry sat in the indicated chair but declined the candy. Thank you for seeing me, headmaster. I think, given the circumstances, that I should be thanking you. Dumbledore's twinkle was in full force, but there was something watchful behind it. You've created quite a stir. I confess I had hoped we might discuss matters privately before they became public. I'm sure you did. The twinkle flickered. Harry, I understand you're angry. You have every right to be. The years you spent with the Dursleys were not what I intended. What did you intend? Dumbledore paused. He wasn't used to being interrupted, Harry could tell. The man was accustomed to controlling conversations, to leading them gently toward predetermined conclusions. I intended for you to be safe, Dumbledore said finally. Your mother's sacrifice created a protection, a bond of blood that keeps you safe from Voldemort and his followers as long as you can call the place where her blood dwells home. The Blood Wards. You've been doing research. Was that approval in Dumbledore's voice, or concern? Harry couldn't quite tell. I've been learning what I should have known years ago. Harry kept his voice level. Blood wards require a willing sacrifice, a family connection, and a home given in love. My aunt gave me a cupboard and told me my parents were drunks who'd gotten themselves killed. At what point does that qualify as a home given in love? Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. The silver instruments continued their incomprehensible operations. The phoenix let out a low, mournful trill. I made mistakes, Dumbledore said finally. I should have checked on you more often. I should have ensured you were being treated properly. I relied on assurances that proved unreliable. Whose assurances? That is not something I can share at this time. Harry felt a cold smile touch his lips. Then we'll find out at the hearing, won't we? Harry. Dumbledore leaned forward, and for the first time, Harry saw something other than grandfatherly warmth in his eyes. Something harder. I need you to understand the stakes here. Voldemort is not dead. He was destroyed, yes, but not killed, the distinction matters. He will return. And when he does, the protections I established will be one of the few things standing between you and destruction. Protections that require me to live with people who starve me. Protections that have kept you alive for 10 years. I would have been alive anyway. The Dursleys didn't protect me from Voldemort. They just made sure I was too weak and ignorant to protect myself. Harry stood. Is there anything else, headmaster? Dumbledore studied him for a long moment. Whatever he saw seemed to trouble him. Harry could see thoughts moving behind those blue eyes, calculations being run, plans being adjusted. There is one thing, Dumbledore said quietly. The night your parents died, I removed you from the rubble of your home. You were barely a year old, bleeding from your scar, crying for a mother who would never hold you again. I wrapped you in a blanket and I carried you through the night to the only family you had left. I did this because I believed it was right. I still believe it was right. Not because the outcome was perfect, but because every other option was worse. What other options? That is also something I cannot share. Harry walked to the door. Then I suppose we're done here. All communication regarding my case should go through my legal representative. I trust you received the notice. Harry, headmaster. Harry turned back, his hand on the door handle. I'm not your weapon. I'm not your symbol. I'm not a chess piece you can move around the board to suit your strategy. I'm a person. And I'm going to find out what happened to me and why, whether you help me or not. He opened the door. The password to this office changes weekly, Dumbledore said softly. But if you ever need to speak with me, truly need to, Fawkes will know. He will find you, and he will bring you here. The phoenix trilled again, a sound like liquid gold. Harry nodded once and left without another word. The next few days were a masterclass in social dynamics. Harry watched as Hogwarts divided itself. Some students, mostly those from families that had suffered under Voldemort, saw Harry's lawsuit as justice long delayed. Their parents had lost friends, relatives, entire branches of family trees. The Ministry had failed to prevent the war, failed to catch many Death Eaters afterward, and now it turned out they'd failed the boy who lived as well. My gran says it's about bloody time someone held them accountable, Neville Longbottom told Harry quietly in the common room one evening. Neville was a round-faced boy who seemed perpetually nervous, but there was steel underneath. Harry had seen it flash briefly when someone mentioned Death Eaters. Other students, mostly those from families connected to the Ministry or the old pure-blood establishment, saw Harry as a troublemaker, an ungrateful brat biting the hand that had supposedly protected him. My father says you're being manipulated by goblins, Draco Malfoy announced loudly in the corridor between classes, flanked by two boys built like young trolls. He says you'll regret embarrassing the Ministry when you realize how much you need their protection. Your father, Harry replied calmly, claimed he was under mind control during the war. I wonder what he's claiming now. Malfoy's face went red. His hand moved toward his wand. Harry didn't move at all, just watched with the calm attention of someone who'd learned that bullies fed on fear and starved without it. This isn't over, Potter. No, Harry agreed. It's not. The Ministry's formal response arrived at the end of the first week. Harry was in the library, researching precedents for child welfare cases with Hermione's enthusiastic help, when Hedwig found him. His owl had been flying regular routes to Gringotts, carrying updates and receiving instructions from Sharpclaw. This letter bore the Ministry seal. Mr. Harry Potter, the Ministry of Magic hereby formally acknowledges receipt of your complaint filed under the Orphan Protection Act of 1847. As required by law, a preliminary hearing has been scheduled for October 15 at 10 a.m. in Courtroom 7 of the Ministry of Magic. You are entitled to legal representation. If you cannot afford representation, the Ministry will appoint an advocate on your behalf. Please note that making false claims against Ministry officials is a criminal offense under the Magical Justice Act of 1902, punishable by fines and/or imprisonment. Regards, the Office of the Senior Undersecretary Ministry of Magic. Harry read the letter twice, then handed it to Hermione. They're trying to intimidate you, she said immediately. That last paragraph about false claims, it's a threat. A toothless one. My claims are documented. The goblins have records going back decades. But they're also scheduling the hearing quickly. Less than 2 months. Is that normal? Sharpclaw said they'd want to resolve this fast, before it became a prolonged embarrassment. Harry took the letter back. The question is whether they want to resolve it by settling or by crushing me. Can they crush you? Harry thought about it. The Ministry controlled the courts, controlled most of the media, controlled the entire apparatus of magical law enforcement. If they decided Harry Potter was a threat to be eliminated, legally, not physically, they had the tools to do it. But they also had weaknesses. Public opinion. International scrutiny. The simple fact that Harry was the boy who lived, and destroying him would destroy the narrative they'd built around the war's end. They can try, Harry said. But it'll cost them more than they want to pay. Sharpclaw's response to the Ministry's letter was swift and pointed. A formal notice, delivered by Goblin Courier directly to the Wisengamot chamber, demanding the unsealing of James and Lily Potter's will as part of the discovery process. Another notice to the Department of Magical Child Welfare, requesting all records related to Harry's placement and subsequent monitoring, or lack thereof. A third notice to the office of the Chief Warlock, Dumbledore's other position, demanding recusal from any proceedings related to the case. The wizarding world had never seen anything quite like it. Goblins don't usually get involved in wizard legal matters, Hermione explained, having thrown herself into research with characteristic intensity. They have their own courts, their own treaties. For Gringotts to formally represent a wizard against the Ministry is almost unprecedented. Almost? There was one case in 1743. A wizard named Aldrich Wentworth sued the Ministry over property seizures after the Goblin Rebellion. Gringotts represented him. What happened? He won. The Ministry paid reparations and signed a new treaty. But there were complications. What kind of complications? Hermione hesitated. Aldrich Wentworth disappeared 6 months after the verdict. Officially, he emigrated to France. Unofficially, no one ever saw him again. Harry absorbed this. They killed him. There's no proof. But when the powerful lose in court, they sometimes find other ways to win. Harry nodded slowly. Good to know. Harry, are you sure about this? If they're willing to, I spent 10 years being afraid, Harry said quietly. Afraid of Uncle Vernon's fists. Afraid of Aunt Petunia's hatred. Afraid of being thrown out, of being killed, of being so worthless that no one would even notice if I disappeared. I'm done being afraid. Hermione's eyes were wet, but she nodded fiercely. Then we'll make sure you don't disappear. The classes continued, whether Harry wanted them to or not. Transfiguration proved interesting once Harry got the hang of it. There was something satisfying about forcing reality to change shape through sheer willpower. Charms was similar but more subtle, less about transformation than manipulation. History of magic was taught by a ghost who apparently hadn't noticed he'd died and seemed determined to bore his students into joining him. Defense against the dark arts was complicated. Professor Quirrell was a nervous man who wore a ridiculous purple turban and flinched at his own shadow. He stuttered through lessons about basic defensive spells, couldn't make eye contact with anyone, and smelled faintly of garlic. Harry would have dismissed him as harmless if not for 2 things. First, his scar hurt whenever Quirrell looked at him. Not badly, not the burning agony he'd felt in his dreams, but a persistent ache, like a warning siren turned down to background noise. Second, Quirrell was watching him. It was subtle. The professor never stared directly at Harry, never singled him out in class. But Harry had spent years learning to track threats, to know when dangerous attention was focused on him. Quirrell's eyes found Harry too often, lingered too long, and looked away too quickly when Harry noticed. Something was wrong with Professor Quirrell. Harry didn't know what yet. But he filed it away with everything else, another variable in an increasingly complex equation. 2 weeks into the term, Harry received his first interview request. Dear Mr. Potter, I am Rita Skeeter, senior correspondent for the Daily Prophet and best-selling author of Armando Dip-Pet, Master or Moron, and Dressing Up with Dementors. I would be honored to conduct an exclusive interview regarding your groundbreaking legal action against the Ministry of Magic. As you may know, I have a reputation for telling stories that other journalists won't touch. I believe your story deserves to be told properly, with all the nuance and emotional depth it merits. I can offer you editorial approval of the final article, a commitment to factual accuracy, and a platform to reach every witch and wizard in Britain. Please respond at your earliest convenience. With great respect, Rita Skeeter. Harry showed the letter to Hermione and Ron in the common room. Hermione's face went through several expressions in rapid succession. Rita Skeeter is horrible, she said flatly. She writes hit pieces disguised as profiles. She makes up quotes. She destroys people's reputations for sport. My dad says she's the reason 3 different department heads had to resign last year, Ron added. She found out about some scandal and milked it for weeks. The Ministry hates her. The Ministry hates her, Harry repeated thoughtfully. That's interesting. Harry, you can't trust her. I don't intend to trust her. But I need media coverage. The Prophet has been relatively neutral so far, but that could change if the ministry pressures them. Having a journalist who's already antagonistic toward the ministry could be useful. She'll twist your words. She'll make you look, not if I'm careful. Harry folded the letter. I need to talk to Sharpclaw. But I think I'm going to take this meeting. The meeting happened on a Hogsmeade weekend. Harry wasn't officially allowed to go, being a first year, but special permission was arranged through channels Harry preferred not to examine too closely. Sharpclaw had contacts everywhere, it seemed. The Three Broomsticks was crowded with students and adults, the air thick with the smell of butterbeer and roasting meat. Harry found Rita Skeeter in a back booth, her acid green quick quotes quill already hovering over a notepad. She was younger than he'd expected, maybe 40, with elaborate blonde curls, jeweled spectacles, and the hungry expression of a predator who'd spotted wounded prey. Harry Potter. She stood, extending a hand with crimson nails. At last we meet. Please, sit. Harry sat, but didn't shake her hand. Your quill. What about it? Put it away. Any interview I give will be transcribed by my own means. I'll provide you with an accurate record afterward. Skeeter's smile thinned. That's rather untrusting. I've read your articles, Ms. Skeeter. Trust is earned. For a long moment, they stared at each other. Then Skeeter laughed, a genuine sound, surprised out of her. Well. You're not what I expected. She folded up the quill and notepad. Most people your age would be terrified of me. I've been terrified by better. Have you now? Skeeter leaned forward, her eyes bright with interest. Tell me about that. Harry spoke for 2 hours. He told her about the cupboard, the physical dimensions of it, the darkness, the spiders that crawled across his face at night. He told her about the meals he didn't eat, the clothes he wasn't given, the medical care he never received. He told her about being called boy and freak and nothing else, about learning to cook before he could properly reach the stove, about the time Dudley's gang chased him up a tree and the adults laughed. He told her about learning he was famous. About the vault full of gold he'd never been told about. About the letters the ministry intercepted. About the sealed will that might have given him a different life. He told her facts. Specific, verifiable, documented facts. No speculation. No emotional appeals. Just the record of what had happened to the most famous child in Wizarding Britain while the Wizarding world did nothing. Skeeter didn't take notes. She sat very still, her elaborate persona stripped away, listening with the intensity of someone who'd stopped performing and started paying attention. Why are you telling me this? She asked when he finished. Because you'll publish it. I could twist it. Make you look pathetic. Or crazy. Or manipulated. You could. But you won't. How do you know? Harry smiled, a thin, sharp expression that looked strange on his 11-year-old face. Because the ministry has given you enough trouble over the years that you'd love to hurt them. Because a straight story about what they did to me does more damage than any twist could achieve. And because you're smart enough to know that I'll be giving more interviews as this case progresses, and I'll remember how you handled this one. Skeeter studied him for a long moment. You're not a normal child. Normal children don't get raised in cupboards. No. I suppose they don't. She stood, gathering her things. I'll need independent verification of everything you've told me. Documents. Witnesses. My legal representative will provide what's necessary. Goblin records. Skeeter's lip curled slightly. The ministry will claim they're biased. Then they can explain why they sealed my parents' will 3 days after their deaths. They can explain why they never checked on me. They can explain the monthly stipend that no one ever claimed. Harry stood too. I'm not asking you to believe me, Ms. Skeeter. I'm asking you to investigate. Skeeter left the 3 broomsticks with an expression Harry couldn't quite read. But as she passed through the door, she looked back at him with something that might have been respect. Or perhaps recognition. The article ran 3 days later. I slept in a cupboard for 10 years, the boy who lived speaks out about the childhood the Wizarding World forgot. Exclusive interview by Rita Skeeter. It was devastating. Skeeter had done exactly what Harry had predicted. She'd played it straight, letting the facts speak for themselves. She'd verified the financial records, interviewed neighbors on Privet Drive, muggles who had no idea they were speaking to a witch, even found a former ministry employee who confirmed that child welfare checks on Harry Potter had been repeatedly scheduled and repeatedly cancelled. She'd included photographs. Not of Harry now, but of the cupboard under the stairs. Somehow she'd gotten inside number 4, Privet Drive, past all the wards and protections, and documented everything. The camp bed. The broken toys. The crayon drawings on the wall, faded by years, showing a small figure surrounded by darkness. The Wizarding World erupted. "They're calling for Fudge's resignation," Ron reported at breakfast, his eyes wide as he skimmed through his copy of the Prophet. "There's a petition with 3,000 signatures already." "The Wisengamot is being flooded with letters," Hermione added, reading over his shoulder. "There's talk of forming an independent commission to investigate child welfare practices." Harry ate his toast quietly, watching the chaos unfold. At the head table, the teachers were in disarray. McGonagall looked like she hadn't slept. Snape was white as a ghost, his eyes fixed on Harry with an expression of pure loathing, but underneath the loathing, something else. Something that might have been horror. And Dumbledore. Dumbledore sat perfectly still, the untouched food on his plate growing cold, staring at Harry with an expression of profound sadness. For just a moment, Harry felt something twist in his chest. Not sympathy, exactly. But recognition. Dumbledore was a man who'd made choices he believed were right, and now those choices were being exposed as the failures they'd always been. It wasn't enough to make Harry stop. Not nearly enough. But it was enough to make him understand that his enemy wasn't evil. Just wrong. Just human. Just someone who'd weighed a child's happiness against the world's safety and decided the world mattered more. Harry would make sure the world knew the cost of that decision. The Ministry's counterattack came swift and vicious. 3 days after Skeeter's article, the Prophet ran a very different story: goblins manipulating boy who lived for profit. Ministry sources suggest financial motivations behind Potter lawsuit. The article, written by a reporter named Herbert Chorley, made no reference to cupboards or starvation or sealed wills. Instead, it focused on Gringotts, on the bank's long history of conflict with the Ministry, on the suspicious timing of Harry's legal action, on anonymous experts who suggested that an 11-year-old child couldn't possibly understand the legal documents he was signing. "It's well known that goblins bear grudges," the article quoted one Ministry official. "The Potter accounts represent a significant financial interest. One has to wonder whether this lawsuit is really about justice for a child, or about settling old scores." Harry read the article twice, then handed it to Sharpclaw at their next meeting. "Your response?" Sharpclaw's smile was thin as a blade. "We anticipated this. The Ministry always attempts to delegitimize goblin involvement in wizard affairs." He placed a document on his desk. "However, they made a tactical error." "What error?" "They claimed you don't understand what you're signing. They called you a manipulated child." Sharpclaw's eyes glittered. "So we've scheduled a press conference. Tomorrow. At Gringotts." "A press conference?" "You'll answer questions from any journalist who wishes to attend. You'll demonstrate your understanding of the legal issues. You'll prove, in front of witnesses, that you are not a pawn, but a plaintiff." Harry felt his stomach tighten. This was different from a controlled interview with Skeeter. This would be chaos. Hostile questions. Attempts to trip him up, make him look foolish, make him seem like exactly the manipulated child the Ministry claimed. "I'm 11, Harry said quietly. "Yes. Sharpclaw's voice was not unsympathetic. And the entire wizarding world will be watching an 11-year-old defend his own right to seek justice. Consider what that will look like. Consider who will appear sympathetic, and who will appear cruel. Harry took a deep breath. Then another. Tomorrow, he said. I'll be ready. The night before the press conference, Harry couldn't sleep. He lay in his four-poster bed, curtains drawn, listening to the sounds of his dormmates breathing. Neville's snores. Ron's occasional muttering about chess moves. The distant hoot of an owl from the Ollery. He thought about what he was doing. About the forces he was challenging. About the possibility, the very real possibility, that he would fail. That the ministry would crush him, discredit him, make him wish he'd never signed that first document in Sharpclaw's office. He thought about the cupboard. About the darkness. The smell. The way the door had looked from the inside, closed against the light. He thought about his mother, who died to protect him. About his father, who'd stood against a monster with nothing but a wand and his own courage. About the life they'd wanted for him, a life the ministry had let be stolen by people who'd never wanted him at all. Tomorrow, he would stand in front of the wizarding world and prove he was more than a symbol. More than a victim. More than a boy who'd lived. He would prove he was someone who could fight. And if he failed, if they destroyed him, then at least he would have tried. Harry closed his eyes and made himself remember the cupboard one more time. Made himself feel the fear, the helplessness, the desperate certainty that no one was coming to save him. Then he put it away. Boxed it up. Stored it somewhere deep inside where it couldn't touch him anymore. Tomorrow, he wouldn't be afraid. Tomorrow, he would be the one making others afraid. Gringotts' press chamber was a room Harry hadn't known existed. Deep within the bank, past the cart tracks and the vaults, was a space designed specifically for moments like this, a chamber of polished marble with tiered seating for observers and a raised platform for speakers. Goblin craftsmanship was evident in every detail, from the acoustic design that carried voices clearly without amplification to the lighting that somehow made everyone look slightly more impressive than they were. Harry stood at the speaker's platform, Sharpclaw at his side, facing a crowd of reporters that had filled every available seat. There were more than he'd expected. Not just prophet journalists, but correspondents from foreign papers, the French Magical Tribune, the German Hexenpost, the American Wizarding Times. Word had spread. The boy who lived suing the British ministry had become international news. Ladies and gentlemen of the press, Sharpclaw began, his voice carrying clearly through the chamber. Thank you for attending. My client, Mr. Harry Potter, will now answer your questions regarding his legal action against the Ministry of Magic. He will speak for himself. I will intervene only if questions stray into matters of legal privilege. Please proceed. The first question came like an arrow. Mr. Potter. Is it true the goblins are using you to settle old grievances against the ministry? Harry had practiced this. No. The goblins are my legal representatives because I needed representation, and they were willing to provide it. My grievances are my own. They're documented in the public filing. But you're only 11. How can you understand the legal? I understand that I was kept in a cupboard while I had money in a vault. I understand that letters about my welfare were never delivered. I understand that my parents' will was sealed by a government that then placed me with people who hated me. Which part of that is too complicated for an 11-year-old to grasp? A ripple went through the crowd. Harry kept his face calm, his voice steady. Another question, Minister Fudge has called your lawsuit an unfortunate misunderstanding. Do you agree? I think Minister Fudge would like it to be a misunderstanding. That would be more comfortable for everyone. But there's nothing to misunderstand. The facts are documented. The negligence is proven. The only question is what the ministry intends to do about it. Are you calling for Minister Fudge to resign? Harry paused. This was a trap. If he said yes, he'd seem like a political operative, not a victim seeking justice. If he said no, he'd seem soft, uncommitted. "I'm not calling for anything except accountability," Harry said carefully. "What form that accountability takes is up to the Waisengamot and the public. I just want answers. I want to know who decided my suffering was acceptable. I want to know who sealed my parents' will. I want to know what that will says. What if it says the Dursleys were supposed to raise you after all? Then at least I'll know. And the ministry will have to explain why they never checked whether I was being treated properly. What do you want from all this? What's your real goal?" Harry looked directly at the camera. There was someone from the Wizarding Wireless Network, broadcasting live to listeners across Britain. "I want what everyone wants," he said. "I want to understand what happened to me. I want the people responsible to face consequences. And I want to make sure it never happens to another child. Magical orphans deserve better than cupboards and lies." The questions continued for another 40 minutes. Harry answered each one calmly, clearly, never losing his temper, never seeming rattled. When reporters tried to twist his words, he corrected them politely. When they asked about Dumbledore, he declined to comment on individuals not yet formally accused. When they asked about the blood wards Dumbledore claimed had protected him, he asked why protection required abuse. By the end, something had shifted in the room. Reporters who'd arrived skeptical were writing with renewed energy. Cameras that had been waiting for a breakdown were instead capturing a composed, articulate boy speaking truth to power. Harry Potter wasn't a victim anymore. He was a force. The response to the press conference was immediate and overwhelming. Letters poured into Hogwarts, not for Harry directly, those were screened by Sharpclaw's office, but for the school, for McGonagall, for Dumbledore. Parents wanted to know how this had happened. Parents wanted assurances that their own children were being properly cared for. Parents wanted answers that no one seemed able to provide. The Waisengamot, already under pressure, convened an emergency session to discuss the Potter matter. Harry wasn't present, he was a student, after all, with classes to attend, but Sharpclaw sent detailed reports. 3 factions have emerged, the Goblin explained at their next meeting. The first wants to settle quickly, give you money, give you apologies, make this go away. The second wants to fight, they believe that yielding to an 11-year-old will make the ministry look weak. The third wants to delay, hoping that time will reduce public interest. Which faction is winning? At the moment, none. They're deadlocked. Which means the preliminary hearing will proceed as scheduled. October 15th. 3 weeks away. Sharpclaw studied Harry with those ancient, calculating eyes. "You should know that there have been overtures." "What kind of overtures?" "Informal inquiries about whether you might be open to a private settlement. Substantial sums have been mentioned. Along with certain considerations." "What considerations?" "Rehabilitation of your parents' reputation. Formal recognition of your status as a war hero. A seat on the Waisengamot when you come of age. The unsealing of your parents' will, in private, for your eyes only." Harry felt something cold settle into his chest. They were trying to buy him. Not with money alone, they knew money wasn't his primary motivation, but with the things he actually wanted. Answers. Recognition. Power. It was tempting. He couldn't pretend it wasn't. But accepting a private settlement meant accepting that justice could be purchased. It meant letting the ministry escape public accountability. It meant teaching every powerful institution in Britain that they could harm children as long as they paid enough afterward. "No," Harry said. Sharpclaw smiled his blade-thin smile. "I thought you might say that. But I was obligated to present the offer. Tell them I'm not interested in private settlements. Tell them the hearing proceeds as scheduled. Tell them," Harry paused, thinking. "Tell them I'm not for sale. They won't believe that. I know. That's why we'll have to show them." The next 2 weeks were a blur of preparation and normalcy. Harry attended classes. He studied magic. He did his homework and ate his meals and slept in his comfortable bed and tried, as much as possible, to be an ordinary student. But ordinariness was hard to come by. Other students treated him differently now, not just as the boy who lived, but as the boy who'd stood in front of cameras and made the ministry tremble. Some approached him with reverence. Others with suspicion. A few, like Draco Malfoy, with barely concealed fury. "My father says you'll regret this," Draco hissed one evening in the corridor. "He says people who challenge the old families always regret it." "Your father said a lot of things under Veritaserum at his trial," Harry replied evenly. "Funny how he doesn't remember any of them now." Draco went white. His hand moved toward his wand, and for a moment Harry thought they'd duel right there in the hallway. But something held Draco back. Maybe the watching portraits. Maybe the consequences of attacking the most famous student in school. Or maybe something else, some uncertainty behind the bravado, some question about which side he was really on. Draco turned and stalked away, his cronies trailing after him. Harry watched him go and wondered what it would take to turn an enemy into an ally. The day before the preliminary hearing, Harry received an unexpected letter. Not from the ministry. Not from Sharpclaw. Not from any of the 100 other people who'd been trying to contact him. From Sirius Black. Harry stared at the letter for a long time before opening it. He knew the name. Ron had told him about the mass murderer, about the betrayal, about the man who'd supposedly been his father's best friend before turning to the Dark Lord. The letter was short. "Harry, I've seen the papers. Even in here, we get the profit. I can't say what I need to say in writing. The guards read everything. But I need you to know, your parents will named me. I was supposed to take you. I was supposed to keep you safe. I didn't kill those people. I didn't betray your parents. The truth is more complicated than anyone knows, and I've spent 10 years screaming it to walls that don't care. Ask about my trial. Ask about what evidence was presented. Ask about the secret keeper. I'm sorry I couldn't protect you." Sirius Harry read the letter 3 times. Then he went to find Hermione. Sirius Black was never tried. Hermione's voice was hushed. They were in a corner of the library, surrounded by stacks of legal texts and old newspapers, and what they'd found had left both of them shaken. Never. There's no record of a trial. No transcript. No verdict. He was sent to Azkaban by emergency decree of the Wizengamot, a wartime security measure that was supposed to be temporary until a formal trial could be arranged. Hermione pointed to a passage in one of the old newspapers. But the trial never happened. It was scheduled 3 times and cancelled 3 times. And then everyone just forgot about it. How do you forget about a mass murderer? You don't. Unless someone wants you to forget. Hermione's face was pale. "Harry, if Sirius Black never had a trial, then he's never been legally convicted. He's been in Azkaban for 10 years without due process." Harry thought about the letter. About the desperation in those words. About a man claiming innocence to walls that didn't care. He thought about his parents' will, sealed by the Wizengamot. About the guardianship arrangements that someone had been very careful to bury. "He said he was supposed to take me," Harry said quietly. "He said he was named in the will. If he was, that would be a motive to seal it. If Sirius Black was supposed to be your guardian, and then he was sent to prison without trial, then whoever sealed the will was covering their tracks." Covering what tracks? I don't know. But someone didn't want you with Sirius Black. And someone went to a lot of trouble to make sure you never found out he was an option. Harry sat in silence for a long moment. The lawsuit was supposed to be about his childhood, about the cupboard, about the ministry's negligence. But every thread he pulled led to something larger. Sealed wills. Untried prisoners. A conspiracy that stretched back to the night his parents died. "I need to add something to the case," Harry said. "We need to demand Sirius Black's trial records. There are no records. Exactly. And when the ministry can't produce them, they'll have to explain why a man has been in prison for 10 years without a conviction. Harry's voice was cold. If they failed me by ignoring my childhood, they failed him by ignoring his rights. It's the same pattern. The same institution. The same rot. Hermione looked at him with something approaching awe. You're going to bring down the whole ministry, aren't you? No, Harry said. I'm going to make them bring themselves down. All I have to do is keep pulling threads. The night before the hearing, Harry sat in the Gryffindor common room, alone by the fire. Everyone else had gone to bed. The flames crackled softly, casting dancing shadows on the walls. Outside, wind howled around the tower, but inside it was warm and quiet and peaceful. Harry didn't feel peaceful. Tomorrow, he would stand before the Wisengamot and formally present his case. He would face hostile questions from politicians who wanted him to fail. He would challenge the most powerful institutions in Wizarding Britain on their own ground. He was 11 years old. He'd faced worse, he reminded himself. The Dursleys had been worse. The cupboard had been worse. The loneliness, the hunger, the absolute certainty that no one would ever help him, those had been worse than anything a courtroom could throw at him. But this was different. This was choosing to fight instead of just surviving. This was betting everything on the belief that justice was possible, that truth mattered, that a child's suffering meant something to someone, somewhere. What if he was wrong? What if the powerful protected each other, as they always had? What if the ministry closed ranks and crushed him? What if he ended up worse off than before, discredited, isolated, with enemies who knew he'd tried to hurt them and would never forget? Harry stared into the flames and let himself feel the fear. Then he put it away, the way he'd learned to put away everything that might make him weak. Tomorrow, he would fight. Tomorrow, he would show them what a boy from a cupboard could do. The morning of October 15th dawned grey and cold. Harry dressed carefully in his best robes, new ones, purchased with his own money, tailored to fit properly. He ate breakfast mechanically, ignoring the stares and whispers from the other students. He said goodbye to Ron and Hermione, who both looked like they might cry. "We'll be listening," Hermione said fiercely. "The wireless is going to broadcast the whole thing. The whole school will be listening." "Kick their arses," Ron added, then went red when McGonagall passed close enough to hear. Harry nodded to both of them, then walked to McGonagall's office, where a portkey waited to take him to the ministry. The journey was instantaneous and disorienting, a hook behind his navel, a blur of color, and then solid ground under his feet. He stumbled but caught himself, looking around at the Ministry of Magic's atrium for the first time. It was vast. Golden. Oppressive. A fountain dominated the center of the space, wizards and witches standing proud while magical creatures gazed up at them adoringly. A lie in bronze and marble, Harry thought. A monument to the way the powerful saw themselves. Sharpclaw was waiting for him. "Mr. Potter." The goblin's eyes swept over him, assessing. "Are you ready?" Harry looked at the fountain. At the witches and wizards who passed through the atrium, some staring at him, others pretending not to. At the golden light that somehow made everything feel cold. "Let's find out," he said. They walked toward the lifts together, toward courtroom 7, toward the hearing that would change everything. The boy who lived was about to fight. And win or lose, the wizarding world would never be the same. Chapter 2 End. Chapter 3, The Sorting of Wolves. Courtroom 7 was nothing like Harry had imagined. He'd expected something grand, marble columns, towering ceilings, the weight of centuries pressing down on everyone who entered. What he found instead was functional brutality. A circular chamber carved from dark stone, with tiered benches rising toward a ceiling lost in shadow. No windows. No natural light. Just cold blue torches that made everyone look slightly corpse-like. The Wisengamot sat in those tiered benches, perhaps 50 witches and wizards in plum-colored robes, watching Harry with expressions ranging from curiosity to contempt. At their center, elevated above the rest, sat three figures: a nervous-looking man Harry recognized from newspaper photographs as Cornelius Fudge, a toad-faced woman in pink who had to be Dolores Umbridge, and Albus Dumbledore, Chief Warlock. The man who'd put Harry in a cupboard and was now required to oversee the proceedings against the ministry he'd helped. Harry had demanded Dumbledore's recusal. The Wizengamot had refused. The Chief Warlock's presence ensures procedural integrity, Fudge had written in the official response. His personal connection to the matter is not sufficient grounds for removal. Translation: they wanted Dumbledore there to control things. To steer the hearing toward an outcome the ministry could live with. Harry took his seat at the defendant's table, except he wasn't the defendant, he reminded himself. He was the plaintiff. The ministry was the one on trial here, even if the architecture suggested otherwise. Sharpclaw sat beside him, perfectly still, his ancient eyes missing nothing. "All rise for the preliminary hearing in the matter of Potter versus the Ministry of Magic," a clerk announced. Chief Warlock Dumbledore presiding. Everyone stood. Harry stood. Then everyone sat, and the hearing began. Fudge spoke first, as was apparently traditional. "This hearing has been convened to address the complaint filed by Mr. Harry Potter against the Ministry of Magic, specifically the Department of Magical Child Welfare, alleging negligence in the oversight of his placement and care." Fudge's voice was thin, reedy, the voice of a man who'd rather be anywhere else. "The ministry categorically denies all allegations and looks forward to demonstrating the baselessness of these claims." He sat down quickly, as if the words had burned his mouth. Dumbledore rose, and the room seemed to shift around him. Even diminished by the circumstances, even implicated in the very failures under discussion, he commanded attention simply by existing. "This is a preliminary hearing," Dumbledore said, his voice carrying easily through the chamber without apparent effort. "Its purpose is to determine whether sufficient evidence exists to proceed to a full trial. Mr. Potter, through his representative, will present his initial claims. The ministry will have opportunity to respond. The Wizengamot will then vote on whether to proceed." He paused, his eyes finding Harry's across the room. "Mr. Sharpclaw, you may begin." Sharpclaw rose with the deliberate grace of someone who'd been waiting for this moment for a very long time. "Honored members of the Wizengamot," he began, his voice carrying a subtle harmonic that seemed to make the stone walls vibrate. "We are here today because a child was failed. Not by accident. Not by oversight. But by deliberate choice, systematic neglect, and institutional indifference." He moved to the center of the chamber, producing documents from his case with practiced efficiency. On November 1, 1981, Harry James Potter, then 15 months old, was placed with his maternal aunt and her family by order of Albus Dumbledore, acting in his capacity as Chief Warlock and executor of the Potter estate. This placement was made without consultation of the Potter family will, which had been sealed by emergency Wizengamot decree 3 days prior. A rustle went through the benches. Some of the older members exchanged glances. For the next 10 years, Mr. Potter was housed in a cupboard under the stairs. He was denied adequate food, adequate clothing, and adequate medical care. He was subjected to physical and emotional abuse by his guardians. He was told his parents were unemployed drunks who had died in a car accident. He was, in every meaningful sense, erased from the magical world that celebrated his name. Sharpclaw paused, letting the word settle. During this same period, the Department of Magical Child Welfare had Mr. Potter listed as a priority case requiring regular monitoring. Checks were scheduled quarterly. Not one was ever completed. Letters sent to the department regarding Mr. Potter's welfare were marked, received, but never acted upon. A monthly stipend of 100 galleons, allocated from the Potter Trust for Mr. Potter's care, was never claimed by his guardians, yet the paperwork authorizing this stipend was filed and approved every single month for 10 years. Another rustle, louder this time. Someone in the back rows whispered urgently to a neighbor. "Someone in this ministry," Sharpclaw continued, his voice hardening, approved payments for care that was never provided. Someone cancelled oversight visits that were legally required. Someone sealed a will that might have placed Mr. Potter with guardians who actually wanted him. These are not accidents. These are not oversights. These are choices. And we are here to determine who made them, and why. He turned to face Dumbledore directly. We respectfully request that the Wisengamot compel the following. First, the unsealing of James and Lily Potter's last will and testament. Second, the production of all Department of Magical Child Welfare records relating to Mr. Potter's placement and monitoring. Third, testimony under veritaserum from all ministry employees involved in Mr. Potter's case. And fourth, a formal inquiry into why Sirius Black, named in ministry records as Mr. Potter's godfather, was imprisoned without trial and thus rendered unable to fulfill any guardianship responsibilities he may have been assigned. The chamber exploded. Harry had expected the Sirius Black demand to cause chaos. He hadn't expected quite this much. Wisengamot members were on their feet, shouting over each other. Fudge had gone the color of old cheese. Umbridge was scribbling furiously on a notepad, her toad-like face twisted with barely suppressed rage. Even Dumbledore looked surprised, and Harry suspected it took a great deal to surprise Albus Dumbledore. Order! Dumbledore's voice cut through the noise like a knife through silk. There will be order in this chamber. The shouting subsided, but the tension remained, crackling in the air like static before a storm. Mr. Sharpclaw, Dumbledore said, his voice carefully neutral, the matter of Sirius Black is not part of the original complaint. With respect, Chief Warlock, it is directly relevant. Mr. Black was Mr. Potter's godfather. If the Potter will assign guardianship to Mr. Black, then his imprisonment, and the manner of it, becomes central to understanding why Mr. Potter was placed with the Dursleys instead. Sirius Black is a convicted mass murderer. The shout came from somewhere in the upper benches. Harry turned to look but couldn't identify the speaker. Sirius Black, Sharpclaw replied calmly, has never been convicted of anything. He was imprisoned by emergency decree, with trials scheduled to follow. That trial has been postponed 12 times over 10 years. The 13th scheduled date was quietly removed from the calendar without explanation. He produced another document. Gringotts maintains records of all Wisengamot proceedings. We are prepared to demonstrate that Mr. Black has been imprisoned without due process for a decade, a violation of the Magical Justice Act of 1689, which guarantees trial within 1 year of imprisonment for any crime. Fudge was on his feet now, his face purple. This is outrageous. This hearing is about child welfare, not criminal procedure. This hearing, Harry said, speaking for the first time, is about why I grew up in a cupboard. The room went silent. Harry stood, feeling the weight of 50-plus stairs pressing down on him. He was 11 years old. He was small for his age, still carrying the marks of malnutrition in his thin frame and two sharp cheekbones. Standing in this chamber full of powerful adults, he should have looked insignificant. He didn't. Minister Fudge, Harry said, his voice steady, you've called my lawsuit an unfortunate misunderstanding. Chief Warlock Dumbledore placed me with the Dursleys for my own protection. The ministry has claimed repeatedly that proper procedures were followed, that my welfare was monitored, that everything was done correctly. He let the silence stretch. If that's true, he continued, then proving it should be simple. Unseal my parents' will. Show me the monitoring reports. Produce the evidence that someone, anyone, checked on me during the 10 years I was being starved and beaten and told I was worthless. He looked around the chamber, meeting eyes, refusing to flinch. If you can't do that, if the records don't exist, if the will reveals something you'd rather keep hidden, if Sirius Black's case shows a pattern of cutting corners with people's lives, then this isn't an unfortunate misunderstanding. It's a cover-up. And I think the public deserves to know which one it is. Harry sat down. The silence continued for a long moment. Then Dumbledore spoke. The Wisengamot will take a brief recess to consider the expanded scope of the plaintiff's requests. We will reconvene in 1 hour. The recess was not brief, and it was not quiet. Harry and Sharpclaw were shown to a small waiting room, comfortable enough, with chairs and refreshments, but clearly designed to keep them contained while the real discussions happened elsewhere. Through the door, Harry could hear raised voices, though he couldn't make out the words. "You've rattled them," Sharpclaw observed, helping himself to tea. "The black connection especially. They thought they'd buried that deep enough to never surface. Will they let us pursue it? They have no choice. The evidence is public record, or rather, the lack of evidence is. If they refuse to address Black's imprisonment, they admit there's something to hide. If they agree to address it, they risk exposing exactly how many procedures they've ignored over the years." Sharpclaw's smile showed teeth. "You've put them in an impossible position, Mr. Potter. That's exactly where we want them." Harry nodded, but his mind was elsewhere. He was thinking about Sirius Black, alone in Azkaban for 10 years, screaming truth to walls that didn't care. He was thinking about his parents' will, sealed before anyone could read it, hiding whatever arrangements they'd made for their son. He was thinking about how many lives had been damaged by the Ministry's casual disregard for justice. "If Sirius Black is innocent," Harry said slowly, "and the Ministry imprisoned him without trial to keep him away from me, that's not just negligence. That's conspiracy. Yes. And if they conspired to imprison an innocent man and seal a will and ignore a child's abuse, all to keep me in a specific place with specific people, then the question becomes, why? What was so important about your placement that it justified destroying multiple lives to maintain it?" Harry didn't have an answer. But he had a suspicion, one that had been growing since his conversation with Dumbledore. The Blood Wards. The protection his mother's sacrifice had supposedly created. Dumbledore believed, or claimed to believe, that Harry could only be safe with Petunia, that the blood connection was essential to his survival. But what if there was more to it? What if the Blood Wards weren't just about protection? What if they served some other purpose, something Dumbledore hadn't mentioned? Harry filed the question away for later. Right now, he had a hearing to win. The Wizengamot reconvened with palpable tension. Whatever had been discussed during the recess, it clearly hadn't produced consensus. Some members looked resigned, others furious. Fudge looked like he might be sick. Umbridge's smile was so fixed it had to be painful. And Dumbledore. Dumbledore looked old. Not the ageless wizard of legend, but a tired man carrying burdens he'd never expected to face. "The Wizengamot has reached a decision regarding the scope of this preliminary hearing," Dumbledore announced. His voice was still strong, but something underneath it had cracked. "By a vote of 31 to 19, with 3 abstentions, we have agreed to expand the inquiry to include the matter of Sirius Black's imprisonment, insofar as it relates to Mr. Potter's placement and care." A murmur ran through the chamber. Harry felt something loosen in his chest, not victory, not yet, but the first sign that victory was possible. However, Dumbledore continued, "The Wizengamot has also determined that certain aspects of this case involve matters of national security. The unsealing of the Potter will requires a 2/3 majority vote, which has not been achieved. The will remains sealed pending further deliberation." And there it was. The compromise. They'd give Harry the Black investigation to distract him from the will, the document that might reveal everything. Harry glanced at Sharpclaw, who gave a nearly imperceptible nod. They'd anticipated this. They had contingencies. "The plaintiff accepts the Wizengamot's decision regarding the scope of inquiry," Sharpclaw said smoothly. "We reserve the right to petition again for the unsealing of the Potter will as evidence develops." Noted. Dumbledore's eyes met Harry's briefly, and something passed between them, acknowledgement, perhaps. Recognition that they were now fully committed to a battle neither had wanted but neither could abandon. "We will now hear initial testimony," Dumbledore continued. "The plaintiff may call his first witness." Sharpclaw rose. The plaintiff calls Arabella Figg. Arabella Figg was not what Harry expected. He'd pictured a ministry official, someone in formal robes with a defensive expression. Instead, an elderly woman shuffled into the chamber, dressed in Muggle clothes, clutching a handbag decorated with embroidered cats. She looked confused, frightened, and completely out of place. Harry recognized her. Mrs. Fig. The neighbor who'd babysat him sometimes, whose house always smelled like cabbage and cat pee. Who'd shown him endless photographs of her pets while the Dursleys enjoyed holidays without him. She was a witch. "Please state your name for the record," Sharpclaw said. "Arabella Doreen Fig." Her voice quavered slightly. "And your occupation?" I'm a squib, sir. I don't have magic. But I was assigned to watch." She stopped, glancing nervously toward the upper benches. "Assigned by whom, Mrs. Fig?" "By Professor Dumbledore. Albus Dumbledore. He asked me to move to Privet Drive, to keep an eye on Harry, to report if anything seemed wrong." The chamber went very still. "And did you?" Sharpclaw pressed. "Report when things seemed wrong?" Mrs. Fig's face crumpled. "I tried. I sent letters. Dozens of letters, over the years. About how thin Harry was, how he always wore clothes that were too big, how the Dursleys treated him different from their own son. I sent them to Professor Dumbledore, and I sent copies to the Ministry, to the child welfare people." "And what response did you receive?" "From the Ministry? Nothing. Not once, in 10 years. She was crying now, tears tracking down her lined cheeks. "From Professor Dumbledore, he said it was being handled. He said Harry's safety was the priority, and some hardship was necessary to maintain the protections. He said," she choked. "He said Harry was safer unhappy than happy and dead." The words hung in the air like poison. Harry looked at Dumbledore. The old man's face was still, composed, but something in his eyes had gone hollow. "No further questions," Sharpclaw said. The cross-examination was brutal. The Ministry's advocate, a sleek wizard named Thaddeus Blackwood, went after Mrs. Fig with surgical precision. He questioned her memory, her reliability, her motives. He suggested she was exaggerating, seeking attention, trying to profit from her connection to Harry Potter. Mrs. Fig weathered it poorly. She wasn't a strong witness, wasn't articulate or confident. By the end of the cross-examination, she was sobbing, barely coherent, looking like she wanted nothing more than to disappear. But she'd said what needed to be said. Dumbledore had known. The Ministry had received reports. The system had failed not through ignorance but through choice. Harry watched Blackwood return to his seat with a satisfied smile, as if he'd won something. He hadn't. He'd just made an old woman cry in public while failing to refute a single factual claim she'd made. The Wizengamot saw it. Harry could tell by their faces, by the shifting discomfort in the benches. Whatever doubts they'd had about his case were fading, replaced by something that looked uncomfortably like shame. "The plaintiff calls his second witness," Sharpclaw announced. "Petunia Dursley." They'd had to drag her. Not literally, Aurors had escorted her through the Fleur network, had guided her through the Ministry atrium, had placed her in the witness chair with professional courtesy. But Petunia Dursley's face made clear that she'd rather be anywhere else, that she considered this entire proceeding an outrage against decent people who'd taken in an ungrateful freak. She saw Harry and her lips pressed together until they nearly vanished. Harry looked back at her and felt nothing. Not the hate he'd expected, not the satisfaction of seeing his tormentor brought low. Just a hollow distance, as if he were watching a stranger from very far away. "State your name for the record," Sharpclaw said. "Petunia Dursley." Her voice was tight, controlled. "Mrs. Vernon Dursley. Of number 4, Privet Drive. And your relationship to Harry Potter?" "He's my nephew. My sister's boy." The words came out like they tasted bad. "Your sister being Lily Potter, née Evans?" "Yes. Tell us about Harry's childhood in your home." Petunia's eyes narrowed. We took him in when no one else would. We fed him, clothed him, gave him a roof over his head. We never asked for anything in return, never got anything in return either, except trouble and strangeness and, Mrs. Desley, Sharpclaw interrupted calmly, where did Harry sleep? In his room. Which room was that? The spare room. From what age? Petunia hesitated. She knew, Harry realized. She knew what they had documented, what they could prove. But she couldn't help herself, she'd spent too many years maintaining the fiction to abandon it now. From the beginning, she said. From when he first arrived. Sharpclaw produced a photograph, the one from Rita Skeeter's article, showing the cupboard under the stairs. Mrs. Desley, do you recognize this space? Petunia's face went white. It appears to be a cupboard, she said stiffly. The cupboard under our stairs. And can you explain why this cupboard contains a small bed, children's drawings on the walls, and what appears to be a school trunk with the name, Harry Potter on it? Silence. Mrs. Desley. He liked to play in there. When he was small. It was his special place. His special place. Sharpclaw's voice was utterly flat. The photographs were taken 3 months ago, Mrs. Desley. Harry Potter was 11 years old. Are you suggesting an 11-year-old child chose to sleep in a cupboard for entertainment? I don't, you're twisting, let me be direct. Sharpclaw moved closer to the witness chair. Did Harry Potter sleep in the cupboard under your stairs? Sometimes. Did he sleep there most nights? I don't. Did he sleep there every night from the age of 1 until the age of 11, when his Hogwarts letter forced you to move him to avoid suspicion? Petunia's face contorted. What were we supposed to do? We didn't ask for him. He was dropped on our doorstep like a delivery. No warning, no choice, just a letter saying we had to take him or what? The question stopped her cold. She'd said too much, Harry realized. There'd been a threat in that letter, something that had compelled the Desleys to keep him even though they hated everything about his existence. Mrs. Desley, Sharpclaw pressed, what were you told would happen if you didn't take Harry in? Petunia looked at Dumbledore. For the first time, her expression held something other than contempt, fear, maybe, or desperation. Dumbledore said nothing. I'm not answering any more questions, Petunia said. I want to go home. Mrs. Desley, you are under Wisengamot's subpoena. I don't care about your subpoena. I don't care about any of this. We didn't want him and we shouldn't have been forced. Sharpclaw's voice cut through her rising hysteria. Who forced you, Mrs. Desley? Who told you that you had to take Harry Potter, regardless of your wishes? Petunia's eyes went to Dumbledore again. And this time, something broke. Him, she whispered. The old man. He wrote in his letter that if we didn't take Harry, if we didn't keep him until he came of age, then, she swallowed. Then the same people who killed my sister would come for us. For our son. For everyone we loved. The chamber erupted for the second time that day. The recess lasted 3 hours. Harry sat in the waiting room, processing what he'd heard. Dumbledore had threatened the Desleys. Not directly, perhaps, but the implication was clear, take Harry or face Voldemort's remaining followers. Keep him or die. It explained so much. Why they'd never simply thrown him out, despite their hatred. Why they'd kept him fed just enough to survive. Why they'd moved him to a bedroom when the letters started coming, when the magical world's attention returned to their house. They'd been prisoners too, in their way. Forced to house a child they despised by a man who decided their feelings didn't matter. Harry didn't feel sympathy for them, not after everything they'd done, all the cruelty that went beyond mere reluctant guardianship. But he understood now that the situation was more complicated than simple villainy. Dumbledore had created the conditions for his abuse. Had known it would happen, had warned Mrs. Figg that hardship was necessary, had threatened the Dursleys into compliance while never once checking whether that compliance included basic human decency. The greater good. That's what Dumbledore always said. Sacrifices were necessary. Individuals mattered less than the whole. Harry wondered how many other individuals Dumbledore had sacrificed over the years. How many other lives had been broken in service of the greater good. Sharpclaw returned, his expression unreadable. They're negotiating. Negotiating what? The scope of Dumbledore's involvement. Some members want to add him as a formal defendant. Others are threatening to walk out if the Chief Warlock is publicly accused. The coalition is fracturing. What does that mean for us? It means we're winning. But it also means the hearing may be suspended while they sort out their internal politics. Sharpclaw sat down, accepting tea from the service. You should be prepared for the possibility that this drags on for months. Possibly years. Years. Harry thought about returning to Hogwarts, about sitting in classes while his case wound through endless procedures and delays. About growing up in the shadow of unresolved accusations. Is there anything we can do to speed it up? Public pressure helps. The more attention this receives, the harder it becomes for the Ministry to bury it. Sharpclaw considered. You might also consider making direct appeals to sympathetic Wizengamot members. Building your own coalition. I'm 11. You're Harry Potter. That name opens doors that age alone never would. Harry thought about this. Political alliance building. Cultivating support among the powerful. Playing the game that Dumbledore and Fudge and Lucius Malfoy had been playing for decades. He didn't like it. But he hadn't liked the cupboard either, and he'd survived that. Teach me, Harry said. Teach me how the game is played. Sharpclaw's smile was thin as a blade. I thought you'd never ask. The hearing resumed late in the afternoon. Dumbledore looked different when he retook his position, older, somehow, despite the impossible passage of only a few hours. The Wizengamot had come to some decision during the recess, and whatever it was had cost him something. This hearing will adjourn until November 15th, Dumbledore announced. His voice was steady, but Harry could hear the effort behind it. At that time, testimony will continue with witnesses from the Department of Magical Child Welfare. Additionally, the Wizengamot has commissioned an independent investigation into the imprisonment of Sirius Black, to determine whether proper procedures were followed. Independent investigation. That was something, at least. Someone outside the Ministry would be looking at Black's case, asking the questions no one had asked for 10 years. The Chief Warlock has also been requested to provide a formal statement regarding his role in Mr. Potter's placement, Dumbledore continued. This statement will be made under Veritaserum, with the full Wizengamot present. The chamber buzzed with shocked whispers. Dumbledore, under Veritaserum? The most powerful wizard in Britain, forced to answer questions with magical truth enforcement. Harry looked at the old man and saw something he hadn't expected, relief. Dumbledore wanted to tell the truth, Harry realized. He'd been carrying this weight for 10 years, and part of him was grateful for the chance to finally set it down. That didn't make him innocent. But it made him human. Until November 15th, Dumbledore said, all parties are instructed to refrain from public commentary that might prejudice the proceedings. The Wizengamot thanks everyone for their patience during this difficult matter. He stood, and the hearing was over. Harry returned to Hogwarts to find the castle transformed. Not physically, the walls and towers remained exactly as he'd left them. But the atmosphere had shifted. Students who'd watched him from a distance now approached with questions, with offers of support, with barely concealed fascination. Teachers who'd maintained professional neutrality now looked at him with something approaching respect. And everywhere, the whispers followed. Did you hear what his aunt said? Dumbledore threatened them. They're investigating Sirius Black. What if he's actually innocent? My mum says the Ministry's been covering things up for years. Harry navigated through it all with practiced calm, deflecting questions, maintaining the facade of a normal student who just wanted to get to dinner. But inside, his mind was racing. 1 month until the next hearing. 1 month to build alliances, to strengthen his position, to prepare for whatever the ministry would throw at him next. He found Ron and Hermione waiting in the Gryffindor common room, both of them practically vibrating with questions. "We heard everything," Hermione said breathlessly. The whole school listened on the wireless. "Harry, it was incredible, it was just the beginning," Harry said. "We've got a month before it continues, and the ministry isn't going to sit idle. They'll be working to discredit me, to find ways to shut the case down, to turn public opinion." "So what do we do?" Ron asked. Harry looked at his friends, his first real friends, people who'd chosen to stand with him despite the risks, who believed in him for reasons that had nothing to do with his fame or his scar. "We prepare," he said. "We learn everything we can about how the wizarding world works. We figure out who our allies are and who our enemies are. And we make sure that when the next hearing comes, we're ready for anything they throw at us." Hermione nodded firmly. Ron's jaw set with determination. "One more thing," Harry added. "I need to find out everything possible about Sirius Black. His history with my parents. His supposed crimes. Everything the ministry doesn't want anyone to know." "Why?" Ron asked. "Because I think he might be innocent. And if he is, if the ministry imprisoned him without trial to keep him away from me," Harry's voice hardened, "then this isn't just about my childhood anymore. It's about how many lives they've been willing to destroy to keep their secrets." The fire crackled in the hearth. Outside, rain began to fall against the tower windows. Somewhere in the castle, Dumbledore was probably sitting in his office, contemplating the testimony he'd have to give, the truths he'd finally have to reveal. And somewhere far away, in a prison on a rock in the middle of a cold sea, a man who might be innocent was waiting to learn if justice would finally find him. Harry Potter had started a war. Now he had to figure out how to win it. The next few weeks established a new rhythm. Morning classes, afternoon study sessions, evening strategy meetings with Ron and Hermione in quiet corners of the library. Harry threw himself into learning, not just the magic his classes required, but the history, politics, and social dynamics of the world he'd been thrust into. Hermione proved invaluable. Her research skills bordered on supernatural. She could find information in books Harry didn't even know existed, could connect dots across centuries of magical history, could remember details that would have slipped past anyone else. "The Blood War," she announced one evening, slapping a thick tome onto their study table. "That's what they called the conflict with Voldemort. But there was an earlier war, in the 1940s, against a wizard named Grindelwald." "I know about Grindelwald," Harry said. "Dumbledore defeated him." "Yes, but look at this." Hermione opened the book to a marked page. Grindelwald's philosophy was about wizard supremacy. He wanted magical people to rule over muggles openly. But his methods were interesting. He didn't just attack. He infiltrated. He placed his followers in positions of power within governments, including the British ministry. Some of them were never identified. Harry leaned forward. "You're saying there might still be Grindelwald supporters in the ministry?" "I'm saying there's a pattern. Both Grindelwald and Voldemort worked to place their people inside the institutions of power. Both wanted to reshape society according to their ideology. And in both cases, after they were defeated, there was a rush to move on rather than thoroughly investigate who'd been compromised." Ron looked uncomfortable. "My dad always says the ministry is full of people who looked the other way during the Blood War. Claimed they were imperious, or that they didn't know what was happening." "Like Lucius Malfoy," Harry said. "Exactly like Lucius Malfoy." Hermione turned more pages. "Here's the thing, after Voldemort fell, the ministry had two options. They could conduct a thorough investigation, root out everyone who'd supported him, risk destabilizing the entire government. Or they could accept some convenient excuses, maintain stability, and hope the problem went away. They chose stability. They chose stability. Which means that right now, there are probably Death Eaters, or at least Death Eater sympathizers, sitting in Wisengamot seats, running ministry departments, making decisions about people like us. Hermione's eyes were fierce. And some of those people are the ones who decided your placement, Harry. Who sealed your parents' will. Who ignored 10 years of warning signs. Harry absorbed this. It fit with what he'd been seeing, the resistance to investigation, the desperate attempts to make his case go away, the willingness to threaten and intimidate rather than simply produce evidence of innocence. So we're not just fighting bureaucratic negligence, he said slowly. We're fighting people who actively wanted me kept ignorant and powerless. Maybe. Or we're fighting people who benefited from the post-war settlement and don't want anyone questioning it. Hermione shrugged. Either way, the resistance isn't random. It's organized. And we need to figure out who's organizing it. The answer came from an unexpected direction. Harry was leaving potions, still his worst subject, taught by a professor who seemed to hate him for reasons Harry couldn't fathom, when a hand closed around his arm and pulled him into an empty classroom. He had his wand out before the door closed, only to find himself facing Draco Malfoy. Draco was alone. No Crabbe, no Goyle, no entourage of Slytherin sneerers. Just a pale boy with white blonde hair and an expression that combined fear and determination in equal measure. "We need to talk," Draco said. "So talk. But if this is about your father's threats, it's about my father's friends." Draco's voice was low, urgent. "The people he meets with, the ones who come to the manor late at night and talk about things I'm not supposed to hear." Harry lowered his wand slightly. "I'm listening. They're scared of you. They think you're going to expose everything, not just the child welfare stuff, but the whole thing. The deals that were made after the war. The money that changed hands. The people who were supposed to be investigated and weren't. Your father was supposed to be investigated. My father was investigated. He had the right lawyers, the right friends, the right amount of gold." Draco's lip curled, but the contempt seemed directed inward. "He told me the system works for people like us. He told me that's how the world is, the strong protect their own, and everyone else can suffer." "And you believed him?" "I believed him until I read about your cupboard." Draco's voice cracked slightly. "I have a house elf who lives in better conditions than you did. A house elf, Potter. And my father's friends helped make that happen." Harry studied the boy in front of him. 3 months ago, Draco had been an arrogant bully, confident in his family's power, certain that the world would arrange itself to his benefit. Now he looked lost, a child discovering that his parents' values might be monstrous. "Why are you telling me this?" "Because they're planning something. My father and his friends. They're going to try to stop the investigation, not through the Wisengamot, but directly. I don't know what they're planning, but I heard them mention your name, and they sounded." Draco swallowed. "They sounded like they were talking about a problem that needed to be eliminated." A chill ran down Harry's spine. "Eliminated how?" "I don't know. But I thought you should know." "I thought," Draco stopped, looking uncertain for the first time since Harry had met him. "I don't know what I thought. Maybe that warning you would make me feel less like my family's a bunch of monsters." "Your family might be a bunch of monsters. That doesn't mean you have to be." Draco let out a bitter laugh. "Easy for you to say. You don't have to go home to them." "No. I had to go home to the Dursleys. Trust me, I know something about growing up with people whose values make you sick." For a long moment, they just looked at each other. Two boys on opposite sides of a conflict neither had chosen, both struggling with legacies they'd never asked for. "I'm not asking you to be my friend," Harry said finally. "I'm not asking you to turn against your family. But if you hear anything specific, anything about what they're planning, when, how, I need to know. And what do I get in return? When this is over, when the truth comes out about everything, I'll remember that you tried to do the right thing. That might matter, depending on how bad things get for your family. Draco considered this. Then he nodded once, sharply. I'll be in touch. He moved toward the door, then paused. Potter? Watch your back. These people don't lose gracefully. He was gone before Harry could respond. Harry told Ron and Hermione about the conversation that evening. You trust him? Ron's voice was incredulous. Draco Bloody Malfoy? I trust that he's scared. I trust that he heard something that rattled him enough to warn a boy he supposedly hates. Harry shook his head. I don't trust him to stay reliable if his family puts pressure on him. But right now, he's the best window we have into what the old Death Eater families are planning. We should tell someone, Hermione said. Professor McGonagall, or Dumbledore. Harry's voice was flat. The man who put me in a cupboard and threatened my relatives into keeping me there. The man who's about to testify under Veritaserum about all the things he's been hiding. Hermione winced. I know, but, Draco said they're planning to eliminate you. It sounds like they might try to hurt me, yes. But who am I supposed to trust with that information? The Ministry is compromised. Dumbledore has his own agenda. The Auror's answer to Fudge. Harry spread his hands. We're on our own. That's mad, Ron said. You're 11, Harry. We're all 11. We can't fight Death Eaters alone. I know. But I'm not planning to fight them alone, I'm planning to make sure that when they move, when they try whatever they're planning, the whole world is watching. Harry leaned forward. That's why the press matters. That's why public opinion matters. They can threaten me in private, but if anything happens to Harry Potter now, after everything that's come out, there'll be no burying it. The investigation will only get more intense. So you're making yourself too famous to kill, Hermione said slowly. I'm making myself too visible to disappear. There's a difference. Harry thought about Aldrich Wentworth, the wizard who'd sued the Ministry in 1743 and vanished 6 months later. I'm not going to end up like the last person who challenged them. I'm going to make sure the whole world is watching every step. The weeks passed. November approached. Harry attended classes, did his homework, pretended to be a normal student. But every evening, he and his friends worked on the real curriculum, the politics and history and social dynamics that would determine whether his lawsuit succeeded or failed. They mapped the Wisengamot, identifying members by faction. The old pureblood families, who wanted stability above all. The war veterans, who'd lost too much to tolerate cover-ups. The political opportunists, who'd support whoever seemed likely to win. The true believers in justice, rare but not extinct. They tracked the Prophet's coverage, noting which journalists seemed sympathetic and which had been bought. Rita Skeeter continued to write favorable pieces, other reporters were less consistent. They researched Sirius Black obsessively. Hermione found old articles about his arrest, about the accusations, about the massacre of Muggles he'd supposedly committed. But she also found discrepancies, witnesses whose testimony didn't quite match, evidence that had never been properly examined, questions that had never been asked. Peter Pettigrew, Hermione announced one evening, slapping a photograph onto the table. He was supposedly one of your father's best friends, Harry. He died the same day Sirius was arrested. Sirius allegedly killed him along with 12 Muggles. Harry looked at the photograph. A small, watery-eyed man with a pointed nose, standing nervously at the edge of a group shot that included his father, Sirius Black, and a third man Harry didn't recognize. What about him? They never found his body. Just a finger. Supposedly, that's all that was left after Sirius's curse. Hermione frowned. But here's the thing, the spell Sirius supposedly used, the one that killed 12 Muggles, it was a blasting curse. Massive explosion. Destroyed an entire street. So how does a massive explosion leave a finger behind? If it was powerful enough to vaporize a human body, it should have destroyed everything. And if it wasn't that powerful, where's the rest of Peter Pettigrew? Harry stared at the photograph. The small man's eyes seemed to shift nervously, even in the frozen moment the image captured. You think Pettigrew might still be alive? I think the evidence doesn't make sense. I think no one looked very hard because they already had Sirius Black, and he was a convenient villain. Hermione's jaw set. I think if we can prove the evidence against Sirius doesn't hold up, we might be able to prove a lot more. Ron had been quiet, but now he spoke up. My dad told me something once. About the night you know who fell. He said there were rumors, just rumors, mind, that you know who had a spy in your parents' inner circle. Someone close to them, someone they trusted. A spy. Dad said some people thought it was Sirius. That's why they were so quick to arrest him, they thought he'd been the traitor all along, that killing Pettigrew was just cleaning up loose ends. Harry looked at the photograph again. His father. Sirius. The unknown man. And Peter Pettigrew, nervous and watchful, standing at the edge of the frame. What if it wasn't Sirius? Harry said slowly. What if the spy was someone else? Someone who needed to disappear, to make everyone think they were dead, so no one would ever come looking. You mean Pettigrew? I mean someone faked their death the same day Sirius was arrested. Someone whose body was never found. Someone who might have had very good reasons to frame a friend and vanish. The implications hung in the air between them. If Pettigrew was alive, if he was the real traitor, then Sirius Black had spent 10 years in prison for crimes committed by someone else. And the real murderer, the real spy, was still out there somewhere. Hiding. Waiting. Possibly watching. The night before Harry was due to return to the ministry for the continued hearing, he received a letter. Not from Sharpclaw. Not from the ministry. Not from any of the people who'd been flooding him with correspondence since the lawsuit began. From Sirius Black. Harry, the guards tell me the investigation is real. That someone is finally asking questions about my trial, or lack thereof. I don't know if you remember what I wrote before, but it matters now more than ever. I didn't betray your parents. I didn't kill those people. The truth is in the details no one bothered to examine. Peter Pettigrew was the secret keeper. Not me. We switched at the last minute because I thought it would be too obvious. Everyone knew I was your father's best friend. Peter was supposed to be a diversion, a weak link no one would suspect of holding something important. I was wrong. Peter was the spy. He told Voldemort where your parents were hiding, and when I confronted him, he faked his own death and framed me for it. I know how this sounds. I know no one has believed me for 10 years. But you're making them listen now, Harry. You're making them ask questions. Ask about Peter. Ask how a blasting curse leaves a finger behind. Ask why no one ever found the body. And Harry, be careful. If Peter is still alive, if he knows people are starting to look, he might do anything to stay hidden. He killed 12 people just to frame me. He won't hesitate to kill again. I'm sorry I couldn't protect you. I'm sorry I couldn't be there for you like I promised your father I would. But I'm still your godfather, even if I can't act like one from inside this cell. Stay safe. Stay smart. And trust no one completely, not even the people who seem to be on your side. Sirius Harry read the letter 3 times, memorizing every word. Then he burned it, as Sirius's previous letter had instructed him to do with anything sensitive. Trust no one completely. Good advice, probably. But hard to follow when you were 11 years old, fighting institutions that had controlled the wizarding world for centuries, with only a handful of friends and a goblin lawyer in your corner. Tomorrow, the hearing would continue. Tomorrow, Dumbledore would testify under Veritaserum. Tomorrow, the truth, or at least some of it, would finally come out. Harry looked out the window of Gryffindor Tower at the darkened grounds below. Somewhere out there, The real world was waiting. The Ministry. The Death Eaters. The conspirators and the corrupt. And somewhere, maybe, a man named Peter Pettigrew, who'd betrayed his friends and stolen 10 years of another man's life and was probably desperate to make sure no one ever found out. Harry Potter had started something that couldn't be stopped. Now he just had to survive long enough to finish it. Chapter 3 End. Chapter 4, the preliminary hearing. The morning of November 15th arrived cold and grey, with frost painting the windows of Gryffindor Tower and a tension in the air that had nothing to do with the weather. Harry dressed carefully in his formal robes, checking his reflection in the dormitory mirror. The face that looked back at him was thinner than it should be, sharper featured than most 11-year-olds, with eyes that had seen too much and learned to show too little. He looked, he thought, like someone preparing for battle. Which was exactly what this was. "You'll be brilliant," Ron said from his bed, still in pajamas, looking like he hadn't slept at all. "You've been brilliant so far. Brilliant might not be enough." Harry adjusted his collar one final time. "Today, Dumbledore testifies under Veritaserum. Everything changes depending on what he says. What do you think he'll say?" Harry had been wondering the same thing for weeks. Dumbledore under Truth Serum, forced to answer questions honestly, unable to deflect or misdirect or speak in riddles. It should have felt like a victory. Instead, it felt like standing on the edge of a cliff, waiting to find out whether the ground below was solid or empty air. "I think," Harry said slowly, "that Dumbledore believes everything he did was right. And that might be worse than if he'd done it out of malice." The Ministry atrium was crowded when Harry arrived. Not just with the usual morning traffic of bureaucrats and petitioners, but with reporters, photographers, curious onlookers pressing against the security barriers. Word had spread that today was the day Albus Dumbledore would finally answer for his decisions under magical compulsion. Harry moved through the crowd with Sharp Claw at his side, ignoring the shouted questions, the flash of cameras, the hands reaching toward him as if touching the boy who lived might convey some kind of blessing. "They're scared," Sharp Claw observed quietly. "Look at their faces. They came here hoping for a spectacle, but now that it's happening, they're not sure they want to see it." "Why not?" "Because Dumbledore represents something to them. Safety. Certainty. The idea that somewhere, someone wise is looking out for the world." The goblin's voice was not unkind. "When that illusion breaks, they'll have to face the truth that no one is looking out for them. No one ever was." Harry thought about his cupboard. About the years of believing that someone, somewhere, must know about his suffering and would eventually come to help. "I faced that truth a long time ago," he said. "I know. That's why you're dangerous." Courtroom 7 was even more packed than before. Every seat in the public gallery was filled. Reporters crammed into spaces that weren't meant to hold them. Ministry officials who hadn't attended the first hearing had somehow found reasons to be present today. Even foreign observers had arrived. Harry spotted delegations from France, Germany, and what looked like the American Magical Congress. The Wisingamot sat in their tiered benches, looking collectively uncomfortable. Cornelius Fudge had developed a nervous tic in his left eye. Dolores Umbridge's smile had taken on a fixed, desperate quality. And the other members, the ones Harry had been learning to identify over the past weeks, showed varying degrees of anxiety, anticipation, or carefully maintained neutrality. At the center of it all, in the witness chair, sat Albus Dumbledore. He looked old today. Not the ageless wizard of legend, but a tired man carrying the weight of decades. His robes were immaculate, his bearing still dignified, but something in his eyes had changed. He looked like someone who had made peace with what was coming. Or like someone who was about to unburden himself of secrets he'd carried too long. "This hearing is called to order," announced the acting chief warlock, a stern witch named Griselda Marchbanks, brought in because Dumbledore couldn't preside over proceedings in which he was testifying. "We are here to continue the matter of Potter versus the Ministry of Magic. Today's session will focus on testimony from Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, given under Veritaserum as ordered by this body. She turned to Dumbledore. Professor Dumbledore, do you consent to testimony under Veritaserum? I do. Dumbledore's voice was calm, clear. I have always intended to tell the truth. The serum merely ensures that truth is believed. A ministry official approached with a small crystal vial. 3 drops of clear liquid, Veritaserum, the most powerful truth potion known to wizard kind, were administered onto Dumbledore's tongue. The courtroom held its breath. Dumbledore's eyes glazed slightly, then refocused with an odd, distant quality. His expression smoothed into something neutral, waiting. The witness is ready, the official announced. Questioning may begin. Sharpclaw rose from the plaintiff's table. Professor Dumbledore, Sharpclaw began, his voice carrying clearly through the silent chamber. On November 1, 1981, you placed Harry Potter with his maternal relatives, Vernon and Petunia Dursley. Is this correct? Yes. Dumbledore's voice was flat under the serum's influence, stripped of its usual warmth and musicality. Why did you choose the Dursleys as Harry's guardians? Lily Potter's sacrifice created a protection, a bond of blood magic that would keep Harry safe from Voldemort and his followers as long as he lived with someone who shared Lily's blood. Petunia Dursley was her only living blood relative. Were you aware of the Dursleys' feelings toward magic and magical people? Yes. Petunia had resented her sister for years. She married a man who shared and amplified that resentment. I knew they would not welcome Harry. A murmur rippled through the courtroom. Dumbledore had known. Had placed Harry there anyway. Did you take any steps to ensure Harry would be treated well in their care? I placed monitoring charms on the house. I arranged for Arabella Figg to live nearby and report on Harry's welfare. I established a financial stipend for his care. I believed these measures would be sufficient. Were they sufficient? Dumbledore's face remained blank, but something flickered in his eyes, the truth serum compelling an answer he might not have given voluntarily. No. The monitoring charms tracked physical safety but not emotional welfare. Mrs. Figg's reports indicated problems I chose to interpret as manageable. The stipend was never claimed, which I attributed to the Dursleys' reluctance to interact with the magical world rather than to their unwillingness to provide care. You received reports indicating Harry was being mistreated? I received reports indicating he was not thriving. Mrs. Figg wrote of inadequate clothing, insufficient food, isolation from other children. I told myself these were the costs of maintaining the blood protection. I told myself Harry's physical safety was more important than his happiness. Sharpclaw let the silence stretch. Professor Dumbledore, did you threaten the Dursleys to ensure they kept Harry? I informed them that refusing to take Harry would leave them vulnerable to retribution from Voldemort's followers. This was true. It was also a form of coercion. Did you seal James and Lily Potter's will? The question hit the courtroom like a thunderclap. This was the heart of it, the sealed document that might have changed everything. I requested that the Wisengamot seal the will under national security provisions. My request was granted. Why? Dumbledore's throat worked. The Veritaserum compelled truth, but it couldn't make that truth easy. The will named Sirius Black as Harry's guardian. Sirius had just been arrested for mass murder and betrayal. Revealing that Harry's parents had trusted him would have complicated the narrative the ministry was constructing. It would have raised questions about Sirius's guilt that no one wanted to answer. Questions about his guilt. Sharpclaw pressed. Did you have doubts about Sirius Black's guilt? The courtroom went utterly still. Yes, Dumbledore said. I had doubts. The explosion of noise from the gallery forced Marchbanks to call for order 3 times before the room quieted enough for questioning to continue. Harry sat frozen, his heart pounding. Dumbledore had doubted Sirius's guilt. Had known there were questions. And had helped seal the will anyway, helped bury the evidence, helped keep an innocent man in prison for 10 years. Why? Professor Dumbledore, Sharpclaw continued when order was restored, Please explain the nature of your doubts about Sirius Black's guilt. Sirius was James Potter's closest friend. I had watched their friendship for 7 years at Hogwarts. It was genuine, deep, unshakable. When I heard that Sirius had betrayed the Potters, my first reaction was disbelief. Dumbledore's voice remained flat, mechanical, but the words themselves carried weight. However, the evidence seemed overwhelming. Witnesses saw Sirius at the scene. Peter Pettigrew was dead. Sirius himself, when captured, was laughing. Many interpreted this as the reaction of a madman who had finally revealed his true nature. How did you interpret it? I thought perhaps the guilt had broken him. That he had betrayed his friends and could not live with what he had done. Dumbledore paused, the serum requiring him to continue even as the words clearly pained him. I wanted to believe this because the alternative was worse. What alternative? That Sirius was innocent. That the real traitor was still free. That in my focus on the war against Voldemort, I had missed something crucial happening right under my nose. Did you investigate these doubts? No. Why not? Because the war was over. Because Voldemort had fallen and everyone wanted to believe the worst was behind us. Because investigating Sirius's guilt would have meant admitting that the Ministry, that I, might have made a terrible mistake. Dumbledore's voice cracked slightly despite the serum. Because it was easier to let a possibly innocent man rot in Azkaban than to face the chaos that would result from proving it. Harry felt something cold settle into his chest. This was worse than malice. This was expedience. Dumbledore had sacrificed Sirius not out of hatred or conspiracy, but out of convenience. Because dealing with the truth was too hard, too messy, too likely to disrupt the peace everyone desperately wanted. Professor Dumbledore, Sharpclaw said, his voice carrying an edge now, if Sirius Black was innocent, who do you believe actually betrayed the Potters? I don't know. The most likely candidate would be Peter Pettigrew, who was also close to the Potters and whose death was never properly investigated. But Peter is dead, and, is he? Dumbledore's mouth opened, closed. The Veritaserum forced honesty, but it couldn't compel knowledge he didn't possess. I believe he is dead. His finger was found at the scene. But no body was ever recovered, and the spell damage was inconsistent with. He trailed off. I never investigated. I never asked the questions that should have been asked. Why not? Because I didn't want to know the answers. The recess was called at midday, but no one left their seats. The gallery buzzed with frantic conversation. Reporters scribbled furiously. Wizengamot members huddled in small groups, their faces ranging from shock to fury to something approaching terror. Harry sat alone at the plaintiff's table, processing what he'd heard. Dumbledore hadn't known Harry was being abused, not really, not in specific detail. But he'd known Harry wasn't happy, known there were problems, and had chosen to prioritize other concerns. He'd sealed the will to avoid uncomfortable questions. He'd let Sirius rot to maintain political stability. It wasn't evil. It was something almost worse, a kind of moral exhaustion, where doing the right thing felt too hard and doing nothing felt like wisdom. You're very quiet, Sharpclaw observed. I'm thinking. About how many people's lives were ruined because one man decided he was too tired to pursue justice. Harry looked at the goblin. Dumbledore isn't a villain. He's something more dangerous, a good man who stopped trying. An astute observation. And how does that change your approach? Harry considered. He'd prepared for a battle against malice, against conspiracy, against deliberate cruelty. Instead, he'd found something more complicated, a system of individually reasonable decisions that had combined to produce monstrous outcomes. It doesn't change the goal, Harry said finally. It changes the method. I'm not trying to destroy Dumbledore. I'm trying to fix the system that let him make these choices without accountability. Sharpclaw's blade-thin smile reappeared. Now you're thinking like a reformer instead of an avenger. That's progress. The afternoon session began with testimony from ministry officials. First came Mafalda Hopkirk, head of the improper use of magic office, who had apparently processed the original paperwork for Harry's placement. Under Veritaserum, she admitted that she'd raised concerns about the lack of follow-up monitoring, but had been told, by Barty Crouch, then head of magical law enforcement, that special arrangements had been made. Then came Albert Runcorn, a senior official in the Department of Magical Child Welfare, who testified that quarterly checks on Harry Potter had been scheduled, cancelled, rescheduled, and cancelled again for 10 years. Each cancellation had been approved by a different supervisor, creating a paper trail that led everywhere and nowhere. The system was designed to fail, Hermione whispered to Harry during a brief break. She'd been allowed to attend as a research assistant, a fiction Sharpclaw had arranged. No single person is responsible because everyone is slightly responsible. It's brilliant and horrible. Deliberately designed? Maybe not deliberately. But someone benefited from the confusion. Someone made sure those checks never happened. Harry thought about Lucius Malfoy, about the Death Eaters who'd escaped justice through money and connections, about the warning Draco had given him. Someone had wanted him ignorant and powerless. The question was whether that someone had been directing events, or simply exploiting a broken system. The day's most dramatic testimony came near the end. Bartemius Crouch Sr., the man who'd overseen magical law enforcement during the war, who'd sent his own son to Azkaban, who'd built a reputation for ruthless efficiency in fighting dark wizards, took the witness stand with the rigid bearing of someone who'd never learned to bend. Under Veritaserum, his testimony was devastating. Mr. Crouch, Sharpclaw began, you were responsible for the imprisonment of Sirius Black. Please describe the circumstances. Black was captured at the scene of a mass murder. He offered no defense. He was laughing. The evidence was clear. Was he tried? A trial was scheduled. Did it occur? No. Emergency provisions allowed for indefinite detention of suspected Death Eaters. A trial was deemed unnecessary given the weight of evidence. Who deemed it unnecessary? I did. On what authority? Wartime emergency powers, extended by Minister Bagnold. Were those powers legally extended after the war ended? Crouch's face remained impassive, but a muscle twitched in his jaw. The extensions were irregular. But the emergency was ongoing. Death Eaters were still active. Proper procedures could not always be followed. Mr. Crouch, was Sirius Black ever given the opportunity to present a defense? No. Was he ever questioned under Veritaserum? No. Was any investigation conducted into the possibility that someone else, Peter Pettigrew, for instance, might have been the actual traitor? No. Why not? Crouch's throat worked. The serum compelled truth, but it couldn't make that truth anything other than damning. Because the case was closed. Because the public wanted someone to blame. Because Black was a convenient suspect, a Black family member who'd appeared to reject his dark heritage, now revealed as a traitor all along. His voice dropped. Because I was building a career on being tough on dark wizards, and Black was a prize that proved my effectiveness. The courtroom went silent. You imprisoned a man for 10 years without trial, Sharpclaw said quietly, because it was politically convenient. I imprisoned a man I believed to be guilty because proper procedures were too slow and the public wanted justice. Crouch's eyes were haunted. I told myself it was the right thing to do. I told myself that the ends justified the means. I was wrong. The hearing adjourned at sunset. Harry emerged from the ministry into a mob of reporters, their questions crashing over him like waves. He said nothing, letting Sharpclaw handle the statements, making his way through the crowd to the designated portkey point. He was exhausted. Not physically, the day had involved nothing more strenuous than sitting and listening, but emotionally, mentally, in every way that mattered. He'd learned the truth about his placement. About Sirius. About the systematic failures that had shaped his entire life. And the truth was this, no one had set out to hurt him. No grand conspiracy had decided that Harry Potter should suffer. Instead, dozens of people had made small, individually defensible decisions that had combined to produce a childhood of misery. Dumbledore had prioritized safety over happiness. Crouch had prioritized efficiency over justice. The Ministry had prioritized stability over accountability. And a small boy had paid the price for all of it. Back at Hogwarts, Harry found Ron and Hermione waiting in an empty classroom, a wireless set between them. "We heard everything," Hermione said, her eyes red. "Harry, I'm so sorry, don't be sorry." Harry sat down heavily. "Be angry. Be determined. But don't be sorry, sorry doesn't fix anything." "What happens now?" Ron asked. "Now the Wizengamot votes on whether to proceed to a full trial. Now the independent investigation into Sirius continues. Now the Ministry decides whether to fight or settle." Harry stared at the wireless as if it might offer answers. "And now we wait." "Wait for what?" "For whoever's been pulling strings to make their next move." Harry thought about Draco's warning, about the Death Eaters who'd escaped justice, about the people who benefited from the current system. Today hurt a lot of powerful people. They're not going to take it quietly. "You think they'll try something?" "I think they have to. If this continues, if Sirius is freed, if the full truth comes out about how the post-war settlement was handled, a lot of people will face consequences they've spent 10 years avoiding." Harry's voice hardened. "They're going to try to stop it. The only question is how." The how became clear 3 days later. Harry was in potions, still struggling, still enduring Snape's contempt, when Professor McGonagall appeared at the classroom door, her face pale. "Mr. Potter. You're needed in the headmaster's office. Immediately." Snape's sneer faltered at something in McGonagall's expression. Harry gathered his things and followed her without a word. The walk to Dumbledore's office felt longer than usual. McGonagall said nothing, her lips pressed into a thin line, her pace quick and tense. "Professor, what's happened?" "It's not my place to say. The headmaster will explain." They reached the gargoyle. McGonagall spoke the password, "lemon drop," and the staircase began to move. Harry stepped on alone. Dumbledore was standing at his window, looking out over the grounds. He didn't turn when Harry entered. "Sir. Sirius Black has escaped from Azkaban." Harry's heart stopped. "How?" "We don't know. The Dementors reported nothing unusual. The wards showed no breach. He was simply gone." Dumbledore finally turned, and Harry saw something he'd never expected to see on that ancient face: fear. "The Ministry believes he's coming for you." "Why would they believe that?" "Because that's what they want to believe. A mad murderer, escaped, seeking revenge on the boy who destroyed his master." Dumbledore's voice was bitter. "It fits their narrative. It explains why they imprisoned him without trial. He was too dangerous, they'll say. Too evil to risk proper procedures. But you testified that you had doubts about his guilt. The whole Wizengamot heard it." "Yes. And now that testimony will be reframed. I was manipulated, they'll claim. Sirius used some dark magic to plant false memories, to make me doubt him. His escape proves his guilt. An innocent man would have stayed to be vindicated." Harry saw it clearly now. The escape wasn't a coincidence. It was too perfectly timed, too convenient for the people who wanted the investigation stopped. "Someone let him out," Harry said. "Someone on the inside." Dumbledore's eyes sharpened. "That's a serious accusation. It's a logical conclusion. The wards showed no breach. The Dementors reported nothing. That means someone with authority released him, someone who wanted to discredit everything we've accomplished. Or, Dumbledore said quietly, Sirius escaped on his own because he's innocent and couldn't wait any longer for a justice that might never come. Does it matter? Either way, the Ministry will use this to shut down the investigation. Yes. They will try. Dumbledore moved to his desk, suddenly looking every one of his many years. Harry, I owe you an apology. Not for what I said under Veritaserum, that was the truth, and you deserved to hear it. But for the years of silence before. For the choices I made that hurt you. For believing that I knew best when I clearly did not. Harry looked at the old man, at the regret in his eyes, the weight of guilt on his shoulders, and felt something unexpected. Not forgiveness, not yet. But understanding. You believed you were protecting me. I believed I was protecting everyone. The greater good, I called it. But I've learned that the greater good, taken too far, becomes just another excuse for inflicting suffering on individuals. Dumbledore sighed. Your lawsuit has forced me to confront truths I've been avoiding for a decade. For that, at least, I owe you gratitude. I don't want your gratitude. I want justice. Then we want the same thing. And despite everything, despite my failures, despite the position it puts me in, I will help you achieve it. Harry studied Dumbledore's face, looking for deception, for manipulation, for the subtle tells of a man who'd spent his life moving people like chess pieces. He found only exhaustion. And, perhaps, the beginnings of genuine change. The Ministry will use Sirius's escape to shut down the investigation, Harry said. How do we stop them? We find Sirius first. We bring him in alive, give him the trial he should have had 10 years ago, and prove, one way or another, whether he's guilty or innocent. And if he's innocent, then we expose the real traitor. We demonstrate that the Ministry's entire narrative has been wrong. We make it impossible for them to continue the cover-up. Dumbledore's eyes hardened with something like their old fire. And we make sure that everyone responsible for this travesty faces consequences. Harry nodded slowly. It wasn't trust, not exactly. But it was alignment, two people who wanted the same outcome, at least for now. Where do we start? We start with what we know. Sirius was your father's best friend. He knows the wizarding world, knows how to hide, knows who to trust and who to avoid. If he's innocent, he'll be trying to prove it. If he's guilty, he'll be trying to reach you. And either way, he'll probably come to Hogwarts. Yes. Either to find evidence, to find allies, or to find you. Dumbledore leaned forward. Harry, I know you have no reason to trust me. But I need you to promise me something. What? If Sirius contacts you, if he appears, if he sends a message, if he tries to reach you in any way, tell me immediately. Not the Ministry, not the Aurors, not anyone else. Just me. Why? Because if the Ministry finds him first, he'll be dead before he can speak. The Dementors have been authorized to perform the kiss on sight, his soul will be destroyed, and any chance of proving his innocence will be destroyed with it. Harry felt ice in his stomach. The kiss. He'd read about it, the Dementor's ultimate weapon, which removed a person's soul and left them an empty shell. It was worse than death. They'd really do that? Without a trial? They've already done it. 10 years without trial was just a slower version of the same thing. Dumbledore's voice was heavy. The Ministry doesn't want answers, Harry. They want this problem to disappear. If Sirius dies before he can speak, that's exactly what happens. Harry thought about his godfather, a man he'd never met, who'd been ready to raise him, who'd spent a decade screaming truth to uncaring walls. A man who might be innocent, might be guilty, but who deserved the chance to prove which. I'll tell you if he contacts me, Harry said. But I want something in return. Name it. The will. My parents' will. You sealed it. You can unseal it. Harry, the Wizengamot would need to, you're the chief warlock. You're Albus Dumbledore. If you wanted that will unsealed, you could make it happen. Harry's voice was calm but unyielding. That's my price. Help me find out what my parents wanted from me, and I'll help you find Sirius before the Ministry kills him." Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. Then, slowly, he nodded. "The will names Sirius as your guardian. It also names alternates, Frank and Alice Longbottom, who were tortured into insanity shortly after your parents died. And a third option, the will authorizes you to choose your own guardian at age 11 if none of the named parties are available." Harry stared at him. "I could have chosen. If you had known about the will. If it hadn't been sealed. If anyone had told you." Dumbledore's voice was hollow. "You could have walked into the Wizengamot on your 11th birthday and requested any magical guardian you wished. The will gave you that power. And I helped take it away." The enormity of it crashed over Harry. Not just years of abuse. Not just a godfather in prison. But the active suppression of his own agency, his own choices, his own right to determine his future. "I want that will unsealed," Harry said. "I want everyone to know what was taken from me. It will be done." Dumbledore rose, extending his hand. "We have an agreement, Harry Potter. May it serve us both better than my previous decisions have served you." Harry shook the hand. It felt like grasping something fragile, a piece that could shatter at any moment, a trust that hadn't been earned. But it was a start. The news of Sirius Black's escape dominated the following days. The Daily Prophet ran screaming headlines, "Mass Murderer Escapes Azkaban." Ministry spokeswitches gave urgent warnings about the danger. Aurors flooded Hogsmeade, searching for any sign of the escaped prisoner. And everywhere Harry went, people stared at him with a new kind of fear. "They think he's coming for you," Ron said grimly at breakfast, watching yet another group of students quickly look away when Harry met their eyes. "The prophet's saying he was you-know-who's most loyal follower, that he was laughing about how close he'd gotten to you before being caught. The prophet is lying." Harry spread jam on his toast with deliberate calm. "Or being lied to, which amounts to the same thing. How can you be so sure?" "Because the story doesn't make sense. If Sirius wanted to kill me, why wait 10 years? Why escape now, when there's finally an investigation into his imprisonment? Why not just stay in Azkaban and let the Ministry's story collapse on its own?" Hermione looked up from the letter she'd been reading. "Harry's right. The timing is too convenient. Someone wanted Sirius out now, while the case is still active, so they could use his escape to discredit everything. But who? Who could break someone out of Azkaban? That's the question." Harry finished his toast and stood. "I'm going to find out." He found Draco Malfoy in an empty corridor near the Slytherin common room. The blonde boy looked terrible, pale, drawn, with dark circles under his eyes that suggested he hadn't been sleeping well. He started when Harry appeared, his hand going to his wand. "Relax. I'm not here to fight." "Then what do you want?" "Information. Your father's friends, have they said anything about Sirius Black's escape?" Draco's face went through several expressions in rapid succession: surprise, fear, calculation, and finally something that might have been resignation. "They're pleased. That's all I know. My father came home from a meeting 2 nights ago and he was happy. Not celebrating happy, but satisfied. Like something had gone according to plan. The night before Sirius escaped." "Yes." Harry felt pieces clicking into place. The Death Eater network. The Ministry connections. The people who'd spent 10 years avoiding consequences. "Draco, I need you to find out more. Who was at that meeting? What were they planning? How did they get Sirius out? You're asking me to spy on my own father. I'm asking you to help me find the truth. Whatever that truth is." Harry held Draco's gaze. "You came to me because you were troubled by what your family's friends were doing. You wanted to be better than them. This is what better looks like." Draco was silent for a long moment. Then he laughed, a bitter, broken sound. "You make it sound so simple. Just betray everything I've been raised to believe, everything my family stands for, everything that's supposed to matter. Does it matter? The cupboard, the prisoner rotting without trial, the system that let it all happen, does that match what your family taught you to believe in? My family taught me that power protects its own. That loyalty to blood is the highest virtue. That the strong make the rules and the weak suffer them. Draco's voice cracked. They never mentioned that sometimes the strong are wrong. That loyalty to blood can mean loyalty to monsters. So what are you going to do? Draco looked at Harry for a long moment. Then he straightened, some of his old arrogance returning, but different now, edged with something harder. I'm going to find out what my father is planning. And then I'm going to decide whose side I'm really on. He walked away without another word, leaving Harry alone in the corridor. That night, Harry dreamed. He was in a dark room, bound to a chair, unable to move. Shadows pressed in from all sides, and in the darkness, something was laughing, a high, cold laugh that seemed to come from everywhere at once. "Foolish boy," the voice said. "You think your lawsuits and your testimonies can stop what's coming? You think justice matters to those who control the world?" Harry struggled against his bonds, but they held fast. "The ministry will fall. The old order will burn. And when the ashes settle, I will rise again, and you will kneel before me, Harry Potter, or you will die." The laughter grew louder, echoing through the darkness, and Harry woke with his scar burning like fire. He sat up in bed, gasping, one hand pressed against his forehead. Around him, his doormates slept on, undisturbed by his nightmare. But it hadn't felt like a nightmare. It had felt like a message. Voldemort. Voldemort was still out there, somewhere, waiting. And the chaos Harry had created, the lawsuit, the investigation, the exposure of ministry failures, might be exactly what he needed to return. Harry had started a revolution. But revolutions had consequences. And some consequences were darker than anyone could imagine. The next morning brought a letter from Sharpclaw. "Mr. Potter, the Wizengamot has voted to suspend the investigation into your placement pending resolution of the Sirius Black situation." The vote was 27 to 25, with one abstention. This is a setback but not a defeat. Public opinion remains strongly in your favor. The foreign press has begun asking uncomfortable questions about why Britain would suspend a child welfare investigation over an escaped prisoner. However, you should know that forces are moving against us. My sources indicate that several Wizengamot members who previously supported our case have received visits from unknown parties. Their change in votes may not have been voluntary. Maintain your vigilance. Trust no one completely. And be prepared. When Sirius Black surfaces, everything will change. Sharpclaw Harry read the letter twice, then burned it as he'd been taught. Forces were moving. The Death Eaters, or their allies, were pressuring Wizengamot members. The investigation was suspended. And somewhere out there, Sirius Black was either running for his life or planning something that would upend everything. Harry had started this fight wanting simple things, answers, accountability, justice for a childhood stolen. Now he was in the middle of something much larger. A power struggle involving the ministry, the old Death Eater families, an escaped prisoner who might be innocent, and, somewhere in the shadows, the dark wizard who had murdered his parents and would apparently stop at nothing to return. He was 11 years old. He had a goblin lawyer, 2 loyal friends, a complicated alliance with Dumbledore, and a potential spy in the enemy camp. Against him were ranged the Ministry of Magic, some of the wealthiest families in Britain, the institutional inertia of a society that preferred comfortable lies to uncomfortable truths, and the shadow of the most dangerous dark wizard in history. The odds were not good. Harry smiled grimly and began planning his next move. Chapter 4 End. Chapter 5, The Malfoy Gambit. December came to Hogwarts wrapped in frost and tension. The castle had transformed into a winter wonderland, icicles hanging from towers, snow blanketing the grounds, Christmas decorations appearing in every corridor, but the festive atmosphere felt forced, brittle. Aurors still patrolled Hogsmeade. Dementors still circled the perimeter. And everywhere Harry went, he felt the weight of watching eyes. The investigation was suspended. Sirius Black remained at large. And the Ministry had begun a campaign to rehabilitate its image, painting Harry's lawsuit as the manipulation of a traumatized child by opportunistic goblins. "They're winning," Ron said glumly at breakfast, tossing aside a copy of the Prophet. The headline read, "Ministry reforms child welfare procedures in response to Potter concerns." They're making it look like they fixed everything without admitting they did anything wrong. They're not winning. Harry spread butter on his toast with methodical precision. They're managing the narrative. There's a difference. What's the difference? The difference is that managing the narrative only works until the next crisis. They haven't actually fixed anything, they've just announced reforms that sound good in headlines. When something else goes wrong, when another child falls through the cracks, people will remember that they were warned. Hermione looked up from her own reading, a dense tome on magical legal precedents. Harry's right. The Prophet's coverage is sympathetic to the Ministry now, but the underlying facts haven't changed. Dumbledore still testified under Veritaserum. The Wisengamot still heard about the sealed will, the lack of oversight, the years of ignored warnings. Fat lot of good that does if the investigation is suspended indefinitely. Indefinitely doesn't mean permanently. Harry finished his toast and pushed back from the table. The suspension is tied to Sirius Black. Once he's found, or once enough time passes that the Ministry can't justify the delay, things will resume. And in the meantime? In the meantime, we prepare. We gather information. We build alliances. Harry stood, gathering his bag. Speaking of which, I have a meeting. With who? Harry smiled without warmth. With someone who might help us understand what the enemy is planning. The meeting took place in an abandoned classroom on the 4th floor, far from the usual traffic patterns of students and teachers. Harry arrived first, checking the room for listening charms or surveillance spells. He'd learned basic detection methods from a book Hermione had found in the restricted section, technically forbidden to first years, but the librarian had developed a convenient blind spot where Harry Potter was concerned. The room was clean. Harry settled into a dusty chair to wait. Draco Malfoy arrived 5 minutes later, looking like he hadn't slept in days. "This is dangerous," Draco said without preamble. "If my father finds out I'm meeting with you, your father won't find out unless you tell him. And if you were going to tell him, you wouldn't have warned me about their plans in the first place." Draco's jaw tightened, but he didn't argue. He crossed the room and sat in a chair opposite Harry, maintaining distance like a duelist preparing for combat. "I found out what happened. With Black's escape." Harry leaned forward. "Tell me." "It wasn't a breakout. It was a release. Someone inside the Ministry, someone with access to Azkaban's ward controls, disabled the protections around Black's cell long enough for him to slip out." "Who?" "I don't know names. But my father was involved in arranging it. He had meetings, secret ones, late at night, with people who didn't want to be seen." Draco's voice dropped. "They called it, the diversion. Black's escape was supposed to distract from your lawsuit, discredit the investigation, make everyone focus on the escaped murderer instead of the Ministry's failures. That doesn't make sense. If Sirius is innocent, if they know he's innocent, releasing him gives him a chance to prove it. They don't think he'll get that chance." Draco's face was pale. "The Dementors have orders to kiss him on sight. No trial, no testimony, no chance to speak. By the time anyone finds him, he'll be worse than dead, just an empty shell that proves nothing." Harry felt cold settle into his bones. The plan was elegant in its cruelty. Release Sirius, let the Dementors hunt him, and when he was caught, when his soul was destroyed, declare the matter closed. The Ministry could express regret about that necessity, while burying any chance of the truth emerging. "There's more," Draco continued. "They're not just trying to stop your lawsuit. They're using the chaos to reorganize. Reorganize how? My father's friends have been meeting more frequently. Planning something. They talk about the old ways returning and preparing for what comes next. Draco swallowed. I think they believe the Dark Lord is coming back. And they're positioning themselves to be ready when he does. Harry thought about his dream, the cold voice, the laughter, the promise of fire and ashes. Voldemort wasn't dead. Dumbledore had said as much. And now the Death Eaters, the ones who'd escaped justice through money and lies, were preparing for his return. Your father was a Death Eater, Harry said quietly. He was. He claims he was Imperiused, forced to serve. But I've seen the way he talks about those days. He wasn't forced into anything. Draco's voice cracked. I used to think he was the greatest wizard I knew. Now I'm not sure I know him at all. Why are you telling me this? Because, Draco stopped, struggling with words that clearly didn't come easily. Because when I heard about your cupboard, about the way you grew up, I realized something. The world my father wants, the one where blood matters more than anything, where the powerful do whatever they want and call it natural order, that's a world where children can be tortured and no one cares. That's a world where people like you suffer so people like me can be comfortable. He looked at Harry with something raw in his expression. I don't want to be comfortable anymore. Not at that price. They talked for another hour. Draco shared everything he knew, names of Death Eaters who'd escaped prosecution, ministry officials who took bribes, the web of influence and intimidation that kept the old pure-blood families in power. It wasn't comprehensive. Draco was still only a child, catching fragments of adult conversations, but it was enough to paint a picture. The corruption ran deep. Not a few bad actors, but an entire system designed to protect the powerful at the expense of everyone else. What are you going to do with this information? Draco asked as they prepared to leave. I'm going to use it. Not immediately, we need to be strategic, but when the time is right, we'll expose enough of their network to make continued cover-ups impossible. They'll know it came from me. Not if we're careful. We'll spread the information out, make it look like it came from multiple sources. By the time anyone traces it back, you'll be protected. Protected how? Harry considered. Draco was taking an enormous risk, betraying his family, his social class, everything he'd been raised to value. If he was exposed, the consequences would be severe. When this is over, Harry said, when the truth comes out and the ministry is forced to actually address what happened, there's going to be a reckoning. People who helped expose the corruption will be on the right side of history. People who stayed silent will be remembered as collaborators. That's not protection. That's a promise that things might work out eventually. It's the best I can offer right now. But I can also promise this, if you're ever in danger because of what you've told me, I'll do everything in my power to help you. You're taking a risk for me. I won't forget that. Draco studied Harry for a long moment. Then he nodded once. I'll keep listening. Keep gathering information. But Potter, be careful. My father's friends are dangerous. They've killed before, and they'll kill again if they think it serves their interests. I know. Do you? Because you're 11 years old, and you're going up against people who've been playing these games for decades. They won't fight fair. They won't follow rules. And they definitely won't hesitate to hurt a child if that child gets in their way. I spent 10 years with people who hurt children without hesitation, Harry said quietly. I know exactly what I'm dealing with. Draco left first, checking the corridor before slipping away. Harry waited several minutes before following, taking a different route back to Gryffindor Tower. He had information now. Names, connections, patterns. The pieces of a conspiracy that went far beyond his own case. The question was what to do with it. The library had become Harry's second home. He spent hours there every day, ostensibly doing homework, actually researching the names and connections Draco had provided. Hermione joined him more often than not, her natural curiosity combining with fierce determination to make her an invaluable research partner. "Augustus Rookwood," she announced one evening, sliding a book across the table. "Former unspeakable in the Department of Mysteries. Convicted Death Eater, supposedly serving life in Azkaban. But look at this." Harry examined the passage she'd marked. It described Rookwood's specialization, magical security systems and ward construction. He would know how Azkaban's protections work better than almost anyone. If someone wanted to disable those protections temporarily, long enough for a prisoner to escape, Rookwood would be the expert to consult. But he's in Azkaban himself. Is he? Hermione's eyes were troubled. "Harry, we've been assuming that the Death Eaters in prison are actually in prison. But if they have people inside the Ministry, if they can manipulate the system." Harry saw where she was going. They could be getting messages out. Coordinating with people outside. Maybe even leaving for brief periods if they have the right contacts. It sounds paranoid. Does it? Harry thought about everything he'd learned, the casual corruption, the convenient failures, the system designed to protect itself above all else. After everything we've seen, does anything sound paranoid anymore? Hermione had no answer for that. Christmas approached with the inevitable weight of tradition. Harry had never experienced a proper Christmas. At the Dursleys, the holiday had meant extra chores, watching Dudley open mountains of presents, and being reminded repeatedly that he should be grateful for the scraps of attention he received. This year was different. The Great Hall had been decorated magnificently, 12 towering Christmas trees, enchanted snow falling from the ceiling without ever accumulating, garlands of holly and mistletoe everywhere. Most students had gone home for the holidays, leaving the castle quiet and peaceful. Harry stayed. Partly because he had nowhere else to go, partly because the thought of leaving Hogwarts, leaving the safety of its walls, however illusory, felt unwise with Sirius Black still at large. Ron stayed too, his family having gone to visit his brother Charlie in Romania. Hermione had gone home but promised to write daily, and her letters arrived with clockwork regularity, full of research updates and worried questions about Harry's safety. Christmas morning dawned cold and bright. Harry woke to find a small pile of presents at the foot of his bed, the first Christmas presents he'd ever received. A hand-carved flute from Hagrid. A box of chocolate frogs from Ron. A complex book on advanced legal strategy from Sharpclaw, with a note suggesting he consider the long game. And one package with no card, wrapped in silver paper that seemed to shimmer in the light. Harry opened it carefully, half expecting a trap. Instead, he found fabric, impossibly light, flowing like water through his fingers. A note fluttered to the floor. "Your father left this in my possession before he died. It is time it was returned to you. Use it well." No signature. But Harry had a strong suspicion who had sent it. He held the fabric up and watched in amazement as his hands disappeared. An invisibility cloak. His father's invisibility cloak. A gift from Dumbledore? A peace offering? Or something else, a tool being placed in Harry's hands for purposes Harry didn't yet understand? Whatever the motivation, Harry recognized the value immediately. An invisibility cloak could go places Harry couldn't. Could hear things that were meant to stay secret. Could provide protection when protection was desperately needed. He folded the cloak carefully and hid it at the bottom of his trunk. Then he went down to Christmas breakfast with a new weapon in his arsenal. The winter holidays passed in a strange mixture of peace and tension. Harry spent his days exploring the castle under the invisibility cloak, mapping secret passages and hidden rooms, learning the rhythms of Hogwarts in a way that normal students never could. He discovered that the castle had moods, corridors that shifted when you weren't looking, doors that appeared and disappeared, entire rooms that seemed to exist only when they wanted to be found. He also spent time with Ron, playing chess, and losing, badly, and talking about everything except the case. It was good to have normal moments, good to remember that he was still just an 11-year-old boy who liked treacle tart and hated potions and sometimes wished his biggest problem was homework. But the respite couldn't last. 3 days after Christmas, Hedwig arrived with a letter bearing the Gringotts seal. "Mr. Potter, I have received credible intelligence that Sirius Black has been sighted in the village of Hogsmeade. My sources indicate he is attempting to reach Hogwarts, and you. Do not panic. Black's intentions remain unclear, but I have taken the liberty of arranging additional security measures. A team of goblin warriors has been positioned near the castle, ready to intervene if necessary. More importantly, I have received communication from Black himself. He wishes to meet with you. He claims to have evidence that will prove his innocence and expose the true traitor. This could be a trap. It could also be the breakthrough we need. The choice of whether to meet him is yours. I will support whatever you decide." Sharpclaw Harry read the letter 3 times, his heart pounding. Sirius wanted to meet him. Sirius had evidence. Sirius was here, in Hogsmeade, within reach. And the Ministry had authorized the Dementors to kiss him on sight. Harry found Ron in the common room, drowning his chess victory in the smug satisfaction that only someone who'd won 18 games in a row could achieve. "I need your help." Ron looked up, immediately serious. He'd learned to recognize that tone in Harry's voice. "What's happening?" "Sirius Black wants to meet me. He's in Hogsmeade. He says he has evidence that could prove his innocence." Ron's chess pieces scattered as he stood abruptly. "Harry, you can't, the Dementors, I know. That's why I need help." Harry pulled out the invisibility cloak. "I'm going to meet him. Tonight. But I need someone to cover for me, to make sure no one notices I'm gone. This is mental. You're going to walk into a meeting with an escaped murderer, who might be innocent. Who might have been framed, spent 10 years in hell, and is now being hunted so the real criminals can keep their secrets." Harry met Ron's eyes steadily. "I have to know the truth, Ron. Whatever the risk." Ron stared at him for a long moment. Then he let out a breath and sat back down. "Fine. But I'm coming with you." "You can't. There's only one cloak, and Sirius specifically asked to meet me alone. Then I'll wait nearby. Hidden. If anything goes wrong, if there's any sign of trouble, I'll get help." Harry considered. It was a reasonable compromise. And having backup, even backup that couldn't directly intervene, was better than nothing. "All right. But you stay hidden. No matter what happens, no matter what you see, you don't reveal yourself unless I'm in immediate danger." "Define immediate danger." "Dementors. Death Eaters. Sirius actually trying to kill me." Harry managed a grim smile. "You'll know it when you see it." The tunnel under the Whomping Willow was dark, damp, and seemed to go on forever. Harry had discovered it during his explorations, one of many secret passages connecting Hogwarts to the outside world. This one, according to the Marauder's map, another gift from Dumbledore, though Harry hadn't yet fully understood its significance, led directly to the Shrieking Shack on the outskirts of Hogsmeade. The Shrieking Shack. Supposedly the most haunted building in Britain. Also, apparently, a meeting place for escaped prisoners and children with too much curiosity. Harry moved through the tunnel under the invisibility cloak, his wand lit with a dim lumos, listening for any sound of pursuit. Ron was waiting at the tunnel entrance, concealed behind a large root, ready to run for help if Harry didn't return by midnight. The tunnel ended at a trapdoor. Harry paused, checking for wards or traps. Finding none, he pushed it open and climbed into the Shrieking Shack. The building was exactly as rumored, decrepit, dust-covered, filled with broken furniture and the musty smell of abandonment. Moonlight streamed through boarded windows, casting strange shadows on the walls. And in the center of the room, sitting in a ruined armchair like a king on a throne of wreckage, was Sirius Black. He looked like a corpse animated by sheer willpower. Gaunt didn't begin to describe it. His face was skull-thin, his eyes sunken and burning with an intensity that bordered on madness. His hair hung in matted tangles, his robes were rags, and his hands, resting on the arms of the chair, were skeletal, the tendons standing out like cables. But he was alive. And when he saw Harry emerge from the trapdoor, his expression transformed into something almost human. "Harry." His voice was rough, unused, like stones grinding together. "You came." Harry removed the invisibility cloak, keeping his wand ready. "You said you had evidence. Right to business. Just like James." A ghost of a smile crossed Sirius's face. "He never did like small talk either. You knew my father." "Knew him. I loved him. He was my brother in every way that mattered." Sirius leaned forward, and Harry could see the desperation in his eyes. "Harry, I need you to understand something. I didn't betray your parents. I would have died for them. I almost did die for them, just not in the way anyone expected." "Then who did?" "Peter Pettigrew." The name hung in the air between them. "Pettigrew is dead," Harry said. "You killed him. Along with 12 muggles." "I killed no one." "Peter did. He cast the curse that killed those muggles, cut off his own finger to leave evidence of his death, and disappeared while I was standing there in shock, laughing at the sheer absurdity of it all." "Why would Pettigrew betray my parents?" "Because he was weak. Because Voldemort offered him protection, offered him power, offered him a place on the winning side. Peter was always a follower, he attached himself to stronger people because he had no strength of his own." Sirius's voice turned bitter. "We thought we were protecting him. We never imagined he was the one who needed protecting against." "Why should I believe you?" "Because I can prove it." Sirius reached into his ragged robes and produced a rolled-up parchment. "This is a magical contract, a Fidelius charm registration. It proves that Peter Pettigrew was your parents' secret keeper, not me." Harry took the parchment, examining it carefully. The document was old, yellowed, covered in complex magical notations he didn't fully understand. But at the bottom, clear as day, were 3 signatures: James Potter, Lily Potter, and Peter Pettigrew. "Where did you get this?" "I've had it for 10 years. The only piece of evidence that proves my innocence, hidden where no one could find it. I was going to present it at my trial, but," Sirius's laugh was hollow, broken. "There was no trial. They threw me in Azkaban and forgot about me. This proves Pettigrew was the secret keeper. It doesn't prove he was the traitor." "No. But this does." Sirius reached into his robes again and pulled out a small, clear crystal. "A memory. My memory of the night I confronted Peter. Every detail, preserved exactly as it happened." Harry stared at the crystal. Memories could be viewed in pensieves, magical devices that allowed others to experience recorded moments. If this was genuine, if it showed what Sirius claimed. "Why didn't you show this to anyone before?" "To whom?" "The guards at Azkaban. The minister who signed my imprisonment without trial. The Wisengamot that sealed your parents' will to keep anyone from learning the truth." Sirius's eyes burned. "The system isn't broken, Harry. It's working exactly as designed. It protects the powerful and destroys everyone else. Then why come to me?" "Because you're the one breaking it." Sirius leaned forward, intensity radiating from his wasted frame. "I've followed your lawsuit from inside Azkaban. I've heard what you're doing, how you're exposing the rot at the heart of everything. For the first time in 10 years, someone is actually fighting back. I'm 11 years old. You're James and Lily's son. That's not nothing." Sirius's voice softened. "I held you when you were a baby, Harry. I was there when you took your first steps. I was supposed to watch you grow up, teach you to fly, be the godfather your parents wanted me to be." Something in Harry's chest tightened. "Why didn't you? Before they died. Why weren't you there?" "I was hunting. Voldemort had spies everywhere, and I thought, if I could find them, expose them, we could end the war. I was so focused on the grand mission that I didn't see the snake in my own garden. Sirius's voice cracked. I left Peter to guard your parents because I trusted him. Because I thought I was the obvious target, the one Voldemort would expect to be the secret keeper. I was wrong. Harry looked at the man in front of him, broken, desperate, clinging to hope like a drowning man clutching at driftwood. Why should I trust you? You shouldn't. Not completely. Not based on my word alone. Sirius straightened slightly. That's why I'm giving you the evidence. Take it. Have it verified. Let Dumbledore examine the memory, let Sharpclaw authenticate the contract. If I'm lying, you'll know. And if you're telling the truth, then help me find Peter. He's still alive, Harry. Hiding somewhere, probably as a rat, he's an animagus, unregistered, can transform into a rat at will. Find him, expose him, and the whole conspiracy comes crashing down. An animagus. Harry thought about Hermione's research, about the discrepancies in the evidence, about the finger that shouldn't have survived the blast. If Pettigrew is a rat animagus, and he faked his death, he could be anywhere. Anyone's pet rat, hidden in plain sight for 10 years. Sirius's eyes gleamed. But I know how to find him. I spent 12 years as a dog, hunting his scent in my mind. I would recognize him anywhere. You're an animagus too. Unregistered. James and I learned together, along with Remus and Peter. We called ourselves the Marauders. A shadow of the old joy crossed Sirius's face. We were invincible, back then. We thought nothing could touch us. Harry stood silent for a long moment, processing everything he'd heard. The evidence, if genuine, changed everything. Sirius innocent. Peter the real traitor. A conspiracy that went beyond the Ministry's failures to active participation in framing an innocent man. I'll take your evidence, Harry said finally. I'll have it verified. But I want something in return. Anything. Tell me about my parents. Not the legends, not the history books. Tell me who they actually were. What they liked, what they hated, what they dreamed about. Harry's voice dropped. I grew up knowing nothing. The Dursleys told me they were drunks who died in a car crash. Everyone else tells me they were heroes who sacrificed themselves for me. I want to know them as people. Sirius's eyes filled with tears. James was terrible at cooking but insisted on making breakfast every Sunday anyway. Lily could recite entire books from memory but couldn't keep a plant alive to save her life. They argued about everything and agreed on nothing and loved each other so much it hurt to watch. His voice broke. They wanted you more than anything, Harry. You were their miracle, their joy, their reason for fighting. Everything they did, in the end, they did for you. Harry felt something crack inside him. Something that had been frozen for so long he'd forgotten it could feel. Thank you, he whispered. Sirius reached out and, hesitantly, touched Harry's shoulder. It was the first kind touch from a family member Harry had ever experienced. I'm sorry I couldn't protect you, Sirius said. I'm sorry for the cupboard, for the years alone, for everything you suffered. If I could take it back, you can't. No one can. Harry stepped back, forcing himself to focus. But we can make sure it never happens again. We can expose the people responsible and build something better. Together. Together. But carefully. The Ministry is hunting you, and if they find you before we can prove your innocence, I know. The kiss. Sirius's jaw tightened. I've evaded them this long. I can keep evading them until you're ready. Stay hidden. Stay safe. I'll contact you through Sharpclaw when we have news. Harry picked up the evidence Sirius had given him. And Sirius? Thank you. For coming to me. For trusting me. You're the only one worth trusting. Sirius managed a smile that almost reached his eyes. Give them hell, Harry. Harry slipped the invisibility cloak over his head and disappeared into the night. The return journey through the tunnel felt shorter, somehow. Ron was waiting exactly where Harry had left him, practically vibrating with anxiety. When Harry emerged from the Whomping Willow passage, Ron grabbed his arm hard enough to bruise. "Well? What happened? Are you alright?" "Did he try to?" "I'm fine." "He didn't try anything." Harry pulled his arm free gently. "And he might be innocent, Ron. He might have been framed, just like he's been saying all along." "Innocent? But everyone says, everyone is wrong. Or lying." Harry showed Ron the evidence he'd gathered. "We need to get this to Sharpclaw. And to Dumbledore, probably. They need to verify it before we can do anything else." "Dumbledore? You trust him now?" "I trust him to want the truth." Harry started walking toward the castle. "Whatever else he's done, whatever mistakes he's made, Dumbledore isn't a liar. If this evidence proves Sirius is innocent, Dumbledore will support him. And if it doesn't? Then we'll know that too. Either way, the truth is better than uncertainty." They made it back to Gryffindor Tower without being detected. Harry hid the evidence carefully in his trunk, setting protective wards Sharpclaw had taught him. Tomorrow, everything would change. Tonight, he let himself hope that maybe, just maybe, he'd found something he'd never had before. Family. Chapter 5 End. Chapter 6, The Prophets' War. The new year arrived with a blizzard that buried Hogwarts under 3 feet of snow and a media firestorm that threatened to bury Harry under something far worse. It started with a headline. Potter's Goblin Allies, Financial Manipulation or Justice? Ministry sources question Gringotts' motives in high-profile lawsuit. The article, written by a reporter named Alderton Fudge, no relation to the minister, the prophet helpfully noted, though Harry doubted that was true, painted a damning picture. Goblins with ancient grudges. A naive child being used as a weapon. Financial records that might have been falsified. Anonymous experts who questioned whether Harry understood what he was doing. It was the opening salvo in a coordinated campaign. Over the following week, the prophet ran story after story attacking Harry's case from every angle. His mental stability was questioned. His motives were scrutinized. His relationship with Sharpclaw was characterized as troublingly dependent. One particularly vicious opinion piece suggested that Harry had fabricated his abuse claims for attention, citing the well-known psychological phenomenon of false memory syndrome in attention-seeking children. "They're trying to destroy you," Hermione said grimly, spreading the week's papers across their study table. She'd returned from the holidays with renewed determination and an alarming number of research notes. "Not just your case, you personally. They want to make you so toxic that no one will listen to anything you say." "I noticed." Harry scanned the articles with detached calm. He'd expected retaliation. He hadn't expected it to be quite so comprehensive. The question is how to respond. We could demand retractions. Some of these claims are demonstrably false. Retractions take weeks and run on page 12. The damage is done by then. Harry set down the papers. "We need to change the narrative, not react to theirs." "How?" Harry had been thinking about this for days. The ministry controlled the prophet, not officially, but through advertising money, access to sources, and the subtle pressure that came from being the largest institution in magical Britain. Fighting them through traditional channels was like trying to drain the ocean with a teaspoon. But the ministry wasn't the only game in town. "Rita Skeeter," Harry said. Ron, who'd been half asleep over his charms homework, jerked upright. "The reporter? The one who wrote that article about your cupboard? She's been quiet since then." Suspiciously quiet. Harry had noticed her absence from the recent coverage. The prophet's anti-Harry campaign doesn't include her byline anywhere. Either she's been silenced, or she's waiting for something. Waiting for what? For someone to give her a better story. Harry smiled without warmth. I think it's time we had another conversation. Arranging a meeting with Rita Skeeter proved more complicated than expected. Harry's first letter went unanswered. His second was returned with a terse note: Ms. Skeeter is currently unavailable for interviews. His third attempt, sent through Sharpclaw's office with appropriate legal weight behind it, finally produced a response. Mr. Potter, I am currently under certain constraints that prevent me from writing about you or your case. The Prophet's editorial board has made their position clear, and my continued employment depends on respecting their wishes. However, I remain interested in the truth, wherever that truth might lead. If you have information that might change the landscape significantly, I suggest we meet somewhere the Prophet's eyes cannot reach. I understand the Three Broomsticks has private rooms available for sensitive conversations. R.S. Harry read between the lines. Skeeter had been muzzled, probably threatened with termination if she continued supporting his case. But she was still willing to listen, still hungry for a story that might be bigger than the Prophet's corporate interests. He needed to give her something that would make defying her employers worth the risk. The meeting happened on the first Hogsmeade weekend of the new term. Harry arrived at the Three Broomsticks early, securing a private room through a combination of gold and the reluctant celebrity that came with being Harry Potter. The room was small, windowless, and warded against eavesdropping, perfect for conversations that couldn't afford to be overheard. Skeeter arrived precisely on time, looking significantly less flamboyant than at their first meeting. Her robes were subdued, her jewelry minimal, her quick quotes quill conspicuously absent. Mr. Potter. She sat down across from him with the careful movements of someone who'd learned to watch her back. You're taking a risk, meeting with me. The Prophet has made you their target, and I'm persona non grata for the crime of telling the truth. Then we have something in common. Indeed. Skeeter studied him with those sharp, hungry eyes. Your letter mentioned information that might change the landscape. I assume you're not talking about more details about your childhood. No. This is bigger. Harry leaned forward. What do you know about Sirius Black? Skeeter's expression flickered, surprise, quickly masked. The escaped prisoner. Everyone knows about him. Mass murderer, you know whose right hand, currently being hunted by every Auror in Britain. What if I told you he might be innocent? I'd say you're either naive or in possession of evidence no one else has seen. Skeeter's voice sharpened. Which is it? Harry reached into his bag and produced the Fidelius charm registration, a copy, carefully made, with the original still secured by Sharpclaw. This is a magical contract proving that Peter Pettigrew, not Sirius Black, was my parents' secret keeper. Skeeter took the document with trembling hands. Harry watched her eyes move across the page, watched her expression shift from skepticism to shock to something approaching awe. Where did you get this? From Sirius himself. He's been in contact with me through intermediaries. Not entirely true, but close enough. He claims he was framed, that Pettigrew was the real traitor, faked his own death, and let Sirius take the blame. This is... Skeeter set down the document like it might explode. This is the biggest story in a decade. Maybe longer. If this is authentic, it needs to be verified. I have experts working on that. But assuming it is authentic, assuming Sirius Black is innocent, what does that mean for the Ministry? Skeeter's mind was clearly racing. It means they imprisoned a man for 10 years without trial, while the real criminal walked free. It means the entire post-war narrative is built on lies. It means, she stopped, eyes widening. It means someone in the Ministry knew. Someone helped cover it up. Exactly. But who? And why? That's what I need you to help me find out. Harry met her eyes steadily. The Prophet won't publish this, not while they're under Ministry pressure. But you have contacts, resources, ways of investigating that I don't. Help me trace the cover-up. Help me find out who benefited from Sirius's imprisonment. Help me expose the truth. And in return, when we break this story, you break it first. Exclusive access to everything. The biggest scoop of your career. Skeeter was silent for a long moment. Harry could see the calculation happening behind her eyes, the risks weighed against the rewards, the danger of defying the ministry balanced against the glory of exposing their greatest scandal. The Prophet will fire me, she said finally. Other publications will hire you. Foreign papers. The Quibbler. Hell, start your own paper, you'll have enough material to keep it running for years. The ministry will come after me. They're already coming after me, and I'm 11 years old. At least you can apparate away if things get dangerous. That surprised a laugh out of her. You're a cold little thing, aren't you, Mr. Potter? I'm a survivor. There's a difference. Skeeter picked up the document again, studying it with renewed intensity. I'll need to verify this independently. I have contacts at the Department of Magical Records who might be able to authenticate the magical signatures. Carefully. If the wrong people find out we have this, I've been doing this for 20 years, Mr. Potter. I know how to protect a source. She folded the document and slipped it into her bag. I'll be in touch. And Potter? Watch your back. The people who buried this secret won't hesitate to bury you too. They've been trying since I was 1 year old. They haven't succeeded yet. The weeks that followed were a careful dance of information and misdirection. Skeeter worked her contacts quietly, gathering pieces of the puzzle without alerting those who might want the puzzle destroyed. Harry continued his public role as a student, attending classes, doing homework, pretending that the weight of his case wasn't pressing down on him every moment. The Prophet's attacks continued, but something had shifted. The tone became shriller, more desperate. Articles that had been content to question Harry's motives now accused him of outright fraud. Opinion pieces that had merely suggested he was confused now called him mentally unstable. They're overreaching, Hermione observed during one of their evening strategy sessions. The more extreme their claims, the less credible they sound. People are starting to notice the pattern. She was right. Letters to the editor began appearing, cautiously at first, then more boldly, defending Harry, questioning the Prophet's objectivity, pointing out the inconsistencies in the ministry's narrative. Foreign papers picked up the story, covering the controversy with the bemused distance of outsiders watching a slow-motion disaster. And somewhere in the background, Sirius Black remained free, evading the dementors that hunted him, waiting for the moment when the truth might finally set him free. The break came in late January. Harry was in the middle of transfiguration, struggling to turn a beetle into a button, a task that seemed impossibly pointless given everything else going on, when a school owl arrived with a message bearing Skeeter's distinctive seal. Private room. Tonight. Bring your friends. Harry read the note twice, then burned it with a whispered spell. He caught Hermione's eye across the classroom and nodded slightly. Tonight. They gathered in the room of requirement, a magical space Harry had discovered during his explorations, which transformed itself to match the needs of whoever entered. Tonight it had become a comfortable sitting room with soft chairs, warm light, and walls that seemed to absorb sound. Skeeter arrived through a secret passage Harry had shown her, looking both exhausted and exhilarated. I found it, she said without preamble. The connection. The proof that Sirius Black's imprisonment wasn't just negligence, it was deliberate. She spread documents across a low table, reports, memos, financial records covered in complex notations. The Fidelius registration is authentic. My contact at Magical Records confirmed it. Peter Pettigrew was definitely the secret keeper, not Sirius Black. But here's where it gets interesting. She pointed to one of the memos. 2 weeks before Black's arrest, someone in the Department of Magical Law Enforcement requested all records related to the Potter's protective arrangements. The request was approved by Bartemius Crouch. Crouch? Harry frowned. He testified at the hearing. He admitted Black was never tried, but he claimed it was wartime expediency. Wartime expediency doesn't explain this. Skeeter produced another document. 3 days after the Potters died, the same person who requested their protective record submitted a report claiming that Sirius Black had been confirmed as the secret keeper through independent magical verification. That report was used to justify Black's immediate imprisonment. But the verification was false. Completely false. The Fidelius registration proves it. But no one ever checked because the report came from someone with impeccable credentials. Skeeter's eyes glittered. Someone who had every reason to want Black out of the way. Who? Peter Pettigrew. The room went silent. What? Ron's voice was barely a whisper. Pettigrew was dead. He died the same day Black was arrested. Did he? Skeeter laid out more papers. The report that condemned Black was filed the morning after the massacre, supposedly by Pettigrew himself, submitted through an automated ministry system that didn't require physical presence. But by that time, Pettigrew was allegedly nothing but a finger and a memory. He filed the report after his own death, Hermione said slowly. Which means he was alive. Alive, hiding, and making absolutely sure that his patsy took the fall while he disappeared. Skeeter's voice was triumphant. The timeline proves it. Pettigrew faked his death, framed Black, and then, from hiding, filed the final piece of paperwork that would ensure no one ever questioned the official story. Harry stared at the documents, pieces clicking into place. Pettigrew had help. He couldn't have done all this alone. Someone in the ministry had to approve the report, had to make sure no one looked too closely. Exactly. And that's where it gets really interesting. Skeeter pulled out one final document, a financial record covered in numbers and account codes. Someone made a substantial deposit to an anonymous Gringotts account 2 days after Black's imprisonment. The amount, 50,000 galleons. A payoff. A very generous payoff. The account is warded against identification, but I have goblins working on tracing it. Skeeter smiled. Your Mr. Sharpclaw has been very helpful. Harry felt the familiar cold focus settling over him. This was it, the proof that Sirius's imprisonment wasn't just a mistake. Someone had been paid to make it happen. Someone had profited from burying an innocent man in Azkaban. We need to go public with this, Harry said. Before whoever paid that bribe realizes we're onto them. Agreed. But we need to be strategic about how we release it. Skeeter began gathering the documents. I've been in contact with several foreign papers. The French Magical Tribune and the American Wizarding Times have both expressed interest in running the story. If we release simultaneously across multiple outlets, the Prophet won't be able to suppress it. When? 3 days. I need that long to write the articles, coordinate with my contacts, and make sure everything is in place. Skeeter fixed Harry with a serious look. Once this breaks, everything changes. The ministry will go into full crisis mode. The people behind this will become desperate. Are you ready for that? Harry thought about his cupboard. About Sirius rotting in Azkaban. About the years of lies and cover-ups and convenient silences that had shaped his entire life. I've been ready since I was old enough to understand what they did to me. The 3 days passed with agonizing slowness. Harry went through the motions of being a student, attending classes, eating meals, pretending that his mind wasn't constantly churning through possibilities and contingencies. Hermione helped him prepare for every scenario they could imagine, while Ron provided the grounding presence of someone who refused to take any of it too seriously. You know what I think? Ron said the night before the story was supposed to break. They were in the common room, ostensibly playing chess, actually waiting for news. I think after all this is over, we should do something normal. Go to a Quidditch match. Eat too much chocolate. Be 11-year-olds for once. That sounds nice, Harry admitted. I'm not sure I remember how. We'll teach you. It's not complicated, mostly it involves doing stupid things and regretting them later. Ron moved his knight with practiced ease. Checkmate in 3, by the way. Harry looked at the board and saw that Ron was right. Some things, at least, remained predictable. The story broke on February 1st. Not in one outlet, but in a dozen, newspapers across Europe and America, magical wireless stations, even a few brave British publications that had grown tired of the prophet's stranglehold on information. Sirius Black, innocent. New evidence suggests ministry imprisoned wrong man. 10 years of lies. Documents reveal cover-up in Black case. Who paid for injustice? Anonymous bribe traced to Potter case. The headlines screamed from every newsstand, every owl-delivered paper, every wireless broadcast. Within hours, the story was everywhere, and the ministry was in full panic. Harry watched from the great hall as owl after owl arrived bearing newspapers, as students read with widening eyes, as teachers exchanged worried glances. At the head table, Dumbledore sat with unusual stillness, his eyes finding Harry's across the crowded room. The old man nodded once, slightly. Acknowledgement. Possibly even respect. Then the ministry's owls began to arrive. The Wisingamat convened an emergency session that afternoon. Harry wasn't present, he was a student, technically still required to attend classes, but Sharpclaw sent regular updates through the secure communication system they'd established. The ministry is in chaos. Fudge is calling for calm while his allies scramble for cover. The independent investigation into Black has been reactivated, they have no choice now, not with the international attention. More importantly, 3 Wisingamat members have resigned their seats in the past hour. They're not waiting to see how this plays out. They're running. Harry read the messages in the quiet of the library, Hermione and Ron flanking him like bodyguards. Running to where? Hermione asked. Wherever they think they can't be extradited from. Harry smiled grimly. The interesting question is who they were running from. The answer came that evening. The great hall fell silent when the Aurors arrived. There were 6 of them, in formal robes bearing the ministry seal, led by a tall witch with close-cropped grey hair and the bearing of someone who'd spent decades hunting dark wizards. Amelia Bones, Hermione whispered. Head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. She's supposed to be incorruptible. Bones walked the length of the hall with deliberate steps, her eyes sweeping the room before coming to rest on the head table. Albus Dumbledore, she said, her voice carrying clearly in the silence. I am here in my official capacity to inform you that the Wisingamat has issued warrants for the arrest of 3 individuals in connection with the unlawful imprisonment of Sirius Black and related offenses. Dumbledore rose, his expression grave. And who might these individuals be? Peter Pettigrew, believed to be in hiding under an assumed identity. Lucius Malfoy, for conspiracy to obstruct justice and bribery of ministry officials. And, Bones paused, something flickering in her eyes. And Cornelius Fudge, for abuse of power and participation in a criminal cover-up. The hall erupted. Harry sat in the chaos, watching students shout and teachers scramble, and everything he'd worked for finally come to fruition. The Minister for Magic, arrested. Lucius Malfoy, exposed. Peter Pettigrew, hunted not as a victim but as the criminal he'd always been. It wasn't over, not by a long shot. Pettigrew was still free. Sirius was still running. The full scope of the conspiracy was still unclear. But the wall had cracked. Harry Potter had thrown the first stone. And the ministry would never be the same. Chapter 6 End. Chapter 7, Truth Serum and Buried Bones. The Ministry of Magic was burning. Not literally, though Harry suspected some of the older pureblood families might have preferred actual flames to the political inferno consuming their carefully constructed world. In the 2 weeks since the arrests, the entire apparatus of magical government had descended into chaos. Cornelius Fudge sat in a ministry holding cell, awaiting trial for crimes he still insisted he hadn't committed. Lucius Malfoy had been dragged from Malfoy Manor in the middle of the night, his protestations of innocence falling on ears that had grown tired of believing wealthy men's lies. And Peter Pettigrew, the architect of it all, remained frustratingly, maddeningly free. But the hunt was on. Every Auror in Britain had been mobilized. International magical law enforcement had been notified. The reward for information leading to Pettigrew's capture had climbed to 50,000 galleons, funded by a combination of ministry coffers and private donations from families who'd lost loved ones in the war. Harry followed the developments from Hogwarts, surrounded by students who looked at him with a mixture of awe and fear. He'd become something more than the boy who lived now, he'd become the boy who'd brought down the Minister for Magic. "You know they're saying you're the most powerful wizard of your generation," Ron mentioned at breakfast one morning, sliding a copy of the Prophet across the table. The headline read, "Potter's Crusade Reshapes Wizarding Britain." "I haven't cast a single combat spell," Harry pointed out. "All I did was ask questions and refuse to accept lies as answers. That's what makes it scary. You didn't need magic to destroy them, you just needed the truth." Ron shook his head. "My mum says the old families are terrified. They're used to fighting with wands and gold. They don't know how to fight someone who uses words and evidence." Hermione looked up from her own reading. "The Wisingamot has scheduled Veritaserum testimony for Fudge and Malfoy next week. Full public session, international observers, the whole thing." "I know." Harry had received the notification from Sharpclaw the previous evening. "They want me there. Are you going to go?" Harry considered. The testimony would be devastating, two powerful men forced to reveal their secrets under magical compulsion. It would be the final nail in the coffin of the old order, the definitive proof that everything Harry had claimed was true. But it would also be a spectacle. A public humiliation designed as much for entertainment as for justice. "I'll go," Harry said finally. "Not to gloat, but to make sure they can't spin the narrative afterward. If I'm there, if I'm watching, they can't claim I was satisfied with anything less than the full truth." The days before the testimony passed in a strange limbo. Classes continued, but no one's heart was in them. Professors taught their lessons with distracted efficiency, students whispered in corridors about what the testimony might reveal, and the atmosphere of the castle had shifted from academic pursuit to collective anticipation. Harry used the time to prepare. He met with Sharpclaw twice, reviewing the legal implications of whatever might emerge. He exchanged letters with Sirius, still in hiding, still evading the Dementors, but hopeful now in a way he hadn't been in years. He even had a careful conversation with Dumbledore, discussing what role the headmaster might play in the proceedings. "I will not testify again unless required," Dumbledore said, looking older than Harry had ever seen him. "My Veritaserum testimony at the preliminary hearing has already established my failures. Adding more would serve only to satisfy those who wish to see me further humiliated. Do you think that's what I want?" "No. I think you want justice, which is both more and less than mere humiliation." Dumbledore's eyes were sad but clear. "You've achieved something remarkable, Harry. You've forced an entire society to confront truths it preferred to ignore. But I wonder if you've considered the cost." "What cost?" "The cost of winning." Dumbledore gestured toward the window, toward the grounds beyond. "When this is over, when Fudge and Malfoy are in Azkaban and Pettigrew is caught, what then? The Ministry will be in ruins. The old families will be discredited. The structures that have held wizarding society together for centuries will be shattered. Structures that protected abusers and imprisoned innocent men. Yes. But structures nonetheless. And when they fall, something must take their place." Dumbledore leaned forward. "I'm not asking you to stop, Harry. I'm asking you to think about what comes next. Destruction is easy. Building something better is hard." Harry absorbed this in silence. Dumbledore wasn't wrong, he'd been so focused on exposing the rot that he hadn't spent much time considering what a healthier system might look like. "What do you suggest?" "I suggest that after the testimony, after the immediate crisis has passed, you begin thinking about reform rather than revolution. The wizarding world needs change, but it also needs stability. Finding the balance between those two needs will be the work of decades." "I'm 11 years old." "Yes. And in this moment, you have more influence over the future of magical Britain than anyone else alive. Dumbledore smiled slightly. Use that influence wisely, Harry. The choices you make now will echo for generations. The morning of the testimony arrived grey and cold. Harry dressed in his formal robes with careful attention, aware that every detail of his appearance would be scrutinized by the press. He ate breakfast mechanically, ignoring the stares and whispers of his fellow students, focusing on the task ahead. Sharpclaw had arranged transportation, a private portkey that deposited Harry directly in a secure room within the Ministry, bypassing the chaos of the atrium. Ron and Hermione had wanted to come, but Harry had refused. "This is something I need to do alone," he told them. "You've supported me through everything else. Let me handle this part myself." They'd accepted reluctantly, extracting promises that he'd tell them everything afterward. Now Harry stood in the secure room, steeling himself for what lay ahead. A knock at the door. Sharpclaw entered, looking unusually solemn. "It's time," the goblin said. "The Wizengamot is assembled. The witnesses are prepared. The world is watching." Harry nodded once. "Let's finish this." Courtroom 1 was the largest chamber in the Ministry of Magic. Unlike the cramped confines of Courtroom 7, this space was designed for spectacle, a vast amphitheater with tiered seating rising toward a domed ceiling enchanted to show a perpetually cloudy sky. The Wizengamot sat in their plum-colored robes, but they were joined today by observers from a dozen foreign governments, journalists from every major magical publication, and a public gallery packed with citizens who'd won the lottery for attendance. At the center of the chamber, in chains of magical silver, sat Cornelius Fudge and Lucius Malfoy. Fudge looked diminished, his bombast stripped away by weeks of imprisonment. His robes were rumpled, his bowler hat confiscated, his famous political smile nowhere in evidence. He sat slumped in his chair like a puppet whose strings had been cut. Malfoy, by contrast, sat with rigid dignity. His white blonde hair was still perfectly arranged, his expression still coldly superior, his bearing still that of a man who believed himself above the proceedings. But Harry noticed the slight tremor in his hands, the way his eyes darted toward the exits as if calculating escape routes. The new acting minister, Amelia Bones, appointed by emergency Wizengamot vote, rose to address the assembly. "This tribunal is convened to hear testimony regarding charges of conspiracy, obstruction of justice, bribery, and abuse of power," she announced, her voice carrying clearly through the vast space. "The accused will be questioned under veritaserum, as ordered by this body. Let the record show that all proper procedures have been followed and all rights of the accused have been respected." She nodded to a ministry official, who approached Fudge with a crystal vial. "Former Minister Fudge. Do you consent to testimony under veritaserum?" Fudge's laugh was bitter, hollow. "Do I have a choice? You may refuse, in which case your refusal will be noted and may be considered evidence of guilty knowledge. Then I consent. For all the good it will do." The 3 drops were administered. Fudge's eyes glazed, then refocused with that strange distant quality Harry remembered from Dumbledore's testimony. "The witness is ready," the official announced. Bones nodded to the prosecution, a team of ministry lawyers who'd been brought in from the International Confederation of Wizards to ensure impartiality. "Mr. Fudge," the lead prosecutor began, "did you have knowledge of Sirius Black's imprisonment without trial?" "Yes." The word came out flat, mechanical. "When did you become aware of this?" "Shortly after I became minister in 1990. My predecessor left notes about sensitive cases. Black was mentioned as someone whose situation should not be disturbed." "Did you take any action to address this illegal imprisonment?" "No." "Why not?" Fudge's throat worked. The veritaserum compelled truth, but it couldn't make that truth painless. "Because it would have raised questions I didn't want answered. The post-war settlement was fragile. Many powerful people had made accommodations. Exposing Black's imprisonment would have unraveled everything." "What kind of accommodations?" "Bribes." Falsified testimony. Evidence that was buried or destroyed. The Death Eaters who claimed Imperius, many of them were lying, and everyone knew it, but proving it would have meant endless trials, endless conflict, endless instability. Fudge's voice dropped. We chose peace over justice. We told ourselves it was the right thing to do. The chamber was utterly silent. Mr. Fudge, did you receive any financial benefit from maintaining the post-war settlement? Yes. Campaign contributions from families who benefited from the accommodations. Gifts. Favors. Nothing that could be legally proven as bribery, but... He swallowed. I knew where the money came from. I knew what they expected in return. What did they expect? Protection. Continued silence. The assurance that their past mistakes would remain buried. The prosecutor let the silence stretch. Mr. Fudge, are you aware of anyone who specifically paid to ensure Sirius Black remained imprisoned? Fudge hesitated, fighting the serum. I received a substantial anonymous donation shortly after I became minister. The accompanying note suggested I should ensure that certain complications from the war remained resolved. Did you understand this to refer to Black? I understood it to refer to everything. Black. The Death Eaters. The sealed wills and buried evidence and convenient lies. Fudge's voice cracked. I didn't create the system. I just maintained it. Malfoy's testimony was worse. The aristocrat fought the Veritaserum with everything he had, his face contorting with effort as each question forced truths he'd spent years burying. Mr. Malfoy, were you a Death Eater? The word came out like broken glass. Yes. Were you under the Imperius curse, as you claimed at your trial? No. The chamber erupted. Bones had to call for order 3 times before the noise subsided enough for questioning to continue. Mr. Malfoy, did you participate willingly in activities conducted by Lord Voldemort? Yes. What kind of activities? Raids. Interrogations. The gathering of intelligence. The recruitment of new followers. Malfoy's jaw clenched between each admission. The Dark Lord valued my connections, my access to the Ministry, my ability to move in circles where others could not. Did you participate in violence against Muggles or Muggle-born wizards? The fight against the serum was visible, veins standing out on his forehead. I was present when violence occurred. I did not always participate directly. But sometimes you did. Silence. Then, barely audible, sometimes. The prosecutor consulted his notes. Mr. Malfoy, did you pay to have Sirius Black imprisoned without trial? I contributed to a fund that ensured certain outcomes regarding post-war justice. Did you know those contributions would result in an innocent man being imprisoned? I knew they would result in silence. Whether the man was innocent, Malfoy's voice hardened. Whether he was innocent mattered less than whether he might speak. What might Sirius Black have said that concerned you? He knew things. About who served the Dark Lord willingly. About the arrangements made during the war. About the lies we told afterward. Malfoy's eyes found Harry in the gallery. He knew enough to destroy everyone who'd made peace with the New Order. Including you. Especially me. The testimony continued for hours. Malfoy confessed to bribing officials, destroying evidence, intimidating witnesses. He revealed a network of corruption that reached into every department of the Ministry, every ancient family, every institution of magical government. He named names. Some were already dead. Some had fled the country. Some sat in the Wisingamot gallery, their faces going pale as their complicity was laid bare. And through it all, Harry watched. He watched the powerful brought low by their own words. He watched the lies that had shaped his entire life finally, completely exposed. He watched justice, imperfect, incomplete, but real, finally arrive. It didn't feel like victory. It felt like surgery. Necessary, painful, and leaving scars that would take years to heal. The final question came near sunset. The prosecutor, clearly exhausted but determined, turned to Malfoy one last time. Mr. Malfoy, do you know the current location of Peter Pettigrew? Every person in the chamber held their breath. Malfoy's face contorted. This, clearly, was something he desperately wanted to keep hidden. The serum worked relentlessly. I know he survived. I know he's hiding. I know where is he hiding? I don't know his exact location. But I know what form he's taken. I know how he's hidden for so long. Tell us. He's an animagus. Unregistered. He can transform into a rat. Malfoy's voice dropped to nearly a whisper. He's been hiding in plain sight. With a wizarding family. Living as a pet. The chamber exploded. Harry sat frozen, his mind racing. A rat. An unregistered animagus hiding as a pet with a wizarding family. Hermione's research had suggested the same thing, but now it was confirmed. Pettigrew was somewhere in the wizarding world, disguised as someone's familiar, waiting for, Mr. Malfoy, the prosecutor pressed, do you know which family is harboring Pettigrew? I don't know for certain. But there were rumors. After the war, after he faked his death, there were whispers about where he might have gone. Malfoy's eyes closed. The Weasleys. There were always rumors about the Weasleys. The chamber fell into chaos. Harry barely noticed. His mind was focused on a single, horrifying image, Scabbers. Ron's pet rat. The rat that had been in the Weasley family for years. The rat that was missing a toe, a finger. Pettigrew had cut off a finger to fake his death. A finger that would be missing from his rat form. Harry pushed through the crowd, ignoring the shouts and questions, searching for a way out. He needed to get back to Hogwarts. He needed to find Ron. He needed to confirm whether the traitor who'd murdered his parents had been living in his best friend's pocket. Sharpclaw caught his arm at the door. Potter. Where are you going? Hogwarts. The rat, Ron's rat, I think it might be Pettigrew. Sharpclaw's eyes widened. Then, with the efficiency that characterized everything the goblin did, he produced a small object from his pocket. Emergency port key. It will take you directly to Dumbledore's office. He pressed it into Harry's hand. Go. I'll handle things here. Harry activated the port key and felt the familiar hook behind his navel. An instant later, he stood in Dumbledore's office, gasping, his robes disheveled and his heart pounding. Dumbledore looked up from his desk with mild surprise. Harry. The testimony shouldn't be over yet, Pettigrew, Harry gasped. Ron's rat. Malfoy said, the family, it's Ron's rat, it has to be. Dumbledore went very still. Scabbers, he said softly. The rat that's been in the Weasley family for over a decade. The rat that I've seen 100 times without ever thinking to look more closely. We have to find him. Before he runs. Dumbledore rose, suddenly all business. Where is Mr. Weasley now? I don't know. Common room, maybe. Library? Find him. Bring him and the rat to this office. Dumbledore's wand was in his hand. I'll prepare containment measures. If that rat is Peter Pettigrew, he won't escape again. Harry ran. The Gryffindor common room was nearly empty. Most students were in the Great Hall, clustering around the wireless to hear updates from the testimony. Harry found Ron in a corner, playing chess against himself, Scabbers sleeping in his pocket as always. Harry. Ron looked up with a grin. Did you hear? Malfoy's confessing everything. They're saying he'll get life in Azkaban for, Ron, I need you to come with me. Right now. And bring Scabbers. Something in Harry's voice killed Ron's smile instantly. What's wrong? I'll explain on the way. Just, please. Trust me. Ron stared at him for a long moment. Then he stood, scooped Scabbers from his pocket, and followed without another word. The walk to Dumbledore's office felt endless. Harry explained in hurried whispers, Malfoy's testimony, the Animagus revelation, the rumors about which family might be harboring Pettigrew. Ron's face went through shock, denial, and finally a terrible understanding. Scabbers has been in my family for 12 years, Ron said, his voice hollow. We got him from Percy. Before that, he belonged to. I don't actually know. He was just always there. He's missing a toe, isn't he? Yeah. On his front paw. We always thought he'd been in a fight or something. Pettigrew cut off a finger to fake his death. A finger that would be missing from his rat form. Ron looked down at the rat in his hands. Scabbers was awake now, beady eyes darting nervously, small body tense. He's trying to escape, Ron said wonderingly. He's never done that before. He's always been so lazy, so, the rat bit Ron's hand. Ron yelped, loosening his grip, and Scabbers twisted free, hitting the floor running. Harry's wand was out in an instant, but the rat was fast, faster than any natural animal, disappearing around a corner before Harry could aim. Pettigrew! Harry screamed, running after him. The chase led through corridors and down staircases, past startled students and bewildered portraits. Harry ran faster than he'd ever run in his life, keeping the fleeing rat just barely in sight. Then Scabbers darted through a door that Harry didn't recognize, a door that shouldn't exist, opening onto a passage that seemed to swallow all light. Harry followed without hesitation. The passage led deep into the castle's foundations. Harry ran through darkness, his wand providing the only illumination, following sounds of skittering claws on stone. The air grew cold, damp, heavy with age and secrets. Finally, the passage opened into a chamber. Harry skidded to a halt, his wand raised, and found himself facing not a rat but a man. Peter Pettigrew stood in the center of the chamber, transformed back into his human form. He was exactly as the old photographs showed, small, watery-eyed, with a pointed nose and a nervous, twitching manner. His left hand was missing a finger. Harry Potter, Pettigrew said, and his voice was high, wheedling. James's son. You look just like him. Just like your father. You betrayed them. Harry's wand didn't waver. You told Voldemort where they were hiding. You got them killed. I had no choice. The Dark Lord, you don't know what it was like, he would have killed me, so you let him kill them instead. I was weak. I was scared. James and Sirius and Remus, they were always so brave, so strong, they never understood what it was like to be small and afraid all the time. You let an innocent man rot in Azkaban for 12 years. I had to survive. Pettigrew's voice rose to a squeal. I had to hide. If they'd found me, if they'd known I was alive, they would have killed me. Harry felt something cold and clear settle into his chest. This was the man who destroyed his family. This sniveling, pathetic creature who traded his friends' lives for his own survival. The Aurors are coming, Harry said. Dumbledore knows where we are. You're not escaping this time. Please. Pettigrew fell to his knees, literally groveling. Please, Harry, your father wouldn't want you to, he was my friend, he would have shown mercy, you're right. My father probably would have shown mercy. Harry's voice was flat, emotionless. But I'm not my father. And I've seen what your survival has cost, Sirius's freedom, my childhood, years of lies and cover-ups and innocent people suffering. I'll tell you everything. Everything I know about the Dark Lord, his plans, his followers. I can help you, I can be useful, you'll tell the Aurors everything. Under Veritaserum. And then you'll go to Azkaban, where you should have been all along. Footsteps echoed in the passage behind Harry. Dumbledore emerged from the darkness, flanked by McGonagall and 2 Aurors, their wands drawn. Pettigrew saw them and sagged, all fight leaving his body. It's over, Peter, Dumbledore said quietly. No more running. No more hiding. Time to face what you've done. The Aurors moved forward with magical restraints. And Harry Potter stood in the darkness beneath Hogwarts, watching the man who'd murdered his parents finally face justice. The aftermath was chaos. Pettigrew's capture dominated the news for days. His confession, given under Veritaserum, witnessed by a full Wisingamot tribunal, confirmed everything: the betrayal of the Potters, the framing of Sirius Black, the 12 years of hiding while an innocent man suffered. Sirius Black was officially exonerated. The pardon came through on a cold February morning, hand-delivered by Amelia Bones herself. Harry was present when the news reached Sirius, watching through a magical mirror Sharpclaw had provided, seeing his godfather's face transform from wary suspicion to disbelief to overwhelming joy. Free, Sirius whispered, tears streaming down his gaunt face. I'm actually free. You're free, Harry confirmed. And you can finally come home. The reunion happened 3 days later, in a private room at Hogwarts arranged by Dumbledore. Sirius had cleaned up, bathed, shaved, dressed in new robes, but the years of Azkaban still showed in his hollow cheeks and haunted eyes. None of that mattered when he wrapped Harry in a crushing hug. I'm sorry, Sirius said, his voice breaking. I'm sorry I wasn't there. I'm sorry you grew up alone. I'm sorry for everything. It wasn't your fault. Harry returned the hug fiercely. None of it was your fault. I should have, you couldn't have. They made sure of that. Harry pulled back, meeting his godfather's eyes. But now we can start over. Build something new. Sirius laughed, a real laugh, surprised out of him, rusty from disuse but genuine. Build something new, he repeated. I like the sound of that. The lawsuit resumed 3 weeks later. With Fudge in prison, Malfoy awaiting sentencing, and Pettigrew's confession providing irrefutable evidence of ministry corruption, Harry's case had transformed from controversial lawsuit to historical reckoning. The Wisingamot, under Amelia Bones's leadership, agreed to unprecedented terms: full disclosure of all records related to Harry's placement, formal acknowledgement of ministry negligence, comprehensive reform of child welfare procedures, and financial compensation that far exceeded Harry's original demand. 20 million galleons, Sharpclaw reported, unable to fully suppress his satisfaction. Plus the establishment of the Potter Foundation for Magical Orphans, with you as primary trustee. Every magical orphan in Britain will have access to proper care, proper monitoring, and proper recourse if that care fails. And my parents' will. Unsealed and read into the public record. Sharpclaw slid a document across his desk. You should see this. Harry took the will with trembling hands. His parents' voices seemed to echo from the parchment, not literally, but in the care with which every provision had been crafted, every contingency considered. We, James and Lily Potter, being of sound mind and magic, do hereby declare our final wishes regarding our son, Harry James Potter. Sirius was named as guardian. Then Frank and Alice Longbottom. Then, as Dumbledore had said, a provision for Harry to choose his own guardian at age 11. But there was more. In the event that Harry cannot be placed with any of the above-named guardians, we expressly forbid his placement with Petunia Dursley and her family. We have reason to believe they would not provide the loving environment our son deserves, and we would rather he be raised by strangers than by those who would resent his existence. Harry read the passage 3 times. His parents had known. They had specifically forbidden what Dumbledore had done anyway. They had tried to protect him even from beyond the grave, and someone with the power to seal wills and override dying wishes, had ignored their final request. Dumbledore, Harry said quietly. Yes. Sharpclaw's voice was neutral. He would have read this will before sealing it. He knew what your parents wanted. He chose otherwise. Why? The blood wards, presumably. He believed the protection they offered outweighed your parents' wishes. Sharpclaw paused. Or perhaps he simply believed he knew better than everyone else, as powerful men often do. Harry set down the will. He'd known for months that Dumbledore had failed him. Had heard the old man's confession under Veritaserum, had accepted his apologies and his explanations and his promises to do better. But this was different. This was proof that his parents had tried to save him, and Dumbledore had actively prevented it. "What do I do with this?" Harry asked. "That depends on what you want." Sharpclaw studied him with ancient, knowing eyes. "The will is now public record. Everyone will know what your parents wished. The question is whether you want to pursue further action against Dumbledore personally." Harry thought about it. Dumbledore had been punished, in his way. His reputation was shattered. His position as chief warlock had been suspended pending review. The wizarding world now saw him not as an infallible hero but as a flawed man who'd made terrible mistakes. Was that enough? "No further action," Harry said finally. "Dumbledore has to live with what he did. That's punishment enough. And if he tries to interfere with your life again, then I'll deal with it then." Harry stood. "For now, I have more important things to focus on." "Such as?" Harry smiled, a real smile, perhaps the first genuine smile he'd worn in months. "Building something new." Chapter 7 End. Chapter 8, The Vault of Consequences. Spring came to Hogwarts with the tentative warmth of a world trying to heal. The grounds thawed slowly, patches of green emerging from beneath retreating snow, and the castle itself seemed to exhale after the long winter of crisis and revelation. Students who'd spent months whispering about trials and testimonies began to remember that they were children, that exams were approaching, that life continued even after revolutions. Harry felt the shift most keenly in the small moments. Breakfast without newspapers screaming headlines about his case. Classes where professors discussed magic instead of politics. Evenings in the common room where the biggest drama was who'd beaten whom at exploding snap. Normal. For the first time in his memory, Harry Potter was experiencing something approaching normal. "You're smiling," Hermione observed one morning, looking up from her arithmancy textbook with surprised pleasure. "You've been doing that more often lately." "Have I?" "Definitely." Ron noticed too. He said you laughed at one of his jokes yesterday. "An actual laugh, not the polite thing you usually do." Harry considered this. She wasn't wrong. Something had loosened inside him since Pettigrew's capture, since Sirius's exoneration, since the lawsuit reached its conclusion. The constant vigilance he'd maintained for months, years, really, if he counted the Dursleys, had begun to relax. "I suppose I'm learning what it feels like to not be in crisis mode," he said. "Is it nice?" "It's strange. But yes, I think it might be nice." Ron dropped into the seat beside them, his plate piled high with bacon and eggs. "What are we talking about? Please tell me it's not the charms essay." "I haven't started it yet." "We're talking about Harry learning to be happy," Hermione said. "About time. You were getting exhausting to be around, mate. All that brooding and strategizing." Ron grinned to show he was joking. "Mostly. Now you can be a regular 11-year-old who worries about normal things. Like the charms essay I haven't started. It's due tomorrow, Ron." "I know. That's why I'm worried." Harry laughed, actually laughed, and felt something warm bloom in his chest. Maybe this was what healing felt like. The settlement money arrived in late March. 20 million galleons, transferred from ministry accounts to a new vault at Gringotts established specifically for the Potter Foundation. Harry had insisted that only a small portion go to him personally, enough to ensure he'd never depend on anyone else's charity again, but not so much that he'd lose perspective on what normal people dealt with. "You could buy a small country with this," Sharpclaw observed, reviewing the final paperwork in his office. "Several small countries, actually." The Potter fortune was already substantial. Combined with the settlement. "I don't want countries. I want orphans to have better lives than I did." A worthy goal. But may I suggest some practical considerations? The goblin spread documents across his desk. The foundation will need administrators, oversight committees, systems to identify children at risk and ensure they receive proper care. Building such infrastructure takes time and expertise. Do you have suggestions? Several. Sharpclaw's blade-thin smile appeared. Gringotts would be honored to provide financial management services. We've also identified several witches and wizards with relevant experience who might be approached about leadership positions. Harry reviewed the names. Some he recognized from the news coverage, former ministry officials who'd resigned in protest when the corruption became clear, advocates who'd been fighting for child welfare reform long before Harry's case made it fashionable. One name caught his attention. Andromeda Tonks. Sirius Black's cousin. A healer by training, with extensive experience in trauma recovery. She was disowned by the Black family for marrying a Muggleborn but has maintained connections throughout Wizarding Society. Sharpclaw paused. She's also been in contact with your godfather. I understand they've been working to repair their relationship. Harry filed this away. Sirius had mentioned his family's situation in passing, the mad cousins, the dead relatives, the estrangement that had begun when he rejected the Black family's pure-blood ideology. Finding decent members of that family must mean something to him. Set up a meeting. I'd like to speak with her before making any decisions. Of course. And the other matter? Harry knew what Sharpclaw meant. The other matter had been lurking at the edge of his attention for weeks, waiting for the right moment to be addressed. My parents' estate. Indeed. With the will now unsealed and Sirius Black cleared to act as your guardian, the full Potter inheritance becomes accessible. This includes not just the trust vault you've been using, but the main family vault, several properties, and a portfolio of investments that have been accruing value for a decade. How much? Sharpclaw produced another document. Harry looked at the number and felt his breath catch. That's approximately 300 million galleons, yes. The Potters were an old family with old money and, it must be said, excellent investment instincts. The goblin's expression was carefully neutral. You are now one of the wealthiest wizards in Britain. Possibly the wealthiest, depending on how one counts the Malfoy assets currently being seized by the Ministry. Harry sat back, struggling to process this information. He'd known his parents had money. He'd seen the trust vault, had understood that his family wasn't poor. But 300 million galleons was beyond anything he'd imagined. It was the kind of wealth that changed things, that made people treat you differently, that attracted attention both wanted and unwanted, that came with responsibilities he wasn't sure he was ready for. I need time to think about this, he said finally. Of course. The estate will be managed by Gringotts in the interim, as it has been for the past decade. Nothing requires immediate decision. Sharpclaw began gathering the documents. But Harry, may I offer a piece of advice? Harry nodded. Wealth is a tool, nothing more. It can build or destroy, help or harm, depending on how it's wielded. You've already shown wisdom in your approach to the settlement money. Apply the same wisdom to your inheritance, and you'll do well. And if I don't? Then you'll become another cautionary tale about what happens when young people come into money they're not prepared to handle. Sharpclaw's smile was not unkind. But I don't think that will be your fate. You've faced greater challenges than managing a fortune. Harry hoped he was right. The meeting with Andromeda Tonks happened the following weekend. Harry had arranged it for Hogsmeade, neutral ground, away from both Hogwarts and whatever complicated feelings might come from meeting at Gringotts or one of the Potter properties. The three broomsticks provided a private room, and Harry arrived early to prepare himself. He wasn't sure what to expect. Sirius had described Andromeda as the only decent one in the family, but Harry had learned to be cautious about other people's assessments. Everyone had agendas. Everyone saw things through their own biases. The woman who entered the private room looked nothing like Harry's mental image of a black. She was tall, with warm brown hair and kind eyes that crinkled at the corners when she smiled. Her robes were practical rather than elegant, and she moved with the easy confidence of someone comfortable in her own skin. Harry Potter. She extended her hand. I've heard a great deal about you. Mrs. Tonks. Thank you for coming. Andromeda, please. Mrs. Tonks makes me feel old. She sat down across from him, her gaze direct but not intrusive. I understand you're looking for people to help run your foundation. I'm looking for people I can trust to do the right thing even when it's difficult. Harry met her eyes steadily. Your name came up as someone with the right experience and the right values. Flattering. But I should be honest, I have my own reasons for being interested in this work. Andromeda's expression grew serious. My daughter, Nymphadora, is an Auror trainee. She's seen firsthand how the ministry handles children in crisis situations. The stories she's told me. She shook her head. Your case exposed the worst of it, but there's so much more that never makes the papers. That's why the foundation matters. Systematic change, not just individual rescues. Exactly. Andromeda leaned forward. But I have to ask, why me? There are plenty of qualified people who don't come with the baggage of the Black family name. Because you left. Andromeda blinked. I'm sorry. You were born into one of the most powerful pureblood families in Britain. You could have had wealth, status, privilege, everything the Blacks represented. Instead, you walked away because you fell in love with someone your family considered beneath them. Harry's voice was quiet but firm. That took courage. The kind of courage I need in people who'll be making hard decisions about vulnerable children. Andromeda was silent for a long moment. You've thought about this carefully, she said finally. I've thought about everything carefully. It's a habit I developed in the cupboard. Something flickered across Andromeda's face, understanding, perhaps, or recognition of a kindred spirit. I accept, she said. Whatever role you think I can best serve, I'll take it. But I want something in return. Name it. Access. Real access, not just reports and meetings. I want to be involved in the actual work, visiting children, assessing placements, intervening when things go wrong. Her jaw set. I didn't leave my family just to become another bureaucrat shuffling papers while kids suffer. Harry smiled, his real smile, the one that was still unfamiliar on his face. I think we're going to work well together. The weeks that followed were busy with a different kind of work. Harry spent his free time learning about the Potter Foundation's operations, the staff Sharpclaw had hired, the systems being built, the first cases already being identified. Children whose situations had gone unnoticed by the old ministry, families struggling without support, orphans lost in a system that had never been designed to truly care for them. Each case was a reminder of what his own life could have become if things had gone differently. Each success, a child placed with a loving family, a struggling parent getting the help they needed, felt like a small victory against the darkness he'd escaped. You're doing too much, Hermione told him one evening, watching him review case files in the common room. You're still a student. You have exams coming up. You can't run a charitable foundation and pass your classes. I'm not running it. I'm overseeing it. There's a difference. A difference you ignore every time a new case file arrives. She plucked the papers from his hands. Harry, I understand why this matters to you. But you can't save everyone by burning yourself out. I'm not. You missed dinner. Again. You were up until 2 last night. Again. You fell asleep in History of Magic, which admittedly isn't unusual, but you also fell asleep in Transfiguration, which is. Harry sighed, rubbing his eyes. She wasn't wrong. The work had become consuming, not in an unhealthy way, exactly, but in a way that left little room for anything else. I just keep thinking about what I would have wanted, he said quietly. When I was in that cupboard, dreaming about someone coming to save me. If someone had been paying attention, if someone had cared enough to check. Someone does care now. That's the point of the Foundation, so you don't have to do it alone. Hermione's voice softened. Let your people do their jobs. Trust the systems you're building. And please, for Merlin's sake, eat dinner occasionally. Harry managed a small laugh. Yes, Mum. Don't you dare. I'm far too young to be your mother. But she was smiling. Come on. The house elves saved some shepherd's pie for you. Let's go before Ron eats it all. Easter holidays brought Sirius to Hogwarts. The visit had been arranged through Dumbledore, a concession from the headmaster that Harry suspected was meant as an olive branch. Whatever his failures, Dumbledore seemed genuinely committed to making amends, and allowing Sirius access to the castle grounds was a meaningful gesture. Harry met his godfather at the entrance gates on a bright April morning. Sirius looked better than he had at their reunion, still thin, still bearing the marks of his years in Azkaban, but with color in his cheeks and light in his eyes that hadn't been there before. He was dressed in proper robes, his hair clean and tied back, his beard trimmed. He looked, for the first time, like someone Harry could imagine as family. Pop. Sirius's voice was rough with emotion. Look at you. Getting taller every time I see you. Getting better fed, more like. The house elves here take their jobs very seriously. Sirius laughed and pulled Harry into a hug. It was easier this time, less desperate, more natural. Show me around? Sirius asked when they separated. I spent 7 years here, but I imagine things have changed. Some things. Other things are exactly the same. They walked the grounds together, Harry pointing out the changes he'd noticed, Sirius sharing memories of his own school days. The Marauders had been legendary pranksters, apparently, a fact Harry hadn't known until Sirius started telling stories that made him laugh so hard his ribs hurt. Your father would have loved seeing you here, Sirius said as they settled by the lake, watching the giant squid surface lazily in the afternoon sun. He always said Hogwarts was where he became who he was meant to be. What was he like? Really like, not the stories in the books. Sirius was quiet for a moment, gathering his thoughts. James was brilliant and infuriating in equal measure. He could learn any spell in half the time it took anyone else, but he'd forget to do his homework because he was too busy planning pranks. He was arrogant, God, he was arrogant, but it was the kind of arrogance that came from actually being as good as he thought he was. That sounds exhausting. It was. But it was also. Sirius smiled softly. He was loyal, Harry. More loyal than anyone I've ever known. When I ran away from my family, when everyone expected me to become another dark wizard from the House of Black, James didn't hesitate. He welcomed me into his home, made me part of his family, stood by me when the rest of the world was ready to write me off. That's why you became brothers. That's why we became everything. Brothers, partners in crime, eventually brothers in arms when the war came. Sirius's voice dropped. I would have died for him, Harry. I tried to die for him, in my own stupid way, when I insisted we switch secret keepers. I thought I was being clever, thought I was protecting him by making myself the obvious target. You couldn't have known. No. But I should have seen what Peter was becoming. The fear in him, the weakness, the way he'd always attached himself to whoever seemed strongest. Sirius's jaw tightened. I was so focused on the grand gestures that I missed the rot right next to me. They sat in silence for a while, watching the lake, letting the weight of history settle around them. Sirius, Harry said finally, what happens now? With us, I mean. What do you want to happen? I don't know. I've never had family before, real family. I don't know what it's supposed to look like. Sirius turned to face him fully. It looks like whatever we make it. There's no template, no rules we have to follow. We figure it out as we go, make mistakes, apologize, do better. He reached out and gripped Harry's shoulder. I can't replace the childhood you should have had. No one can. But I can be here now. For everything that comes next. What if I'm bad at it? At being a godson, or a nephew, or whatever I'm supposed to be. Then you'll be bad at it, and I'll still love you anyway. That's kind of the point of family, you don't have to earn it. You just have to show up. Harry felt something crack inside him. Not breaking, healing. A wound he'd carried so long he'd forgotten it was there, finally beginning to close. I'd like that, he whispered. Having someone who just shows up. Then that's what you'll have. Starting now, for as long as you want me around. Harry leaned into his godfather's side, feeling the warmth of connection he'd craved his entire life. For the first time, the future didn't feel like a battle to be won. It felt like a home to be built. The school year wound toward its close. Exams came and went, Harry performed respectably, his natural talent compensating for the time he'd spent on foundation work. Ron scraped through his charms essay with Hermione's help and only minimal complaining. Hermione, predictably, achieved the highest marks in their year in nearly every subject. The Great Hall buzzed with end-of-year energy, students planning summer holidays and dreading or anticipating their return in September. House points were tallied, Gryffindor won, though Harry suspected Dumbledore might have tipped the scales, final feasts were consumed, and trunks were packed for the journey home. Home. For the first time, Harry had somewhere to go. Sirius had spent the spring restoring Grimmauld Place, the ancestral black family home, inherited by virtue of being the last legitimate black heir. The house had been neglected for years, infested with dark artifacts and darker memories, but Sirius had attacked the renovation with the manic energy of someone who finally had something constructive to do. It's not perfect, Sirius had warned in his last letter. The house still has personality. But it's clean, it's safe, and it's ours. Ours. Harry still wasn't used to that word. The Hogwarts Express pulled away from Hogsmeade Station on a golden June afternoon. Harry sat in a compartment with Ron and Hermione, watching the castle recede into the distance, feeling the strange mixture of nostalgia and anticipation that marked the end of school years. So what are you doing this summer? Ron asked, sprawled across his seat with the boneless relaxation of someone who'd survived another year. Getting to know my godfather. Learning how to live in a house that might try to eat me. Foundation work. Harry smiled. Probably not in that order. Mum wants to have you over for dinner. All of you, Ron added, nodding at Hermione. She says anyone who helped bring down the ministry deserves her Sunday roast. I didn't bring down the ministry, Harry protested. I just asked questions. You asked questions that made the ministry bring itself down. That's even more impressive. Hermione was doing that thing where she looked proud and exasperated simultaneously. But Ron's right, dinner at the Burrow would be lovely. We should celebrate properly. Celebrate what? Everything. The case being resolved. Sirius being free. You having a real home for the first time. Hermione's voice softened. You surviving, Harry. That's worth celebrating. Harry didn't know what to say to that. He settled for nodding, feeling something warm unfurl in his chest. King's Cross Station was crowded with families reuniting. Harry said goodbye to Ron and Hermione on the platform, promising to write, to visit, to stay in touch through the summer. Then he turned and found Sirius waiting beyond the barrier, dressed in Muggle clothes, trying to look casual and failing spectacularly. Ready? Sirius asked as Harry approached with his trunk. I think so. Harry took a breath. Actually, no. I'm terrified. Sirius laughed. Good. So am I. That means we're doing something that matters. They walked out of the station together, into the summer sunshine, into whatever came next. Behind them, the wizarding world continued to reshape itself. The ministry was rebuilding under Amelia Bones's steady leadership. The Potter Foundation was helping children who'd once been invisible. The old order was gone, and something new was taking its place. Harry had started this journey wanting answers. Justice. Accountability. He'd found all of those things. But he'd also found something he hadn't known he was looking for. Family. Purpose. Hope. The boy who lived was becoming something more. He was becoming Harry Potter. Just Harry. And that was more than enough. Chapter 8 End. Chapter 9, The Prisoner's Testimony. Summer at Grimmauld Place was an education in contradictions. The house itself was a monument to centuries of pure-blood ideology, dark corridors lined with mounted house elf heads, portraits of ancestors who screamed obscenities at anyone they deemed unworthy, furniture that seemed to have been designed specifically to be uncomfortable. Every room held artifacts that Sirius was still cataloging and disposing of, some merely unpleasant, others actively dangerous. And yet, somehow, it was becoming home. Harry's room was on the third floor, overlooking a small garden that Sirius had begun reclaiming from decades of neglect. The bed was comfortable, the windows let in actual sunlight, and the door had a lock that Harry controlled, a luxury he'd never had at the Dursleys. Most importantly, no one told him he was worthless. No one made him cook breakfast or scrub floors or hide in a cupboard when visitors came. No one treated his existence as an inconvenience to be tolerated. It was, Harry reflected, amazing how much difference basic decency made. "You're brooding again," Sirius observed from the doorway one morning, watching Harry stare out the window at nothing in particular. "I'm thinking." "Same thing, with that expression." Sirius crossed the room and dropped onto the edge of Harry's bed. "Want to talk about it?" Harry considered deflecting, changing the subject, retreating behind the walls he'd built to survive. But Sirius had been patient with him, patient in ways Harry was still learning to accept, and deserved honesty in return. "I keep waiting for something to go wrong," Harry admitted. "For someone to show up and say there's been a mistake, that I have to go back to the Dursleys, that none of this is real." "Ah." Sirius nodded slowly. "The other shoe." "What?" "The other shoe. It's a Muggle expression, I think. You're waiting for the other shoe to drop, for the bad thing that always follows the good thing." Sirius's eyes were understanding. "I did the same thing when I first got out of Azkaban. Every morning, I'd wake up expecting to find myself back in my cell, like freedom had been just another dream the Dementors would steal. Does it get better? Eventually. Not quickly, and not completely, but, eventually, you start trusting that the good things might actually last." Sirius reached out and squeezed Harry's shoulder. "We've both been through the worst, Harry. We've survived. Now we get to figure out what comes next." "What does come next?" "Whatever we want. That's the whole point of freedom." Sirius grinned, a real grin, the kind Harry was seeing more often as summer progressed. "Speaking of which, I have a surprise for you." "What kind of surprise?" "The kind that involves going to Diagon Alley and buying you proper birthday presents, since you've never had any." Harry blinked. "My birthday isn't until July. Which is in 3 days. I've been planning." Sirius's grin widened. "We're going to celebrate properly. Cake, presents, the whole thing. I've already invited your friends." "Sirius, you don't have to, I want to. I've missed 11 birthdays, Harry. Let me make up for at least one of them." Harry felt his throat tighten. No one had ever thrown him a birthday party before. The concept was so foreign that he wasn't entirely sure how to process it. "Okay," he managed. "Okay. That sounds nice." "Nice? It's going to be fantastic. Just wait." The birthday party was, in fact, fantastic. Ron and Hermione arrived by flu on the morning of July 31st, followed by Neville Longbottom, whose grandmother had been convinced to allow the visit after extensive correspondence, and several Gryffindor classmates Harry had grown closer to over the year. The dining room at Grimald Place had been transformed with floating candles and streamers in red and gold, and a table groaned under the weight of food Sirius had apparently spent days preparing. "You made all this?" Harry asked, staring at the spread in disbelief. Creature helped. Under protest, but he helped. Sirius looked slightly sheepish. "I may have threatened to give all his precious black family heirlooms to a Muggle charity shop if he didn't cooperate. That's horrible. That's practical. The elf's a nightmare, but he's an excellent cook when properly motivated." The party itself was everything Harry had imagined birthday parties must be like, and everything he'd been denied. There were games, magical versions of Muggle classics, which Sirius taught with barely contained glee. There was cake, chocolate, 3 tiers, with enchanted candles that sang an off-key rendition of Happy Birthday, and there were presents. So many presents. Books from Hermione, including a first edition of a history of magical law that must have cost a fortune. Quidditch supplies from Ron, a keeper's glove set, despite Harry having no intention of playing keeper. A rare plant from Neville, carefully potted, with detailed instructions for care. Sweets from other classmates, small tokens of friendship from people who'd started seeing Harry as more than just a famous name. And from Sirius, a photo album. Harry opened it to find pictures of his parents, not formal portraits, but candid shots of James and Lily laughing, arguing, holding baby Harry with exhausted joy. There were photos of the Marauders in their Hogwarts days, of James and Sirius causing chaos together, of quiet moments between friends who trusted each other completely. "I've been gathering these since I got out," Sirius said quietly. "From people who knew them, from old boxes in the house, from anywhere I could find them. I thought you should have evidence. That they existed. That they loved you." Harry couldn't speak. He traced the edge of a photo showing his mother kissing his forehead, his father beaming in the background, and felt tears he wasn't ashamed of sliding down his cheeks. "Thank you," he whispered. "Happy birthday, pup." August brought work. The Potter Foundation was expanding rapidly, identifying cases across Britain, hiring staff, establishing protocols. Harry spent mornings reviewing reports with Andromeda Tonks, who'd become the Foundation's operational director and was proving invaluable in navigating both magical bureaucracy and the practical challenges of child welfare. "We've had a request from the International Confederation of Wizards," Andromeda announced during one of their meetings. "They want to discuss whether our model could be adapted for other countries. Apparently, Britain isn't the only place where magical orphans have been failed by their governments. That's good, isn't it? It's good that people are paying attention. It's complicated that they want to use your name as a selling point." Andromeda's expression was carefully neutral. "Harry Potter, the boy who revolutionized child welfare. It makes for compelling propaganda, but propaganda has its own dangers." Harry understood. His name had power, more power than he'd ever wanted. Using that power to help children was one thing. Becoming a brand, a symbol that could be co-opted for purposes he might not control, was another. "We'll meet with them," he decided. "But carefully. No commitments until we understand what they really want." "Agreed." Andromeda made a note. "There's also the matter of the Longbottom request." "The what?" "Neville's grandmother has been in contact. She wants to discuss options." Harry frowned. "Options for what?" Andromeda's expression shifted to something more complicated. "For Neville's parents. Frank and Alice Longbottom have been in the permanent ward at St. Mungo's for over a decade. Their care is adequate, but it's not innovative. Augusta Longbottom has heard about some of the healing research the Foundation is funding and wants to know if any of it might help her son and daughter-in-law." Harry felt his stomach tighten. He knew Neville's parents had been tortured into insanity by Death Eaters, one of the war's many atrocities, overshadowed by his own story but no less tragic. Neville rarely spoke about them, but Harry had seen the way his friend's face changed when the topic arose. "Is there anything that might help them?" "Possibly. Mind healing is a complex field," and the damage they suffered was extensive. But there are researchers who believe that with sufficient resources and time, some recovery might be possible. Andromeda paused. It would be expensive. And there are no guarantees. Do it. Harry, fund the research. Whatever it costs. The Longbottoms were supposed to be my guardians if something happened to Sirius. They would have raised me if they could. The least I can do is try to give them back to their son. Andromeda studied him for a long moment. Then she nodded. I'll make the arrangements. The letter from Dumbledore arrived in mid-August. Harry recognized the handwriting immediately, the flowing script, the purple ink, the slight flourish on certain letters. He considered not opening it, leaving whatever Dumbledore wanted to say unread and unanswered. But that would have been cowardly. And whatever else Harry was becoming, he refused to be a coward. Dear Harry, I hope this letter finds you well and that your summer with Sirius has been restorative. I've heard reports that Grimmauld Place is nearly unrecognizable, which speaks well of both your godfather's determination and your own influence. I write with a request that I hope you'll consider carefully. As you know, I testified under Veritaserum regarding my role in your placement with the Dursleys. My words are now part of the public record, and I stand by them. My failures are my own, and I've made no attempt to excuse them. However, there is more to the story than what emerged in that testimony. Context that I was not asked about, and which I could not volunteer under the serum's constraints. I believe you deserve to hear this context, not as an excuse, but as an explanation. I'm asking for the opportunity to speak with you. Not as headmaster to student, but as one person who has made grave mistakes to another who has suffered from them. If you're willing, I'll come to Grimmauld Place at your convenience. Whatever you decide, I want you to know that I am proud of what you've accomplished. You've achieved more in 1 year than most manage in a lifetime. Your parents would be astounded, and, I think, tremendously pleased. With respect and hope, Albus Dumbledore. Harry read the letter 3 times, parsing each sentence for hidden meanings or manipulations. He found none, just the words of an old man seeking something that Harry wasn't sure he was ready to give. Problem? Sirius asked from across the breakfast table. Harry handed over the letter without comment. He watched Sirius's expression shift from curiosity to wariness to something more complicated as he read. Do you want to see him? I don't know. Part of me wants to tell him to go to hell. Part of me. Harry trailed off. Wants to understand. Yes. I know what he did, he testified under Veritaserum, there's no question about the facts. But I don't know why. Not really. And the not knowing. Harry shook his head. It's like an itch I can't scratch. Sirius set down the letter and was quiet for a long moment. I hated Dumbledore for years, he said finally. In Azkaban, when the Dementors weren't feeding on my worst memories, I spent hours imagining what I'd say to him if I ever got the chance. How I'd blame him for not investigating, for not demanding a trial, for letting an innocent man rot while he played his chess games with the world. And now? Now I've actually talked to him. Seen the regret in his eyes. Heard his apologies, which he offers without expecting forgiveness. Sirius sighed. I don't forgive him. I'm not sure I ever will. But I understand him better than I did. And somehow, understanding makes the hatred less consuming. You think I should meet with him? I think you should do whatever feels right to you. Not what I want, not what Dumbledore wants, not what anyone else expects. Sirius met his eyes. You've spent too much of your life doing what others demanded. It's time to start making choices based on what you need. Harry considered this. What did he need? He needed answers. He needed to understand how someone who claimed to care about him could have made the choices Dumbledore had made. He needed closure. I'll meet with him, Harry decided. But on my terms. Here, with you present, and with the understanding that I'm not obligated to forgive or accept anything. Sirius nodded. I'll set it up. Dumbledore arrived 3 days later. The headmaster looked older than Harry remembered, though how much of that was real and how much was Harry's perception, he couldn't say. Dumbledore moved carefully, leaning on a cane Harry had never seen before, his robes muted rather than flamboyant. He looked, Harry thought, like someone who'd been through a war. Which, in a sense, he had. They met in the drawing room, which Sirius had cleared of the worst of the dark artifacts. Harry sat in a high-backed chair, Sirius standing behind him like a guardian. Dumbledore took the seat across from them, accepting tea with murmured thanks. "Thank you for agreeing to see me," Dumbledore began. "You said you had context to share. Things you couldn't say under Veritaserum." Direct as always. A ghost of the old twinkle appeared in Dumbledore's eyes. "Yes. Context. Not excuses, I want to be clear about that. What I did was wrong, and no context changes that. But you asked once why I made the choices I made, and I think you deserve a fuller answer than the serum allowed. Then talk." Dumbledore took a slow breath. "When your parents died, when Voldemort fell, I believed, truly believed, that the danger was not over. His body was destroyed, yes, but I had reason to think that death would not be permanent for him. He had taken steps, dark steps, to anchor himself to this world." "Horcruxes," Harry said. Dumbledore's composure cracked for the first time. "You know about those?" "I know the word. Sirius mentioned it, something about Voldemort splitting his soul." Harry's voice was flat. "I haven't researched the details yet. Perhaps that's wise." "The details are." Dumbledore shook his head. "Yes. Horcruxes. Voldemort created them to ensure his immortality. As long as they existed, he could not truly die. I suspected their existence even then, though I had no proof. What does this have to do with putting me in a cupboard?" "The blood wards." Dumbledore's voice dropped. "When your mother sacrificed herself to protect you, she created something extraordinary, protection based on love, on blood, on the willing sacrifice of one life for another. As long as you lived with someone who shared her blood, that protection would shield you from Voldemort and his followers. You explained this before." "At the hearing." "Yes. What I couldn't explain, what the Veritaserum questions didn't touch on, was what I feared would happen if that protection failed." Dumbledore leaned forward. "Harry, Voldemort didn't just want to kill you. He marked you. The curse that should have destroyed you created a connection instead, a link between your soul and his." The room went very quiet. "What are you saying?" Sirius demanded. "I'm saying that the night Voldemort attacked Harry, a fragment of his soul was torn loose and attached itself to the only living thing it could find." Dumbledore's eyes were ancient, sad. "Harry carries a piece of Voldemort within him. The scar is not just a wound, it's a connection. And that connection is why I believed, why I still believe, that extraordinary measures were necessary to protect him." Harry felt ice spreading through his chest. A piece of Voldemort. Inside him. Part of the monster who'd killed his parents, who'd terrorized the wizarding world, living in his head like a parasite. "Why didn't you tell me this before?" "Because I hoped I was wrong. Because I wanted to find another explanation. Because," Dumbledore's voice broke. "Because telling an 11-year-old child that he carries a fragment of the darkest wizard in history seemed like cruelty beyond anything I could justify. So instead, you put me with the Dursleys. Where I was starved and beaten and told I was worthless. I put you where the blood wards would protect you from external threats. I failed, catastrophically, to protect you from internal ones." Dumbledore's hands trembled slightly. "I told myself the magical dangers were greater than the mundane ones. I told myself physical survival was more important than emotional well-being. I was wrong. I know that now. I knew it then, on some level, but I couldn't admit it to myself. Because admitting it would have meant questioning the rest of your choices." "Yes." The admission seemed to cost Dumbledore something vital. I had built my entire approach to the war on certain assumptions. That I knew best. That the ends justified the means. That sacrifices were necessary and I was qualified to decide who would make them. Your suffering was a sacrifice I made on your behalf, without your consent, and I convinced myself it was for the greater good. The greater good. Sirius's voice was barely controlled fury. That's what Grindelwald said, isn't it? Your old friend. Dumbledore flinched as if struck. Yes. It was Gellert's philosophy first. And perhaps I never fully escaped its influence. Perhaps I've been making his mistakes, dressed up in different clothes, for longer than I wanted to admit. The room fell silent. Harry processed what he'd heard, the Horcrux revelation, the admission of philosophical corruption, the portrait of a man who'd lost his way so gradually he hadn't noticed until it was too late. What do you want from me? Harry asked finally. Nothing you're not prepared to give. I don't expect forgiveness. I'm not sure I deserve it. Dumbledore met his eyes. But I wanted you to know the full truth. Not the partial truth that emerged from targeted questions under Veritaserum, but everything. So you could make your own judgments based on complete information. And the Horcrux? The piece of Voldemort in my head? I believe it can be removed. The research is incomplete, but there are methods, dangerous ones, but potentially effective. Dumbledore's expression was grave. When you're ready, if you choose to pursue it, I'll share everything I know. But that decision is yours to make, not mine to impose. Harry sat with this for a long moment. He wanted to hate Dumbledore. Part of him still did, the part that remembered the cupboard, the hunger, the years of believing he was worthless. That hatred was real and valid and might never fully fade. But another part of him recognized something in the old man's confession. The same pattern Harry had seen throughout the case, not malice, but expedience. Not evil, but the slow erosion of principles in service of goals that seemed important at the time. Dumbledore wasn't a villain. He was a cautionary tale. I'll think about what you've told me, Harry said. I'm not promising anything, not forgiveness, not reconciliation, not whatever relationship you might be hoping for. But I'll think about it. That's all I can ask. Dumbledore rose, leaning heavily on his cane. Thank you for listening, Harry. And thank you for everything you've accomplished. The world is better for your stubborn refusal to accept injustice. He left without another word, disappearing into the floor with a swirl of emerald flames. Harry sat in the silence that followed, processing, adjusting, trying to fit this new information into the framework of understanding he'd been building. Are you all right? Sirius asked quietly. No. But I will be. Harry took a breath. I need to research Horcruxes. I need to understand what's inside me and how to get rid of it. I'll help. I know you will. Harry managed a small smile. That's what family does, right? Shows up. Shows up. Every time. They sat together in the fading afternoon light, two survivors beginning to understand just how deep the darkness went, and how much work remained to bring it into the light. Chapter 9 End. Chapter 10, The Fugitive Godfather. September arrived with the weight of unfinished business. Harry returned to Hogwarts for his second year carrying knowledge that changed everything, the Horcrux, Voldemort's soul fragment lodged somewhere inside him like a splinter of darkness waiting to fester. He'd spent the final weeks of summer researching, reading every text Sirius could find on soul magic, and the conclusions were both terrifying and strangely clarifying. The piece of Voldemort explained things. The nightmares. The connection he sometimes felt to emotions that weren't his own. The way his scar burned when dark magic was near. It also explained why Dumbledore had been so desperate to keep him protected, and why that desperation had led to such catastrophic mistakes. You're quieter this year, Hermione observed on the train to Hogwarts. She and Ron had noticed the change immediately, the new weight Harry carried behind his eyes. Something happened this summer. Something beyond the birthday party and the foundation work. Something happened, Harry agreed. He'd decided during the journey to tell them. They'd earned his trust 100 times over, and keeping this secret felt like a betrayal of everything they'd built together. But not here. Tonight, after the feast. Somewhere private. Ron and Hermione exchanged glances but didn't press. They'd learned that Harry shared things in his own time, and pushing only made him retreat further behind his walls. The Hogwarts feast was everything Harry remembered: floating candles, enchanted ceiling showing a perfect starlit sky, tables groaning with food that seemed designed to make every student simultaneously hungry and overwhelmed. The sorting went smoothly, Gryffindor gained several promising new students, and Dumbledore's start-of-term speech was notably subdued compared to previous years. The headmaster's eyes found Harry's only once during the evening. A slight nod, an acknowledgement of their summer conversation, and then Dumbledore looked away as if respecting Harry's space. Small mercies. Harry wasn't ready for more complicated interactions. After the feast, after the first years had been shepherded to their dormitories and the common room had settled into comfortable chaos, Harry led Ron and Hermione to the room of requirement. The space transformed into a comfortable sitting room, warm and private, with enough chairs for three and a fire crackling in a hearth that hadn't existed a moment before. "This is about your scar, isn't it?" Hermione asked once they were settled. "About the connection you have with you-know-who?" Harry blinked. "How did you? I've been researching all summer. The way you described your dreams, the pain you feel when dark magic is present, there had to be an explanation." Hermione's expression was a mixture of concern and intellectual determination. "I found references to soul bonds, to magical connections formed through traumatic events, to—" She stopped, her face going pale. "Harry, please tell me it's not what I think it is." "It depends on what you think it is." "A Horcrux. You're carrying a piece of his soul." Ron made a choking sound. "A what?" "His soul." "How is that possible?" Harry told them everything: Dumbledore's explanation, the research he'd done over the summer, the terrifying implications of carrying a fragment of the darkest wizard in history inside his own mind. By the time he finished, Hermione was crying silently, tears tracking down her cheeks while her jaw remained set with determination. Ron looked like he might be sick, but underneath the shock was something harder, a fierce protectiveness that Harry had never seen quite so clearly before. "We're going to fix this," Ron said. "Whatever it takes, however dangerous, we're going to get that thing out of you." "It's not that simple. The research is incomplete. The methods that might work are, I don't care how complicated it is." Ron's voice was flat, certain. "You're my best mate. I'm not letting you walk around with a piece of that monster in your head any longer than absolutely necessary." "Ron's right," Hermione added, wiping her eyes. "This summer, I was researching because I was curious. Now I'm researching because we have a goal. We know what we're looking for: methods of soul extraction, ways to separate a Horcrux from its host without destroying the host." She pulled out a notebook already covered in her precise handwriting. "I've started a list of potential avenues. Some of them are dark magic, but if dark magic is what it takes, no." Harry's voice was sharp. "We're not using dark magic. We're not becoming what we're fighting against. Harry, if it's the only way, then we'll find another way. Or we'll figure out how to live with it. But I didn't spend a year exposing the Ministry's willingness to compromise their principles for convenience just to turn around and do the same thing myself." Hermione looked like she wanted to argue, but something in Harry's expression stopped her. She nodded slowly. "All right. No dark magic unless we've exhausted every other option and you specifically authorize it." "But Harry," her voice softened. "You have to promise us you'll actually tell us if it gets worse. No suffering in silence, no pretending everything's fine. We're in this together. I promise." Ron stood up abruptly, crossing the room to stand in front of Harry. Then, without warning, he pulled Harry into a fierce hug. You've spent your whole life dealing with impossible things alone, Ron said gruffly. That stops now. Whatever happens, we face it together. The three of us. Harry felt something crack inside him, not breaking, but releasing. Pressure he hadn't known he was carrying, stress he'd been holding so tightly it had become invisible. Together, he agreed. The weeks that followed settled into a new rhythm. Classes resumed with the particular intensity of second year, more advanced magic, higher expectations, professors who assumed their students had actually learned something the previous year. Harry split his time between schoolwork, Foundation responsibilities handled through correspondence with Andromeda, and the quiet research project he, Ron, and Hermione had undertaken. They called it the project, in public, deliberately vague. In private, they called it what it was, the hunt for a way to save Harry's soul. Hermione threw herself into the research with characteristic intensity, working through every book on soul magic the Hogwarts library contained and several more that Sirius sent from the Black family collection. Ron contributed in different ways, practical suggestions, emotional support, and a surprising talent for thinking around corners that complemented Hermione's more systematic approach. Harry mostly just tried to stay sane. The Horcrux made itself known in small ways. Dreams that weren't his own, fragments of memory from a childhood in an orphanage, glimpses of a face that might have been handsome once before it was twisted by ambition and dark magic. Moments of rage that seemed to come from nowhere, disproportionate to whatever had triggered them. A constant low-level awareness of something other sharing space inside his head. He learned to manage it. Occlumency exercises that Sirius had taught him over the summer helped create barriers between his mind and the fragment. Meditation techniques Hermione found in an obscure text on mind healing provided additional tools. And simply knowing what he was dealing with made it easier to recognize when the Horcrux was influencing him and push back against its effects. It wasn't a solution. But it was enough to function. October brought an unexpected development. Harry was in the library with Hermione, researching ancient purification rituals, when a school owl arrived bearing an urgent message from the ministry. Mr. Potter, the Wisengamot has received a formal petition for clemency on behalf of several individuals convicted or accused of crimes during the Blood War. The petitioners argue that the exposure of ministry corruption calls into question the validity of all convictions from that era. As the individual whose case revealed this corruption, you have been granted standing to offer testimony regarding the petition. Your presence is requested at a formal hearing on October 15. Amelia Bones, acting minister for magic. Harry read the letter twice, his mind racing. Clemency petitions. Death Eaters, or at least people convicted of being Death Eaters, were trying to use his case to get themselves released. That's actually clever, Hermione said when he showed her the letter. Legally speaking, if the ministry was corrupt enough to imprison an innocent man without trial, they might have been corrupt enough to convict guilty people on false evidence too. The petitioners are arguing that every conviction from that era needs to be re-examined. Which would mean releasing people who might actually be dangerous. Or confirming that some of them really were imperieused, really were forced, really were innocent. Hermione's expression was troubled. It's not a simple question, Harry. The corruption was real. The failures were real. If we argue that convictions made by a corrupt system should stand just because they're convenient, we're doing exactly what Dumbledore did. Harry saw her point, and hated that he saw it. His case had been built on the principle that justice mattered more than convenience. That truth was worth pursuing even when it was uncomfortable. How could he now argue that those principles shouldn't apply to everyone? But some of the people in Azkaban were genuinely dangerous. Some had committed atrocities that no amount of ministry corruption could excuse. Opening the floodgates might mean releasing monsters alongside victims. I need to think about this, Harry said. And I need to talk to Sirius. The mirror call with Sirius that evening was illuminating. I've been expecting this, Sirius said, his face flickering in the enchanted glass. The moment your case succeeded, every convict with a half-decent lawyer was going to try to ride your coattails. Do you think they have a point? Some of them. Maybe. The ministry's corruption was systemic, it didn't just affect me. There are probably other people in Azkaban who never got fair trials, who were convicted on evidence that wouldn't hold up to scrutiny. Sirius's expression darkened. But there are also people in there who deserve to be there. Bellatrix. The Carrows. The ones who tortured and killed with joy, who served Voldemort because they believed in his cause. How do I tell the difference? You don't. That's what trials are for. That's why the system is supposed to work, so individuals don't have to make those judgments alone. Sirius leaned closer to the mirror. Harry, the question isn't whether some of these people deserve another look. The question is whether the system can handle giving them one without letting the genuinely dangerous ones slip through. And can it? I don't know. Bones is competent, but she's still rebuilding from the wreckage your case exposed. The Wisengamot is divided, scared, not sure which way to jump. Sirius sighed. Whatever you decide to say at this hearing, it's going to carry weight. Maybe more weight than it should. People will look to you for guidance. I'm 12 years old. You're Harry Potter. Age doesn't matter as much as it should, not after everything you've done. Harry sat with this for a long moment. The responsibility was crushing, the knowledge that his words could influence whether dangerous people went free or innocent people continued to suffer. I'll testify in favor of individual review, he decided finally. Not mass clemency, that's too dangerous. But every person convicted during that era should have the right to petition for re-examination of their case. If the evidence holds up, they stay in prison. If it doesn't, they get a real trial. That's going to make some people very angry. People have been angry at me since I filed my first lawsuit. I'm used to it. Sirius smiled, a real smile, proud and sad in equal measure. Your father would have said the same thing. He believed in principles, even when they were inconvenient. The smile faded slightly. Just be careful, Harry. The people who benefited from the old system won't give up easily. And some of them are still out there, still watching, still waiting for an opportunity. I know. I've been watching them right back. The clemency hearing took place in the same courtroom where Harry had first testified against the ministry. The gallery was packed, journalists, observers, family members of prisoners who'd come to hear their loved ones' fates discussed. Harry sat at a witness table near the front, Sharpclaw beside him as always, watching the proceedings unfold with the detached attention of someone who'd learned to see patterns in chaos. Amelia Bones presided, her expression carefully neutral as she read the formal petition into the record. The arguments were predictable, ministry corruption invalidated all convictions, every prisoner deserved reconsideration, the pursuit of justice demanded nothing less. The counter-arguments were equally predictable, opening the floodgates would release dangerous criminals, some convictions were beyond question, the ministry's failures didn't erase the crimes committed against its victims. Then it was Harry's turn to speak. He stood, feeling the weight of hundreds of eyes upon him, and began. When I filed my lawsuit against the ministry, I wasn't trying to undermine the entire justice system. I was trying to get answers about my own life, answers that the system had deliberately buried. But in pursuing those answers, I exposed something larger, a pattern of corruption, negligence, and abuse of power that affected far more than just my case. He paused, letting the words settle. The petitioners are right that this corruption calls into question the validity of convictions made during that era. They're right that innocent people may have been imprisoned on false evidence, just as Sirius Black was. The principle I fought for, that truth matters more than convenience, demands that we take their concerns seriously. A rustle went through the gallery. Some people were nodding, others looked worried. But the petitioners are wrong to demand mass clemency. Not every conviction was unjust. Not every prisoner is innocent. Some of the people in Azkaban committed crimes so terrible that no amount of ministry corruption can excuse them. Releasing them would be its own form of injustice, an injustice to their victims' families, to everyone who suffered under Voldemort's reign of terror. Harry's voice hardened. What I propose instead is individual review. Every person convicted during the Blood War should have the right to petition for re-examination of their case. An independent body, not the ministry, not the Wiesengemot, but truly independent investigators, should examine the evidence, interview witnesses, and determine whether the conviction was sound. If it was, the sentence stands. If it wasn't, the prisoner gets a real trial. He looked around the chamber, meeting eyes, refusing to flinch. This will be expensive. This will be time-consuming. This will force us to confront uncomfortable truths about what our government did in the name of security. But it's the only approach that honors both the principle of justice and the reality that some people genuinely need to be kept away from society. Harry sat down. The chamber erupted into debate. The vote came 3 hours later. Harry's proposal, individual review, independent investigation, case-by-case determination, passed by a margin of 34 to 18. It wasn't unanimous, but it was decisive. Amelia Bones caught Harry's arm as he was leaving the chamber. "That was well done," she said quietly. "You threaded a needle most experienced politicians couldn't have managed." "I just said what I believed." "Yes. That's what made it work." Bones studied him with those sharp, assessing eyes. "Potter, you've done more to reshape this society in 1 year than most people manage in a lifetime. But there are forces gathering that your lawsuit didn't touch, older forces, darker ones. Watch yourself." "What kind of forces?" "The kind that don't file lawsuits or petition courts. The kind that move in shadows and achieve their goals through means that leave no evidence." Bones's voice dropped. "I've seen intelligence reports. Movement in Eastern Europe. Whispers among the old families who still believe. Something is building, Potter. And I'm not sure any of us are ready for it." Harry thought about the Horcrux. About Voldemort's soul, fragments scattered across the world, anchoring him to existence even in his current diminished state. "I understand," he said. "I'll be careful. See that you are. The wizarding world needs you alive more than you might realize." She swept away before Harry could respond, leaving him standing in the corridor with the weight of her warning pressing down on his shoulders. The return to Hogwarts was quieter than Harry expected. He'd anticipated commentary, questions, the endless scrutiny that seemed to follow his every public appearance. Instead, his fellow students seemed almost subdued, as if they'd finally processed that Harry Potter wasn't just a famous name but a force that was actively reshaping their world. Some of them, he suspected, weren't sure whether to be grateful or terrified. Ron and Hermione waited for him in the common room, their own research spread across a table in the corner. "How did it go?" Hermione asked. "The proposal passed. Individual review, case-by-case basis." "That's good, isn't it?" "It's good. But Amelia Bones warned me about something else. Something bigger." Harry sat down heavily. "She said there's movement in Eastern Europe. The old families who still believe. Something building." Ron and Hermione exchanged glances. "Voldemort," Ron said quietly. "Maybe. Or people who want him back. People who've been waiting for the chaos my case created to give them an opening." Harry rubbed his scar, a habit he'd developed, a way of checking that the connection remained dormant. "We've been so focused on the Horcrux inside me that we forgot about the ones out there. The ones that are keeping him alive, wherever he is." "We haven't forgotten," Hermione said. "I've been researching locations. Places that might be significant to him, items that might serve as vessels." She pulled out her notebook. "The diary his 16-year-old self created is confirmed destroyed. That happened before you came to Hogwarts, apparently. But there are others. His family's ring. Hufflepuff's cup. Slytherin's locket. Ravenclaw's diadem. And possibly more. You've been busy. I've been scared." Hermione's voice was steady, but her eyes betrayed the fear underneath. "Harry, if we don't find and destroy these things, nothing else matters." The ministry reforms, the foundation, even removing the fragment from you, it all means nothing if Voldemort can just come back. Harry looked at his friends, at Ron's determined jaw, at Hermione's fierce intelligence, at the bond they'd forged through a year of impossible challenges. Then we find them, he said. We find the Horcruxes, we destroy them, and we make sure that monster can never hurt anyone again. How? The same way I've done everything else. Research. Planning. Allies. And a stubborn refusal to accept that the powerful get to hurt people without consequences. Ron grinned. That's worked out pretty well so far. It has. Harry allowed himself a small smile. But this is different. This isn't fighting bureaucracies and corrupt officials. This is fighting something ancient and evil, something that doesn't care about laws or principles or public opinion. Good thing we don't just care about those things, Hermione said. We care about you. And protecting you means destroying what's threatening you. She gathered her notes. I'll keep researching. If there's a way to track Horcruxes, to identify where they might be hidden, I'll find it. And I'll handle the practical stuff, Ron added. Supplies, logistics, whatever we need. I've been writing to Bill, he works for Gringotts as a cursebreaker. If anyone knows how to deal with magically protected artifacts, it's him. Harry looked at his friends and felt something he'd rarely experienced in his life, hope. Not the desperate, fragile hope of a child waiting for rescue that never came. Real hope, grounded in capability and connection and the knowledge that he wasn't facing his challenges alone. Thank you, he said quietly. Both of you. For everything. Don't get sappy on us, Potter. But Ron was grinning, and Hermione was blinking back tears, and in that moment, the weight on Harry's shoulders felt just a little bit lighter. Whatever was coming, Voldemort's return, the hunt for Horcruxes, the darkness gathering on the horizon, they would face it together. And together, Harry was beginning to believe, they might actually win. Chapter 10 End. Chapter 11, The Rat Revealed. November brought cold winds and colder revelations. The individual review process Harry had championed was underway, with the first batch of petitions being examined by the newly established Independent Magical Justice Commission. Early results were mixed, 3 convictions upheld, 2 overturned, and 1 case so complicated that the investigators had requested additional time and resources. Harry followed the proceedings through Sharpclaw's reports, noting patterns, looking for anything that might connect to the larger threat Amelia Bones had warned him about. The Eastern European movement. The old families. Something building. But the breakthrough, when it came, arrived from an unexpected direction. Hermione burst into the room of requirement one evening, her arms full of papers and her eyes wild with discovery. I found it, she gasped, dumping the papers onto their research table. I found the connection. The reason Peter Pettigrew spent 12 years hiding as a rat with the Weasleys. Ron looked up from his own research, Bill's latest letter about curse-breaking techniques. We already know why. He was hiding from the people who'd want him dead if they knew he was alive. No, that's what we assumed. But look at this. Hermione spread out a complex diagram covered in her precise annotations. I've been tracing Pettigrew's movements after he escaped from custody. The Aurors lost him in the chaos following his exposure, but there were sightings, brief ones, mostly dismissed as unreliable. But when you map them... Harry leaned forward, studying the diagram. Red dots indicated confirmed sightings, blue dots indicated possible ones, and thin lines connected them in a web of movement. He's heading northeast, Harry said slowly. Toward Albania. Hermione's voice dropped. The same region where Voldemort was last reliably reported. The same forests where Quirrell supposedly encountered him before coming to Hogwarts. The implication settled over them like a shroud. Pettigrew's going back to his master, Ron said. He's going to help bring him back. Or he's already helping. These sightings are months old, the most recent is from September. He could be there by now, could already be doing whatever he went to do. Hermione's hands were shaking. Harry, we have to tell someone. The Aurors, the Ministry, someone who can actually do something. Harry stared at the map, his mind racing through implications. Pettigrew returning to Voldemort made a terrible kind of sense. The rat had nowhere else to go, his identity exposed, his crimes public knowledge, hunted by both law enforcement and the Death Eaters who might see him as a loose end. Running to his old master was the only move that might offer protection. But what could Pettigrew offer Voldemort in return? He knows things, Harry said slowly. Pettigrew was there for everything, the war, the betrayal, the aftermath. He knows who served Voldemort willingly, who was truly imperious, who might be turned back to the cause. He's a walking intelligence file. And he knows about you, Hermione added. He lived with the Weasleys for 12 years. He heard everything they said about you, about your case, about your plans. He knows your friends, your habits, your vulnerabilities. Ron had gone pale. He was in my pocket. For years. Listening to everything we talked about. Which means Voldemort will know everything Pettigrew knew. Our research. Our plans. The Horcrux inside Harry. Hermione's voice cracked. We've been compromised from the beginning. Harry felt cold clarity settling over him. This was bad, potentially catastrophic. But panicking wouldn't help. They needed to assess, adapt, and act. Pettigrew didn't know about the Horcrux, Harry said. I didn't know about it until this summer, and he was already in custody by then. Whatever intelligence he's carrying, that's not part of it. But he knows about your scar. About the connection. About the nightmares. Hermione was thinking out loud now, her fear giving way to analysis. Even without knowing what causes them, that information is valuable. Voldemort would understand the significance even if Pettigrew doesn't. Then we assume he knows. We assume he's preparing for us, the same way we're preparing for him. Harry stood, pacing the room. The question is what to do about it. We tell the Ministry can't do anything in Albania. It's outside their jurisdiction, and the magical governments there have their own problems. By the time anyone organized an international response, Voldemort could be anywhere. Then what do we do? Harry turned to face his friends, his expression hard. We stop researching Horcruxes and start finding them. Pettigrew's escape changes the timeline, we don't have years to plan and prepare. We need to start destroying anchors before Voldemort has a chance to use them to come back. The shift in strategy required resources Harry had been reluctant to deploy. The Potter fortune, the full fortune, not just the settlement money, represented enough wealth to fund a small war. Harry had been saving it, hesitant to tap into power he hadn't earned, conscious of how easy it would be to become the kind of person who solved problems by throwing money at them. But this was different. This was survival. I need to establish a secure communication network, Harry told Sharpclaw at their next meeting. People in multiple countries who can gather information, track movements, report anything unusual. I need researchers with access to resources the Hogwarts library doesn't have. And I need experts, cursebreakers, magical archaeologists, anyone who might know how to find hidden artifacts. Sharpclaw's ancient eyes gleamed with something that might have been approval. You're building an intelligence operation. I'm preparing for a war that everyone else thinks is already over. A costly endeavor. Both in gold and in risk. Risk I can handle. Gold I have. Harry met the goblin's gaze. Can you help me or not? Gringotts can provide many of the services you require. Our networks span the globe, and our discretion is legendary. Sharpclaw paused. But there are some things gold cannot buy. Loyalty, for instance. Courage. The willingness to face darkness that would break lesser souls. I know. That's why I have Ron and Hermione. Two 12-year-olds against a Dark Lord who has cheated death itself. Sharpclaw's voice was not unkind. The odds are not in your favor. The odds have never been in my favor. I've learned to work with that. Sharpclaw was quiet for a long moment. Then, slowly, he nodded. I'll make the arrangements. Initial reports should begin arriving within the fortnight. And Mr. Potter? A ghost of a smile crossed his face. Try not to get killed. You're the most interesting client I've had in centuries. The intelligence network came together faster than Harry expected. Gringotts had connections everywhere, banks, businesses, governments that owed debts they'd rather not publicize. Within weeks, Harry was receiving reports from across Europe, whispers of dark activity in Bulgaria, unusual magical disturbances in the forests of Albania, Death Eater families making quiet preparations for something they wouldn't discuss openly. The picture that emerged was troubling. He's gathering strength, Harry reported to Ron and Hermione during one of their evening sessions. Not physically, he's still too weak for that, but politically. The old families, the ones who escaped justice, they're positioning themselves. Moving money, making alliances, preparing for something they expect to happen soon. Voldemort's return, Hermione said. Or the possibility of it. They're hedging their bets, making sure they're on the winning side no matter what happens. Harry shuffled through the reports. The question is what's triggering this timing? Why now? Your case, Ron said slowly. Think about it. You didn't just expose ministry corruption, you weakened the entire system. The Auror department is in chaos, half the Wisengamot has been replaced, the new minister is still finding her feet. If Voldemort wanted to come back, this is the perfect moment. Which means my lawsuit might have accidentally helped him. No. Hermione's voice was sharp. Don't think like that. The corruption you exposed was real. The failures were real. You did the right thing, and if bad people are exploiting the chaos, that's on them, not you. She's right, Ron added. Besides, the corruption would have helped Voldemort too. Imagine trying to fight him with a ministry full of people who take bribes and ignore evidence. At least now we have a chance at honest opposition. Harry appreciated their support, but the weight of unintended consequences still pressed down on him. Every action created ripples. Every victory contained the seeds of new challenges. This was what it meant to change the world, not just solving problems, but accepting responsibility for the new problems your solutions created. We need to find a Horcrux, Harry said. Something concrete to destroy. Something that proves we're making progress, not just gathering information. The locket, Hermione said immediately. Slytherin's locket. It's the one we have the most information about, there are historical records, descriptions, a chain of ownership we can trace. Where does the chain end? That's the problem. It was last reliably documented in the possession of a witch named Hepzibah Smith, who died in the 1940s. After that. Hermione shook her head. It vanishes. Either stolen, hidden, or destroyed, though if it were destroyed, Voldemort would know and would have created a replacement. So somewhere between the 1940s and now, the locket was taken by someone with enough knowledge to recognize its value. Harry thought about this. Voldemort himself would be the obvious answer. He would have turned it into a Horcrux and hidden it somewhere significant. Significant how? Somewhere connected to his history. His sense of identity. Harry's mind raced through what he knew of Voldemort's past, the orphanage, Hogwarts, the cave where he tormented other children as a boy. The cave. There are references to a cave where young Tom Riddle took other orphans. Where he did something terrible enough that the orphanage matron remembered it decades later. You think he hid a Horcrux there? I think it's the kind of place he'd find meaningful. A site of his first dark acts, transformed into a hiding place for a piece of his soul. Harry pulled out a map of Britain. The orphanage was in London, but they took trips to the coast. If we can identify which coast, narrow down possible locations. That's a lot of coastline, Ron pointed out. It's a start. And we have resources now, people who can investigate, search, eliminate possibilities. Harry looked at his friends. This is how we fight him. Not with wands and spells, but with patience, intelligence, and the willingness to do the hard work no one else wants to do. The hard work that will probably get us killed, Ron muttered. But he was grinning, and his hand was steady when he reached for his own pile of research. They bent back to their work, 3 children preparing for a war that adults refused to believe was coming. December brought snow to Hogwarts and an unexpected visitor to Harry's attention. Albus Dumbledore requested a meeting, not a summons, not an order, but a polite request through official channels that Harry was free to decline. Harry considered declining, then reconsidered. Dumbledore knew more about Voldemort than almost anyone alive. His knowledge could accelerate their search dramatically. And besides, Harry was curious. Their summer conversation had opened a door between them, not friendship, perhaps, but something approaching mutual respect. Whatever Dumbledore wanted to discuss might be worth hearing. They met in the headmaster's office on a cold afternoon, snow falling silently outside the tower windows. Fawkes the Phoenix trilled a greeting as Harry entered, and Dumbledore rose from behind his desk with careful courtesy. "Thank you for agreeing to see me, Harry. You said you had information that might interest me." "Always direct." Dumbledore smiled slightly. "Yes. I've been doing research of my own, into the matter we discussed over the summer. The soul fragment you carry and its implications." Harry tensed. "And? I believe I've found a way to remove it. A method that doesn't require dark magic, doesn't require your death, and has a reasonable chance of success." Dumbledore paused. "I also believe I know where to find another of Voldemort's Horcruxes." Harry's heart rate spiked. "Which one?" "The ring. His family's ring, passed down through generations of the Gaunt family until it came to Tom Riddle. I believe he transformed it into a Horcrux and hid it in the ruins of his grandfather's house." "You found it?" "I've located the house. The ring is almost certainly there, protected by whatever traps a young and paranoid dark wizard thought to install." Dumbledore's expression grew grave. "I'm telling you this because you have a right to know. Because the fragment in your scar connects you to this hunt in ways that no one else can understand. And because—" He hesitated. "Because I'm old, Harry. Old and tired and uncertain how much longer I can continue this fight." Harry studied the headmaster, the man who'd made so many mistakes, who'd caused so much harm, who'd also spent decades fighting against the darkest forces in the wizarding world. The conflict between his anger and his pragmatism had never felt sharper. "You want my help. I want your partnership. Not a mentor and student, not a general and soldier. Equals, working toward a common goal." Dumbledore met his eyes. "I know I haven't earned that. I know my failures disqualify me from asking. But the threat we face is larger than either of us, and our best chance of success lies in cooperation." "What kind of cooperation?" "I'll share everything I know about Voldemort's Horcruxes, their likely locations, their protections, the research I've accumulated over decades. You'll share your resources, your intelligence network, the fresh perspective that an old man like me desperately needs." Dumbledore leaned forward. "Together, we might actually succeed. Apart, we both face long odds." Harry thought about it. His instincts screamed warnings. Dumbledore had manipulated him before, had made decisions on his behalf without consent, had prioritized his own judgment over Harry's well-being. Trusting him again felt like walking back into a trap. But Dumbledore was also brilliant, knowledgeable, and genuinely committed to stopping Voldemort. His resources and experience could save months of work, might mean the difference between success and failure. And perhaps most importantly, Dumbledore was offering something he'd never offered before: equality. Recognition that Harry had earned a voice in his own fate. "I have conditions," Harry said. "Name them." "Full transparency. No more secrets, no more protecting me from information you think I can't handle. If you know something relevant to the Horcrux hunt, I know it too. Agreed. My friends are part of this. Ron and Hermione have been working on this problem for months, they've earned their place. Anything you share with me, you share with them. Dumbledore hesitated, then nodded. Agreed. Though I may request discretion regarding certain sensitive matters. Request all you like. We'll decide together what stays confidential. Fair enough. Anything else? One more thing. Harry held Dumbledore's gaze. No more decisions made, for my own good, without my consent. If you think something needs to be done, you discuss it with me first. We decide together, or we don't decide at all. And if I disagree with your judgment? Then we argue about it like adults, and whoever has the better argument wins. Harry's voice hardened. But you don't get to override me just because you're older or more experienced or convinced you know best. That's how we got here in the first place. Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment. Then, slowly, he extended his hand. You have yourself a partnership, Harry Potter. Harry shook the offered hand. It wasn't trust, not yet, maybe not ever. But it was alliance. And in the war that was coming, alliance might be enough. The first joint operation came 2 weeks later. Harry, Dumbledore, Ron, and Hermione gathered at the edge of a desolate clearing in Little Hangleton, the village where Voldemort's Muggle father had lived, where the Gaunt family had rotted in poverty and madness, where Tom Riddle had committed his first murders. The Gaunt shack stood at the clearing's center, barely more than a ruin, its walls crumbling and its roof collapsed. Even from a distance, Harry could feel the dark magic emanating from it, a pulsing wrongness that made his scar ache. The ring is inside, Dumbledore said quietly. I've analyzed the protections from a distance. There are multiple layers of curses, some quite sophisticated. It will take time to dismantle them safely. How much time? Several hours, at minimum. Possibly longer if there are protections I haven't detected. Then we'd better get started. Harry turned to Ron and Hermione. You two maintain the perimeter. If anything approaches, anything at all, you signal us immediately. We're not just going to stand watch while you, Hermione began. You're going to do exactly what I ask, because the curses on that ring could kill any of us, and Dumbledore needs to focus completely on disabling them. Arguing wastes time we don't have. Hermione's jaw tightened, but she nodded. She and Ron took up positions at opposite ends of the clearing, wands ready. Harry followed Dumbledore toward the shack. The first layer of protection was a detection ward. Dumbledore disabled it with a complex wand movement and a muttered incantation. The second was a fear enchantment designed to drive away casual intruders. The third was a curse that would have caused excruciating pain to anyone who touched the door without the proper counterspell. Layer by layer, Dumbledore peeled back the defenses. Harry watched carefully, learning the techniques, noting the patterns of dark magic and how they could be unraveled. Finally, they stood at the threshold of the ruined building. The ring is inside, Dumbledore said. On what remains of the floor? I can see it, a gold band with a black stone, the Peverell coat of arms. More protections. At least one more. Something I can't quite identify. Dumbledore's voice was troubled. Harry, if something goes wrong, nothing's going to go wrong. We've prepared for this. Nevertheless. Dumbledore met his eyes. If the worst happens, remember what I told you about the Horcrux inside you. There's a way to remove it. The key is, don't. Harry's voice was sharp. Don't tell me like this, like you're expecting to die. You said we're partners. Partners don't give up before the fight is over. Dumbledore studied him for a long moment. Then he smiled, a genuine smile, warm with something that might have been hope. You're quite right. Forgive an old man his melodrama. He raised his wand. Together, then. Together. They stepped into the shack. The ring lay on the rotted floorboards, gleaming with malevolent beauty. The black stone seemed to absorb light, and the gold band pulsed with an energy Harry could feel in his bones. And something else, a compulsion, subtle but powerful, urging him to reach out, to touch, to claim the ring for his own. "Don't look at the stone directly," Dumbledore warned. "It has properties beyond its role as a Horcrux. Properties that prey on desire and grief." Harry tore his eyes away. "How do we destroy it?" "Basilisk venom would work, but we don't have any. Fiend fire would work, but it's too dangerous to control in an enclosed space." Dumbledore reached into his robes and produced a small, intricately carved box. "I have something better." He opened the box to reveal a fong, curved, yellowed, and radiating a deadly wrongness. "Is that a basilisk fong?" "Yes. From the Chamber of Secrets, recovered years ago when the chamber was first discovered." Dumbledore's expression was grave. "One of only 3 such fangs known to exist. I've been saving it for exactly this purpose." "Then let's use it." Dumbledore approached the ring carefully, the fong held ready. Harry stayed close, wand raised, prepared for whatever final trap might spring. The moment the fong touched the ring, the world screamed. A sound like 1,000 voices in agony tore through the shack. The black stone cracked, and something dark and terrible erupted from the fissure, a shadow, a presence, the fragment of soul that had been anchored to the object for decades. It thrashed and howled and reached for them with tendrils of pure malice. Harry felt his scar explode with pain, the Horcrux inside him resonating with its dying brother. He dropped to his knees, fighting to maintain consciousness, as Dumbledore drove the fong deeper into the ring. Then it was over. The shadow dissolved. The screaming stopped. The ring lay on the floor, cracked and blackened, nothing more than a piece of ruined jewelry. Harry gasped for breath, wiping blood from his nose. His scars still throbbed, but the worst of the pain was fading. "It's done," Dumbledore said. He sounded exhausted. "One fewer anchor holding him to this world." "How many more?" "Based on my research, at least 4. The diary was destroyed before you came to Hogwarts, that's 2. The ring makes 3. Dumbledore picked up the ruined artifact, studying it with weary eyes. 3 down. At least 4 to go. Plus the fragment you carry. Harry looked at the destroyed Horcrux and felt something shift inside him. This was real. This was possible. The monster who'd killed his parents, who'd blighted so many lives, who'd caused so much suffering, he could be destroyed. It would be hard. It would be dangerous. It would probably take years. But for the first time, Harry truly believed they could win. Chapter 11 End. Chapter 12, The Greater Good. The destruction of the ring changed something fundamental. Harry had spent his life fighting abstractions, the injustice of his childhood, the corruption of institutions, the failures of people who should have protected him. Those battles had been won with words and evidence, with legal arguments and public pressure, with the slow grinding machinery of civilization. This was different. This was reaching into the heart of darkness and tearing out a piece of it. Harry found himself thinking about it constantly in the weeks that followed. The moment the basilisk fong pierced the ring. The shadow erupting, thrashing, dying. The silence afterward, heavy with significance. He'd destroyed a piece of Voldemort's soul. The monster was weaker now because of something Harry had done. "You're different," Hermione observed one evening in their usual corner of the room of requirement. She was surrounded by books as always, but her attention was on Harry rather than her research. "Since the ring. More focused. I know what we're doing now. It's not just research anymore, not just preparation. We've actually started. Is that good or bad?" Harry considered the question seriously. "Both, probably. Good because we're making progress. Bad because now we know exactly how hard this is going to be." The pain you felt when the ring was destroyed, Hermione said carefully. That was because of the connection, wasn't it? The fragment inside you responding to the fragment in the ring. Yes. Will it get worse? As we destroy more Horcruxes? I don't know. Dumbledore thinks it might. The more fragments we destroy, the more unstable the remaining pieces become. Including the one in my head. Hermione's face went pale. Harry, if destroying them is hurting you, then we destroy them faster, before I can think too much about it. Harry's voice was flat, matter of fact. Hermione, I've been carrying this thing since I was a year old. Every nightmare, every flash of rage I couldn't explain, every time I've felt something that wasn't quite mine, that's been Voldemort. Living in my head like a parasite. I know, but, the pain of destroying Horcruxes is temporary. The pain of carrying one is permanent. I'll take temporary every time. Hermione looked like she wanted to argue, but Ron spoke up from his position by the fire. He's right, you know. Not that I like it any more than you do, but he's right. We can't let the fact that it hurts stop us from doing what needs to be done. That sounds like something Dumbledore would say. Yeah, well, maybe the old man isn't wrong about everything. Ron stood and stretched. Speaking of which, what's next? The ring was won, where do we go from here? Harry pulled out the map they'd been working on all term, locations marked, possibilities ranked, theories annotated in 3 different handwriting styles. Dumbledore thinks the locket is hidden in a cave on the coast. He's been analyzing magical signatures, trying to narrow down exactly where. Harry pointed to a cluster of marks near the Devon coastline. These are the most likely spots. We'll probably need to check them all. A cave with a Horcrux inside, Ron said. Sounds delightful. Dumbledore says it'll be heavily protected. Worse than the ring, probably, Voldemort had more time to prepare, and the location is more isolated. So we'll need more preparation. That's why we're not going until spring at the earliest. We need to finish the school year, gather more resources, and make sure we're ready for whatever he's left guarding the place. Hermione had been quiet, her brow furrowed in thought. Harry, there's something that's been bothering me. What? The diary. You said it was destroyed before you came to Hogwarts. How do you know that? Who destroyed it? Harry paused. It was a good question, one he'd never thought to ask. Dumbledore told me. He said it was found in the Chamber of Secrets and destroyed years ago. But who found it? Who knew what it was? The chamber was supposedly hidden for 1,000 years, who would have the knowledge and ability to locate it, identify a Horcrux, and destroy it without anyone knowing? You think Dumbledore did it himself? I think it's the most logical explanation. Which means he's known about the Horcruxes for a long time, much longer than he let on. Hermione's eyes were troubled. Why didn't he tell you sooner? Why did he wait until you'd already uncovered so much on your own? Harry didn't have an answer. But the question lodged in his mind like a splinter, adding another layer to the complicated relationship he was building with the headmaster. Trust, but verify. Hope, but remain cautious. That seemed to be the only way forward. February brought Valentine's Day and an unexpected confrontation. Harry was leaving the Great Hall after breakfast when Draco Malfoy stepped into his path. The blonde Slytherin looked different than he had at the start of the year, thinner, darker circles under his eyes, a tension in his shoulders that spoke of pressure coming from multiple directions. Potter. We need to talk. Harry glanced around. Other students were watching, curious about this public interaction between the boy who lived and the son of an imprisoned Death Eater. Not here. Come on. He led Draco to an empty classroom, casting privacy charms once the door was closed. What do you want? My father is dying. The words hit Harry like a physical blow. Whatever he'd expected Draco to say, it wasn't this. What? In Azkaban. He's been there for months, and the Dementors. Draco's voice cracked. The healers say he's fading. His mind is going. He might not last until spring. Harry didn't know what to say. Lucius Malfoy had been one of the architects of his childhood misery, a man who'd paid to keep Sirius in prison, who'd worked to destroy Harry's case, who'd spent years supporting the system that had failed so many people. But he was also Draco's father. A human being, suffering and dying in a place designed to destroy souls. Why are you telling me this? Because you're the only one who might be able to help. Draco's pride was visibly crumbling, desperation breaking through the aristocratic mask. Your foundation. Your influence with the ministry. If you spoke up for prisoner welfare reforms, if you pushed for changes to how Azkaban operates, you want me to save your father. I want you to save everyone in that place. The Dementors, they're not justice, Potter. They're torture. Slow, endless torture that destroys people bit by bit. Draco's hands were shaking. I know my father did terrible things. I know he deserves punishment. But this? This isn't punishment. This is annihilation. Harry thought about Sirius. About the 12 years his godfather had spent in Azkaban, the damage that still showed in his eyes sometimes, the nightmares he still woke from screaming. Draco wasn't wrong. The Dementors were a horror that the wizarding world had accepted for so long they'd stopped seeing how monstrous it was. I've been thinking about Azkaban reforms for a while, Harry admitted. The Foundation's mandate includes all magical children, and some of them have parents in prison. The Dementor exposure affects them too, visiting their families, knowing what their relatives are going through. Then you'll help. I'll push for changes. Not for your father specifically, that would look like favoritism and undermine the whole effort. But for everyone in Azkaban, including him. Harry met Draco's eyes. I can't promise it'll be fast enough. Prison reform takes time, and there are powerful people who think Dementors are exactly what criminals deserve. I know. Draco's shoulders slumped. I had to try. I had to do something. Draco. Harry hesitated, then continued. This doesn't change anything between us. Your father still did what he did. The people he hurt still suffered. I'm not saving him because I think he's innocent or because I've forgiven what he was part of. Then why? Because the system that tortured him is the same system that put me in a cupboard and Sirius in a cell. Because breaking cycles of cruelty means opposing cruelty everywhere, even when the victims are people we have every reason to hate. Harry's voice hardened. And because if I start making exceptions, deciding who deserves suffering based on whether I like them, then I'm no better than Dumbledore was. Draco stared at him for a long moment. You're a strange person, Potter. So I've been told. My father would say you're weak. That compassion for enemies is foolishness. Your father said a lot of things while he was building a system designed to protect people like him at everyone else's expense. Maybe his judgment isn't the standard I want to measure myself against. Something flickered in Draco's expression, not quite agreement, but something close to it. I'll tell the other Slytherins. The ones whose families have people in Azkaban. They should know that someone's actually trying to change things. That's your choice. I'm not looking for political allies, I'm looking to fix what's broken. Sometimes fixing what's broken requires political allies. Draco moved toward the door, then paused. Potter. Thank you. For not just dismissing me. He was gone before Harry could respond. The Azkaban reform proposal landed on Amelia Bones's desk the following week. Harry had worked on it with Hermione and Andromeda, drawing on Foundation resources and legal expertise to create something comprehensive. Not just removing Dementors, that was politically impossible in the short term, but reducing their presence, implementing welfare checks, creating appeals processes for long-term prisoners. The Ministry's response was predictable: resistance from traditional factions who saw harsh punishment as the only deterrent against dark magic, support from reformers who'd been waiting for someone with enough influence to force the issue, and uncertainty from the majority who weren't sure which way the wind would blow. Harry threw himself into the campaign with the same methodical intensity he'd brought to his original lawsuit. Interviews with sympathetic journalists. Meetings with Wisengamot members who might be persuaded. Documentation of Dementor effects on prisoners and their families, compiled into a report that even the most punishment-focused wizards found difficult to dismiss. "You're spreading yourself too thin," Sirius observed during one of their mirror conversations. The Foundation, the Horcrux hunt, school, and now prison reform. "You're 12 years old, Harry. You can't do everything. I can try. You can burn out. I've seen it happen, people who care so much about changing the world that they destroy themselves in the process." Sirius's voice was gentle but firm. "Your parents wanted you to have a life, Harry. Not just a mission. My parents wanted a lot of things that didn't happen. Then make them happen now. Take a day off. Go flying. Eat chocolate until you're sick. Be a kid for a few hours. I don't know how to be a kid. I never learned. Then learn now. That's what this time is for, not just fighting darkness, but figuring out who you want to be when the fighting's done." Harry didn't have a response to that. He'd spent so long focused on immediate crises, the lawsuit, the Horcruxes, the constant stream of problems that needed solving, that he'd never really thought about what came after. What did he want? Beyond justice, beyond safety, beyond the destruction of the monster who'd shaped his entire existence. He didn't know. And for the first time, that uncertainty felt like something worth exploring. Spring arrived with green shoots pushing through the grounds and a decision that couldn't be delayed any longer. Dumbledore's research had finally identified the cave, a sea cave on the coast of Scotland, accessible only by magic, protected by defenses that promised to be significantly more dangerous than those guarding the ring. "We should go soon," Dumbledore said during their latest strategy session. "The longer we wait, the more time Voldemort has to prepare for our efforts. If Pettigrew has reached him, if he knows we're hunting his anchors, he'll strengthen the remaining protections," Harry finished. "Or move the Horcruxes entirely." "Precisely. Speed is our ally now. What about the Easter holidays? That gives us 2 weeks without classes, without needing to explain absences. The timing would work." Dumbledore's eyes were grave. "But I must be honest about the risks, Harry. The cave's protections are formidable. There's no guarantee we'll all return safely. There's no guarantee of anything. There never has been." "No. I suppose there hasn't." Dumbledore smiled slightly. "You've grown remarkably this year. Your parents would be proud." "Don't." Harry's voice was sharper than he intended. "Don't tell me what my parents would think. You didn't know them as well as you thought you did, and you definitely don't know me." "You're right. I apologize." Dumbledore's smile faded. "Old habits, as they say. I'm still learning to see you as a partner rather than a responsibility. Keep working on it." "I will." Dumbledore rose from his chair. "Easter holidays, then. I'll make the necessary preparations. Bring Mr. Weasley and Miss Granger if you wish, but understand that if things go wrong, they'll be in as much danger as any of us. They know. They've made their choice. As have we all." Dumbledore moved toward the door. "Harry. Whatever happens in that cave, I want you to know that working with you this year has been illuminating. You've shown me things about myself I wasn't sure I wanted to see. Is that good or bad?" "Both, I think. Uncomfortable truths usually are." He paused at the threshold. "But I believe I'm better for having seen them. And I hope, when this is all over, that you might be able to believe I've changed." He left before Harry could respond. The Easter holidays began on a grey morning in late March. Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Dumbledore gathered at the edge of Hogwarts grounds, preparing for the journey that would take them to the cave and, hopefully, to another Horcrux. Everyone has their emergency port keys? Dumbledore asked. 3 nods. Healing supplies? Enough for moderate injuries, Hermione confirmed. Though if we're dealing with anything more serious, then we retreat and regroup. No unnecessary risks. Dumbledore surveyed the group with something approaching fondness. Whatever happens today, I want all of you to know, it's been an honor. Working with young people who refuse to accept that the world must remain broken. Less sentiment, more action, Harry said. We're burning daylight. Dumbledore chuckled. Quite right. Shall we? He held out a length of rope that glowed faintly with transportation magic. Harry, Ron, and Hermione each took hold. On 3. 1. 2. 3. The world twisted and blurred. When it reformed, they stood on a cliff overlooking a churning gray sea. Waves crashed against rocks below, sending spray high into the air. The wind cut like knives, carrying the smell of salt and something else, something that made Harry's scar prickle with distant wrongness. The cave is there. Dumbledore pointed to a dark opening in the cliff face, barely visible through the spray. The entrance is warded against detection and protected by various unpleasantness. Stay close, follow my instructions exactly, and we should be able to reach the interior safely. Should be. Ron muttered. The best I can offer. Shall we? They began the descent. The cave was worse than Harry had imagined. Not just dark, actively hostile, the darkness pressing against their wandlight like a living thing. The walls were slick with moisture and something else, something that felt wrong when Harry accidentally brushed against it. The air was thick with magic so dark it was almost visible. And at the center, across an underground lake that glittered with false stars, an island waited. The lake is filled with inferi, Dumbledore said quietly. Animated corpses, hidden beneath the surface. They'll attack if disturbed. How do we get across without disturbing them? There should be a boat. Voldemort would have needed a way to visit his prize. Dumbledore moved along the shore, wand extended, searching. Ah! Here. A chain emerged from the water, leading to a small boat barely large enough for 2 people. We'll need to go in shifts. Harry, you're with me first. Miss Granger, Mr. Weasley, wait here. If we don't return within 1 hour, use your port keys to escape and alert Sirius. Ron started to protest, but Hermione's hand on his arm stopped him. Be careful, she said to Harry. Both of you. Always. Harry climbed into the boat beside Dumbledore. The chain began to move, pulling them across the still surface of the lake. Below, in the darkness, Harry could feel things waiting, patient, hungry, ready to rise at the slightest provocation. The island drew closer. And in its center, glowing with an eerie green light, a stone basin waited. The locket was inside. Harry knew it with bone-deep certainty, the same way he'd known the ring was dangerous, the same way his scar had always warned him of approaching darkness. Another piece of Voldemort's soul. Another anchor to destroy. Another step toward ending the monster forever. Chapter 12 End. Chapter 13, the third-floor corridor. The basin dominated the island like an altar to something terrible. Green light pulsed from within, casting sickly shadows across the stone surfaces. Harry approached cautiously, his scar throbbing with each step, feeling the wrongness of the place seeping into his bones. The locket is inside, Dumbledore confirmed, peering into the basin. Submerged in a potion I don't recognize. Almost certainly lethal to drink, and the basin is enchanted to prevent any other method of extraction. So we have to drink it. Someone does. Dumbledore's voice was heavy. The potion must be consumed to access the Horcrux. There's no other way. Harry looked at the basin, at the glowing green liquid within, and felt something cold settle in his stomach. I'll do it. No. Dumbledore's response was immediate. Whatever this potion does, pain, hallucinations, worse, it was designed to incapacitate or kill the drinker. You carry a fragment of Voldemort's soul. If that fragment is activated by this experience, the consequences could be catastrophic. And if you drink it? You're not exactly young or healthy. I'm old enough that my death would be a tragedy rather than a catastrophe. Dumbledore smiled slightly. The world can survive losing Albus Dumbledore. I'm not certain it can survive losing Harry Potter. Not yet. That's not your decision to make. No. But it is my assessment, and in this moment, my assessment will have to suffice. Dumbledore produced a cup from his robes and dipped it into the basin. I need you to make me keep drinking, Harry. Whatever I say, whatever I do, whatever I beg you to stop, you must force me to continue. The Horcrux cannot be reached otherwise. Dumbledore, promise me. Harry looked at the old man, the wizard who'd made so many mistakes, who'd caused so much harm, who was now willing to poison himself for a chance at destroying evil. I promise. Dumbledore nodded once. Then he raised the cup and drank. The first cup seemed harmless. Dumbledore swallowed the glowing liquid with a grimace, then stood very still, as if waiting for something to happen. Harry watched anxiously, wand ready, uncertain what form the poison's effects would take. I feel nothing yet, Dumbledore said. Perhaps the second, he dipped the cup again and drank. This time, something shifted behind his eyes. A shadow passed across his face. Again, Harry said. Cup after cup, Dumbledore drank. And with each draught, something worse emerged. He began to tremble. Then to cry, deep, racking sobs that seemed torn from somewhere ancient and broken. He called out names Harry didn't recognize, begged forgiveness from people long dead, relived memories that made him scream. Please, Dumbledore gasped after the seventh cup. No more. Please. I can't, you have to. Harry's voice was steady despite the horror of what he was witnessing. We're almost there. Just a few more. Kill me. Please. Just kill me. It's not worth, drink. Harry pressed the cup to Dumbledore's lips. Drink and it'll be over. Cup 8. Cup 9. Cup 10. The basin finally emptied, revealing the locket at the bottom, heavy, ornate, gleaming with dark enchantment. Harry grabbed it. And then the lake came alive. Inferi erupted from the water. Pale, waterlogged corpses surging upward, hands reaching, mouths gaping. Dozens of them, hundreds, climbing onto the island from all sides. Dumbledore was barely conscious, collapsed beside the empty basin. Harry stood alone against the tide of the dead. Fire! Harry shouted, remembering what he'd read about Inferi. They're driven back by fire. He cast Incendio, and flames erupted from his wand, but the Inferi were too many, pressing forward despite the heat, reaching for him with cold, dead hands. More fire. Bigger flames. Harry poured every ounce of magic he had into the spell, creating a ring of fire around the island, forcing the corpses back. But he couldn't maintain it forever. Already he felt his magic draining, his wand arm trembling with exhaustion. Dumbledore! Harry screamed. I need help. The old man stirred. His eyes opened, unfocused, wandering. Then something clicked behind them. Dumbledore raised his wand. The fire that erupted wasn't ordinary fire. It was something older, more primal, flames that moved with intelligence, that sought out threats, that burned with a heat Harry could feel from 20 feet away. Fiend fire. The cursed fire that could destroy almost anything. But controlled. Directed. Shaped by a master wizard's will into a weapon that swept across the lake, incinerating Inferi by the hundreds, reducing the horde to ash and silence. When it was over, the cave was still. Dumbledore collapsed again, unconscious. Harry stood in the aftermath, the locket clutched in his hand, and tried to process what had just happened. Getting back to shore was a nightmare. The boat only moved with someone conscious to guide it. Harry had to levitate Dumbledore's body, navigate the lake without disturbing any surviving inferi, and maintain enough magical reserves to defend against further attack. Ron and Hermione were waiting at the entrance, their faces white with fear. "We heard the fire, saw light through the water," Hermione was babbling, reaching for Dumbledore, checking his pulse. "Is he alive?" "But barely." "The potion, he had to drink all of it," Harry pressed the locket into her hands. "We got it. We got the Horcrux." "Harry, you're shaking." "I'm fine." "You're not fine. Neither of you are fine." Ron was already activating emergency protocols, conjuring a stretcher for Dumbledore. "We need to get back to Hogwarts. The hospital wing can't. If we show up with Dumbledore like this, there'll be questions. Investigations. People will know what we're doing. Then where?" Harry thought frantically. They needed somewhere safe, somewhere private, somewhere with healing supplies. Grimmauld Place. Sirius can help. They activated their port keys together, and the world twisted away from the Cave of Horrors. Sirius took one look at the situation and went into crisis mode. "Get him on the couch." "Hermione, there are healing potions in the cabinet, blue bottles, third shelf." "Ron, fire in the grate, get it hot." "Harry," he grabbed his godson's shoulders. "Are you hurt?" "No. Just tired." "You're more than tired. You look like you've been through a war." "I have. We all have." Sirius searched Harry's face for a long moment, then nodded. "Okay. Okay. First we stabilize Dumbledore. Then you tell me everything." The next hour was a blur of activity. Healing potions forced down Dumbledore's throat. Diagnostic spells revealing the extent of the damage, physical exhaustion, magical depletion, psychological trauma that would take weeks to heal. Sirius working with quiet efficiency, his aura training from before the war proving invaluable. Finally, Dumbledore was stable. Not awake, but no longer actively dying. "Now talk," Sirius said, settling into a chair across from Harry. "What the hell happened in that cave?" Harry told him. "The basin. The potion. The inferi. The fiend fire that had saved them both." When he finished, Sirius was pale. He drank something that forced him to relive his worst memories. All of them. It seemed like it. He was begging forgiveness from people, talking about things I didn't understand. Dumbledore has a lot to seek forgiveness for. Sirius's voice was complicated. "More than most people know." "What do you mean?" "Old history. His sister, his family, his relationship with Grindelwald. Things that happened decades before you were born." Sirius shook his head. "Not my story to tell. But that man has been carrying guilt for longer than you've been alive." Harry looked at the unconscious headmaster and felt something shift in his understanding. Dumbledore wasn't just a powerful wizard who'd made mistakes. He was a haunted man, living with regrets so deep they'd nearly destroyed him in that cave. Whatever he'd done, whatever secrets the potion had dragged into the light, he'd been punishing himself for it ever since. That didn't excuse his failures. But it contextualized them. "The locket," Harry said, pulling his attention back to the present. "We still need to destroy it. Tomorrow." Sirius's voice brooked no argument. "Tonight, everyone rests. You especially." "Sirius, Harry." His godfather's voice softened. "You just survived something that would have killed most adult wizards. You're 12 years old. The Horcrux will still be there in the morning." Harry wanted to argue. The urgency that had driven him all year screamed that every moment mattered, that delays cost lives, that stopping meant letting Voldemort grow stronger. But his body was screaming louder. Exhaustion weighed down every limb. His magic felt thin, stretched, barely there at all. "Okay," he whispered. "Tomorrow." Sirius helped him to a bed, pulled blankets over him, and sat nearby until Harry's eyes finally closed. For once, there were no nightmares. Morning brought clarity. Harry woke feeling more rested than he had in months, the physical and magical depletion from the cave already beginning to heal. He found Ron and Hermione in the kitchen, looking similarly recovered, eating breakfast with the mechanical efficiency of people who'd learned to fuel themselves regardless of appetite. "Dumbledore's awake," Hermione reported. "He's weak, but lucid. Asking for you." Harry found the headmaster in the drawing room, propped up on cushions, looking like a man who'd aged 10 years overnight. "Harry." Dumbledore's voice was a whisper of its usual strength. "You saved my life in that cave. I owe you thanks. You saved mine with the fiend fire. We're even." "Hardly. I forced you to watch me suffer, forced you to compel my suffering. That's not something easily forgotten." Dumbledore's eyes were haunted. "What I said while drinking the potion, stays between us. I don't know what you were reliving, and I don't need to know. But you have questions. Always. But they can wait. Right now, we need to destroy the locket and move on to the next one." Dumbledore studied Harry for a long moment. "You've changed again," he said finally. "Since I first met you at your hearing. You were angry then, righteously so, but anger was still the foundation. Now." He shook his head. "Now you're something else. Something I can't quite define. I'm someone who knows what needs to be done and is willing to do it." Harry pulled out the locket, setting it on the table between them. "This thing contains a piece of the monster who killed my parents. Let's destroy it." Dumbledore reached into his robes and produced the basilisk fong, somehow still in his possession despite everything that had happened. Harry took the fong. Held it over the locket. Felt the Horcrux pulse with malevolent awareness, as if it knew what was coming. "For my parents," Harry whispered. "For Sirius. For everyone you've hurt." He brought the fong down. The destruction of the locket was worse than the ring. The shadow that emerged was larger, more coherent, more deliberately cruel. It took forms, James and Lily, their faces twisted with disappointment. Sirius, blaming Harry for his years in Azkaban. Dumbledore, sneering at Harry's arrogance in thinking he could win. "You're nothing," the shadow hissed with Lily's voice. "A failure. A disappointment. Everything you've accomplished is built on the suffering of others." Harry drove the fong deeper. "You'll lose. You'll always lose. The Dark Lord is eternal, and you're just a child playing at." The shadow dissolved. The locket shattered. The voice cut off mid-sentence. Harry stood over the wreckage, breathing hard, his scar throbbing, but victorious. "For down," Hermione said quietly. "How many to go?" "At least 3 more, plus the fragment in Harry." Dumbledore's voice was thoughtful despite his weakness. "Hufflepuff's cup, Ravenclaw's diadem, something of Gryffindor or Slytherin that we haven't identified yet. And then me. And then you. But that's a problem for another day." Dumbledore managed a weak smile. "Today, we celebrate. Today, we've struck another blow against the darkness." Harry looked at the destroyed locket, at his friends, at the Godfather watching from the doorway with pride in his eyes. 4 Horcruxes destroyed. The monster growing weaker. They were winning. For the first time, Harry allowed himself to believe they might actually win. The return to Hogwarts was anticlimactic. The Easter holidays ended. Classes resumed. Harry fell back into the rhythm of student life with something approaching normalcy, though the weight of what he'd seen in the cave never quite lifted. Dumbledore recovered slowly, his strength returning over weeks rather than days. He was more careful now, more willing to delegate, more aware of his own limitations. "I'm not the wizard I once was," he admitted during one of their strategy sessions. "The cave took something from me that may never return. Then we work with what we have. We adapt." "You sound like a general." "I sound like someone who's learned that complaining about circumstances doesn't change them." Harry spread out their research notes. "The cup. What do we know?" "It was last seen in Hepzibah Smith's possession in the 1940s. She died shortly after showing it to Tom Riddle, who was working for Borgin and Burkes at the time." Dumbledore's eyes were distant, remembering. "I believe Riddle stole the cup and framed Smith's house elf for her murder." "So where would he hide it?" "Somewhere significant to him. Somewhere protected. Somewhere connected to his identity." Dumbledore paused. I believe he may have given it to one of his followers for safekeeping. Someone absolutely loyal, who would protect it with their life." "Bellatrix Lestrange." Dumbledore nodded slowly. "She was his most devoted follower. If he trusted anyone with a piece of his soul, it would be her. She's in Azkaban. But her vault at Gringotts is not. The Lestrange family vault, protected by every security measure the goblins can provide." Harry thought about this. Breaking into Gringotts. Stealing from one of the most secure locations in the wizarding world. It seemed impossible. But then, so had everything else he'd accomplished. "I need to talk to Sharpclaw," Harry said. "If anyone can help us access that vault, it's the goblins. They won't do it willingly. Breaking into a vault violates everything Gringotts stands for. Then we find another way. We always find another way." Dumbledore smiled, a real smile, warm with something that might have been hope. "Indeed we do, Mr. Potter. Indeed we do." The year wound toward its conclusion. Exams came and went. Harry performed well enough to avoid attention, his natural talent compensating for the time he'd spent on more important matters. Ron and Hermione earned their usual marks, Ron scraping through, Hermione topping every class. The Foundation continued its work, helping children across Britain, slowly changing a system that had failed so many. The Azkaban reform campaign was gaining momentum, with several moderate proposals making their way through the Wizengamot. And somewhere in the shadows, Voldemort waited. Harry could feel him sometimes, a distant presence, a whisper at the edge of awareness. The fragment in his scar resonated with the remaining Horcruxes, creating a connection that grew stronger as more were destroyed. He was getting closer. They both were. "Whatever happens next year," Harry told Ron and Hermione on the train home, "it's going to be worse. The cup, the diadem, whatever else is out there, finding them is going to be harder than anything we've done so far." "We know," Hermione said. "We're ready." "Are you?" "As ready as we can be." Ron's voice was steady. "We've faced inferi and dark lords and government corruption. What's a little more impossible?" Harry laughed, a real laugh, surprised out of him by his friend's stubborn optimism. "I don't know what I did to deserve you to." "You didn't do anything. That's the point of friendship, you don't have to earn it." Hermione smiled. "You just have to show up." Show up. The same word Sirius had used, talking about what family meant. Harry looked at his friends, at the people who'd stood beside him through everything, who'd risked their lives and their futures for his cause, and felt something warm bloom in his chest. He wasn't alone anymore. He hadn't been alone for a long time. And whatever came next, whatever horrors awaited in the hunt for the remaining Horcruxes, he would face them with people he loved beside him. That was more than the boy in the cupboard had ever dared to hope for. That was everything. Chapter 13 End. Chapter 14, The settlement summer at Grimmauld Place felt different this time. Not the tentative exploration of the previous year, when Harry had been learning what it meant to have a home. This was something deeper, the comfortable rhythm of belonging, of knowing where things were kept, of understanding the house's moods and the way Sirius hummed off-key while cooking breakfast. Harry was 13 now. 2 years since the letter that changed everything. 2 years since he'd signed the documents that would reshape the wizarding world. It felt like a lifetime. "You're brooding again," Sirius observed from across the breakfast table. "I'm reflecting. There's a difference." "Is there?" "Because your face does the same thing either way." Sirius set down his fork. "What's on your mind?" Harry considered the question. So many things competed for attention: the remaining Horcruxes, the threat of Voldemort's return, the Foundation's work, the political machinations that never seemed to end. But underneath all of it was something simpler. "The lawsuit ended 2 years ago," Harry said slowly. "The settlement, the reforms, all of it. Sometimes I forget it happened. It feels like ancient history." "Is that bad?" "I don't know. It's just strange. That whole fight consumed my first year at Hogwarts. Now it's just background noise. Something that happened, that changed things, that's over. That's what victory looks like, Harry. Not constant celebration, just the quiet recognition that things are better than they were." Sirius poured more tea. "The Foundation helped 300 children last year. 300 kids who might have ended up like you, invisible and suffering. That's the settlement's legacy." "I know. I just thought I'd feel different. More satisfied, maybe." "Satisfaction is overrated. It makes you complacent." Sirius smiled. "Restlessness keeps you moving forward. Keeps you looking for the next problem to solve. The next Horcrux to destroy." "That too." The summer's major project was Gringotts. Harry had been meeting with Sharpclaw regularly, exploring options for accessing the Lestrange vault. The goblin was initially resistant. The idea of helping someone break into a vault violated everything his people stood for, but Harry had learned to be persuasive. "I'm not asking Gringotts to break into the vault," Harry explained during one such meeting. "I'm asking for information about what's inside and how it's protected. The actual entry would be my responsibility. A distinction without a difference. If we provide intelligence that enables a theft, it's not theft if the item in question is illegally held. The cup was stolen from Hepzibah Smith and used to frame her house elf for murder. The Lestranges have no legal claim to it." Sharpclaw's eyes narrowed. "An interesting argument. Do you have proof?" "I have Dumbledore's testimony about Tom Riddle's activities during that period. I have ministry records showing the house elf's execution for a crime she couldn't have committed. And I have the basic logic of the situation: Voldemort gave one of his Horcruxes to his most trusted follower for safekeeping. The cup fits the pattern. Circumstantial evidence at best. Then help me make it stronger. Your archives must have records of when the cup entered the Lestrange vault. If it corresponds with the timeframe of Smith's death." Sharpclaw was quiet for a long moment. "You're asking me to violate centuries of goblin protocol for the sake of your crusade. I'm asking you to help me destroy a piece of the darkest wizard in history. A wizard who has no love for goblins, who views your people as servants and inferiors, who would enslave or exterminate you if he regained power. And if we help you, if we're discovered helping you, that wizard's followers would burn Gringotts to the ground. If you don't help me, that wizard might win. And then he'll burn Gringotts to the ground anyway, along with everything else." The silence stretched. "I'll make inquiries," Sharpclaw said finally. "Carefully. Quietly. But Harry, if this goes wrong, the consequences will be severe. For both of us. When have consequences ever stopped me?" "Never, as far as I can tell. Which is either your greatest strength or your fatal flaw." The goblin's blade-thin smile appeared. "Time will tell which." July brought an unexpected visitor. Harry was in the library, one of the few rooms at Grimmauld Place that had been completely purged of dark artifacts, when Kreacher announced a guest. "Nasty blood trader Weasley woman is demanding to see Master Harry," the elf croaked with evident distaste. "Which Weasley woman?" The loud one. With the red face. Molly Weasley. Harry felt a complicated mix of emotions, gratitude for how she treated him, wariness about her protective instincts, curiosity about why she'd come. Show her in. Mrs. Weasley entered the library like a force of nature, her arms already opening for a hug that Harry accepted with awkward grace. Harry, dear. You're too thin. Are you eating properly? Is Sirius feeding you enough? I'm fine, Mrs. Weasley. It's good to see you. And you. She stepped back, studying him with the critical eye of a mother. Ron's told us about, well. About everything. The caves, the things you've been finding. We're worried about you. I appreciate that, but, I know. You're careful. You have plans. You're not just running around getting into danger for fun. She sat down heavily in a nearby chair. But that's not why I'm here. Then why? Arthur and I have been talking. About the future. About what happens when you finally face you-know-who, really face him, not just destroy pieces of him from a distance. Molly's voice was steady, but Harry could see the fear underneath. We want to help. Our whole family wants to help. You already help. Ron's been with me from the beginning. Ron's a child. So are you, no matter what you've accomplished. And children shouldn't have to fight this battle alone. Harry was quiet for a moment. He'd grown so used to operating with his small circle, Ron, Hermione, Sirius, Dumbledore, that he sometimes forgot other people might want to contribute. What did you have in mind? The Order of the Phoenix. The organization Dumbledore built during the First War. Molly leaned forward. It's been dormant since you-know-who fell, but the members are still alive. Still willing to fight. If we reactivated it. You want to rebuild the Order. I want to make sure that when the time comes, you have an army behind you. Not just 3 friends and a handful of allies, a real force that can stand against whatever he throws at you. Harry considered this carefully. The Order of the Phoenix had been effective during the First War, from what he understood. Experienced fighters, dedicated to the cause, willing to sacrifice for the greater good. But it was also Dumbledore's organization. Built on Dumbledore's principles. Subject to Dumbledore's control. Who would lead it? That's complicated. Molly looked uncomfortable. Some members want Dumbledore. Others think he's too compromised after everything that came out during your lawsuit. There's been talk of a council, shared leadership, something more democratic. And me? What role would I have? That's up to you. Some people think you should lead, you've done more to fight this war than anyone. Others think you're too young, too inexperienced, too valuable to risk in a leadership position. What do you think? Molly was quiet for a long moment. I think you're the reason we have a chance at all. Your case, your research, your refusal to accept that things couldn't be changed, that's what made all this possible. Her voice softened. But I also think you're 13 years old, and you've already carried more weight than any child should. I think whatever role you take should be one you choose, not one that's forced on you. Harry felt something warm in his chest. This was what family was supposed to feel like, people who cared about your well-being, not just your utility. Tell the Order I'm interested. I want to meet with them, understand their capabilities, see if our goals align. He paused. But I won't be a figurehead. If I'm involved for real, with actual authority, actual input into strategy, actual responsibility for outcomes. I'll pass that along. Molly rose, preparing to leave. And Harry? Whatever happens with the Order, know that the Weasleys are behind you. All of us. Arthur's been talking about it for months, how proud he is of what you've accomplished, how honored he is that Ron gets to be part of it. Ron's the one who should be proud. He's stuck with me through things that would have driven most people away. That's my boy. Molly's eyes were suspiciously wet. Loyal to a fault, just like his father. She pulled Harry into another hug. Take care of yourself, dear. And eat more. She left in a whirlwind of maternal concern, leaving Harry alone with his thoughts. The Order of the Phoenix. A real organization, with real resources, ready to fight. The pieces were coming together. August brought progress on multiple fronts. Sharpclaw's inquiries had produced results. The cup had indeed been deposited in the Lestrange vault in 1959, corresponding exactly with the timeframe of Hepzibah Smith's death. The evidence wasn't definitive, but it was strong enough to justify action. The question was how to actually access the vault. Gringotts has never been successfully robbed, Sharpclaw reminded Harry during their planning sessions. The security measures are formidable: dragons, enchantments, curses that have protected goblin gold for centuries. Never successfully robbed until now. Your confidence is either admirable or suicidal. Maybe both. Harry spread out the blueprints Sharpclaw had provided, technically illegal, but the goblin had decided that extraordinary circumstances justified extraordinary measures. The main challenge is getting past the security without alerting the whole bank. If we can do that, the actual theft is almost secondary. The thief's downfall will be the primary obstacle. It strips all magical disguises and enchantments. If you're relying on invisibility or polyjuice, we'll need another approach. Harry studied the blueprints, his mind racing through possibilities. What about the carts? The ones that take people to the deep vaults? Controlled by goblins. You'd need a goblin accomplice willing to face execution for treason. Or a goblin who believes the alternative is worse. Sharpclaw's eyes narrowed. Are you asking me to commit treason? I'm asking you to help me destroy a piece of the creature who would enslave your entire race if given the chance. Harry met the goblin's gaze steadily. You've been helping me for 2 years. You've seen what we're fighting against, what's at stake. At some point, neutrality stops being wisdom and starts being complicity. You're asking me to risk everything. I'm asking you to decide what matters more, the rules you followed your whole life, or the world those rules were meant to protect. Sharpclaw was silent for a very long time. The cart codes change weekly, he said finally. But the algorithms are predictable. I can provide you with the sequence for a date of your choosing. That's not enough. We need someone who can actually operate the cart, someone who won't trigger the security protocols. I know. That's why I'll be coming with you. Harry stared at him. You. Don't look so surprised. I've been helping you fight this war since you walked into my office as a scrawny 11-year-old demanding answers. I'm not going to stop now, just when things are getting interesting. The other goblins will either understand or they won't. Either way, this is bigger than Gringotts politics. Sharpclaw stood, his ancient eyes burning with something that might have been determination. When do we move? Harry thought about it. The school year would start soon. They needed time to prepare, to plan, to make sure everything was perfect. September. After I'm back at Hogwarts. We'll need the cover of a normal routine to avoid suspicion. September it is. Sharpclaw extended his hand, a gesture goblins rarely offered to wizards. Partners, Mr. Potter. Harry shook it. Partners. The final weeks of summer passed in a blur of preparation. Harry trained physically, building stamina for whatever challenges the vault might present. He practiced wand work with Sirius, focusing on defensive spells and quick casting techniques. He studied everything he could find about Gringotts security, looking for weaknesses, identifying backup plans. Ron and Hermione arrived at Grimmauld Place in late August, both of them having spent the summer doing their own research. Hermione had compiled a comprehensive dossier on known Gringotts security measures, while Ron had been coordinating with Bill, now fully read in on the operation, to understand the practical aspects of curse breaking. Bill says the vault protections will be layered, Ron reported during one of their planning sessions. Outer defenses to stop casual intruders, inner defenses to kill anyone who gets past the outer ones. We'll need to be prepared for anything. The cup will probably have its own protections too, Hermione added. If Voldemort was paranoid enough to hide it in Gringotts, he was paranoid enough to add extra security. Then we prepare for paranoia. Harry studied the vault diagrams. The good news is that we have Sharpclaw. He knows these defenses better than any wizard could. The bad news is that if we fail, we probably die. When has that stopped us? Ron laughed, the same stubborn optimism that had carried them through 2 years of impossible challenges. Never. And it's not going to start now. The night before Harry left for Hogwarts, Sirius found him on the roof. The stars were bright over London, the city's lights dimmed by a cloudy evening. Harry sat at the edge of the roof garden Sirius had created over the summer, a small oasis of green in the urban grayness. Nervous? Sirius asked, settling beside him. Always. But that's nothing new. The Gringotts operation. It's dangerous. Everything we do is dangerous. This is just more obviously dangerous. I want to come with you. Harry had expected this. You can't. You're still technically a wanted man in some countries, and we need someone on the outside in case things go wrong. I hate being on the outside. I know. But you're more useful alive and free than imprisoned or dead. Harry looked at his godfather. Besides, someone needs to coordinate with the Order if we don't make it back. Don't talk like that. Like what? Like you're already dead. Sirius's voice was rough. I just found you, Harry. After everything, the war, Azkaban, the years I lost, I finally have family again. I can't lose you. You won't. We've prepared for this. We have the best team possible. And we've faced worse odds before. Have you? Breaking into the most secure bank in the world, stealing from the vault of a Death Eater, all while avoiding detection by an entire civilization of goblins who could kill you with a thought. Harry considered this. Okay, maybe not worse odds. But comparable. Sirius laughed despite himself. You're impossible. I learn from the best. Harry leaned against his godfather's shoulder. Whatever happens, Sirius, thank you. For believing in me. For giving me a home. For being the family I never knew I needed. That's what godfathers are for, pup. Sirius wrapped an arm around him. Now come inside. You need sleep, and I need to stop worrying for 5 minutes. They sat together under the stars for a while longer, 2 survivors who'd found each other against all odds. Whatever came next, they'd face it as family. Chapter 14 End. Chapter 15. The boy who fought back the Hogwarts Express pulled away from King's Cross on a brilliant September morning, carrying Harry toward his 3rd year and the most dangerous operation he'd ever attempted. He sat in the familiar compartment with Ron and Hermione, watching London give way to countryside, feeling the strange mixture of anticipation and calm that preceded moments of significant action. They'd prepared for months. They'd planned for every contingency they could imagine. Now there was nothing left but execution. The timing works out perfectly, Hermione said, reviewing their schedule for the 100th time. The Hogsmeade weekend in October gives us cover for being away from the castle. We can port key to London, complete the operation, and be back before anyone notices we're missing. Assuming nothing goes wrong, Ron added. Something always goes wrong. That's why we have contingencies. Contingencies that involve fighting through a dragon and an army of goblins while carrying a cursed object. Those are the backup contingencies. The plan is to avoid all of that. Harry let their familiar bickering wash over him, taking comfort in the normalcy of it. Whatever happened in the coming weeks, he had friends who knew him completely, who'd chosen to stand beside him, who made the impossible feel merely difficult. There's something else we need to discuss, Harry said, interrupting their debate about dragon-repelling strategies. After Gringotts. Assuming we succeed. The diadem, Hermione said immediately. It's the only identified Horcrux we haven't located yet. Dumbledore thinks it might be at Hogwarts. Hidden somewhere in the castle, somewhere Voldemort would have considered significant. Hogwarts is enormous. We could search for years and never find it. Unless we're smart about it. Harry had been thinking about this for weeks. Voldemort was a student here. He would have hidden the diadem somewhere he knew, somewhere that felt meaningful to him. The Chamber of Secrets is the obvious choice, but that was already used for the diary. What about the Room of Requirement? Ron suggested. We've been using it for meetings all year. It can become anything you need. Including a hiding place for something you never want found. Harry nodded slowly. It's worth checking. After Gringotts, after we've recovered from whatever that costs us. And after the diadem. Hermione's voice was quiet. There's still the fragment in you, Harry. Still the snake, if our intelligence is right about Voldemort having one. Still whatever else he might have created that we don't know about. One thing at a time. We can't plan that far ahead, there are too many variables. Harry looked out the window at the passing landscape. For now, we focus on the cup. One Horcrux at a time, one step at a time, until there's nothing left to destroy. Except Voldemort himself. Except him. But that's a problem for future US. The train carried them north, toward the castle that had become a second home, toward the challenges that awaited. October arrived with falling leaves and rising tension. Harry moved through his classes on autopilot, his mind constantly running through the Gringotts plan. Defense against the dark arts, taught this year by a competent but unremarkable wizard named Professor Marchbanks, Transfiguration, McGonagall's standards as exacting as ever, potions, Snape's hostility unchanged by the passage of time, all of it felt distant, secondary to what was coming. The Hogsmeade weekend fell on the 15th, Harry, Ron, and Hermione left the castle with their classmates, making a show of visiting the shops, buying sweets and joke items and generally behaving like normal students. Then, when the crowds were at their thickest, they slipped away to a pre-arranged location where Sharpclaw waited with an illegal portkey. "Everyone ready?" the goblin asked. He was dressed in wizarding robes rather than his usual formal attire, an attempt at disguise that somehow made him look more conspicuous rather than less. "Ready," Harry confirmed. "Let's do this." They activated the portkey. Gringotts Bank rose before them in the early afternoon light, its white marble facade gleaming with false welcome. The plan was simple in concept, complex in execution. Sharpclaw would use his credentials to access the cart system, claiming to be conducting an authorized audit. Harry, Ron, and Hermione would travel under the invisibility cloak until they reached the Lestrange vault. Once inside, they would locate the cup, neutralize whatever protections Voldemort had placed on it, and extract it without triggering alarms. Simple. Except for the dragons. And the curses. And the thousand ways everything could go catastrophically wrong. "Remember," Sharpclaw said as they approached the entrance, "the thief's downfall will strip your invisibility cloak if we pass through it. I've arranged for our route to bypass that particular security measure, but if something forces us off course, we improvise," Harry finished. "We know." They entered the bank. The main hall was busy with mid-afternoon traffic, wizards making deposits, goblins counting gold, the mundane business of magical finance proceeding as usual. No one looked twice at Sharpclaw leading a group of empty air toward the cart platforms. The cart was waiting where Sharpclaw had arranged it. They climbed in, Harry and his friends pressed together under the cloak, and the descent began. Down, down, down into the earth. Past vaults of increasing security, past waterfalls and switchbacks and drops that made Harry's stomach lurch. The air grew colder, damper, charged with ancient magic and the territorial aggression of creatures that lived in darkness. "The Lestrange vault is in the deepest section," Sharpclaw murmured. "Old family, old money, old protections. Stay close and touch nothing until I've cleared it." The cart finally stopped before a massive door inscribed with the Lestrange family crest, a stylized serpent coiled around a sword. Here we are. Sharpclaw produced a set of tools that glinted with goblin craftsmanship. The outer wards first. This will take several minutes. Harry watched the goblin work, impressed despite himself by the precision of it. Each ward was identified, analyzed, and carefully dismantled. Layers of protection peeled away one by one, revealing the vault door beneath. Interior protections will still be active, Sharpclaw warned. Geminio and Flagranti curses, almost certainly. Everything you touch will multiply and burn. The cup will be the real item, everything else is designed to kill or trap intruders. How do we identify the real cup? You'll have to feel it. The Horcrux will resonate with the fragment you carry. Sharpclaw's eyes were grave. It won't be pleasant, but it's the only way to be certain. The vault door swung open. The interior was a dragon's hoard of dark artifacts. Gold and silver, jewels and weapons, objects of power that radiated malevolence even at a distance. Mountains of treasure piled high, glittering in the dim light, waiting to multiply and burn at the slightest touch. Harry stepped inside carefully, extending his senses, searching for the wrongness that would indicate a Horcrux. There. In the back of the vault, on a high shelf, a small golden cup with two handles. It pulsed with dark energy, calling to the fragment in Harry's scar, creating a resonance that was equal parts recognition and revulsion. Found it, Harry whispered. Can you reach it without touching anything else? Harry studied the path. The cup was surrounded by other objects, coins, goblets, things that would cascade and multiply if disturbed. Getting to it cleanly would be nearly impossible. I need to levitate it out. But if the spell touches anything else, use the narrowest beam you can manage. Precision over power. Harry raised his wand, focusing with an intensity he'd rarely needed before. The levitation spell had to be perfect, a hair's breadth too wide and they'd trigger the Geminio curse, burying themselves in burning multiplying treasure. Wingardium Leviosa. The cup rose slowly, carefully, threading through gaps between piled artifacts. Harry's hand was steady, his concentration absolute, as he guided it toward the vault entrance. Almost there. Almost, a coin shifted. Whether from the spell's edge or the cup's movement, Harry couldn't tell, but suddenly everything was falling, multiplying, burning. Run! Sharpclaw shouted. Harry grabbed the cup and fled, treasure cascading around him, his robes catching fire where burning gold touched them. Ron and Hermione were ahead of him, scrambling toward the cart, while behind them the vault vomited an avalanche of cursed wealth. They threw themselves into the cart. Sharpclaw hit the controls. They rocketed upward as the vault's contents spilled out below them, filling the corridor with gleaming, burning, deadly debris. Alarms, Hermione gasped. The alarms will be, a deafening klaxon confirmed her fears. Somewhere above, the bank was going into lockdown. Guards would be mobilizing. Dragons would be waking. Alternative route, Sharpclaw said grimly. Hold on. The cart veered sharply, plunging down a different track, one that seemed to lead even deeper into the earth. Where are we going? The emergency exits. Built for evacuations, rarely used, not as heavily guarded. The cart screamed through turns that would have been impossible for anything not magically stabilized. We'll emerge outside Gringotts wards, but there will be pursuit. We have port keys. Which won't work until we're clear of the anti-apparition zones. Sharpclaw's jaw tightened. We have perhaps 3 minutes before they catch us. The cart burst out of the tunnels into a vast cavern, and directly into the path of a dragon. Ukrainian Ironbelly. The largest breed of dragon in existence, chained to the cavern floor but very much awake and very much angry about the intruders in its territory. Go around. Ron shouted. There is no around. Sharpclaw wrenched the controls, but the cart's momentum was carrying them straight toward the beast. Harry didn't think. He acted. Rising from the cart, cup still clutched in one hand, wand in the other, he cast the most powerful conjunctivitis curse he could manage directly at the dragon's eyes. The iron belly screamed, a sound that shook the cavern walls, and reared back, temporarily blinded. The cart shot past, inches from the thrashing tail, and plunged toward the exit tunnel beyond. "That won't hold it long," Hermione warned. "Doesn't need to." The tunnel was narrowing, the exit approaching. Harry could feel the edge of the anti-apparition ward like a physical barrier, pressing against his senses. They burst into open air, a cliff face, overlooking London from an impossible height, and Harry activated his emergency port key before he could think about the drop below. The world twisted. When it reformed, they were on the roof of Grimmauld Place, gasping, burned, triumphant. The cup of Helga Hufflepuff lay in Harry's blistered hand. The aftermath was painful but manageable. Healing potions addressed the worst of the burns. Rest restored depleted magical reserves. And the cup, carefully contained in a warded box Dumbledore had prepared, awaited destruction. "Gringotts will be in an uproar," Sharpclaw reported 2 days later. He looked tired, his ancient face showing the strain of the past week. The official story is that dark artifacts in the Lestrange vault malfunctioned, causing an accidental security breach. No mention of theft, no mention of outside involvement. They're covering it up. They can't afford not to. Admitting that someone successfully robbed Gringotts would destroy confidence in Goblin security. The bank's leadership would rather pretend it never happened than deal with the consequences of the truth. And you? Will there be repercussions? I've been placed on administrative leave pending investigation. But without evidence of my involvement, they can't prove anything. Sharpclaw's blade-thin smile appeared. The advantages of being very, very good at covering tracks. "Thank you," Harry said. "For everything. You risked more than anyone could reasonably ask." "I risked what needed to be risked. The alternative was worse." Sharpclaw stood, preparing to leave. "Destroy that cup, Mr. Potter. Then find the rest. Finish what you started." "I will." The goblin departed, leaving Harry alone with the Horcrux and the weight of what came next. The destruction of the cup happened at Grimmauld Place, with Sirius and Dumbledore both present. By now, Harry knew what to expect: the shadow erupting, the psychological assault, the brief window of vulnerability before the basilisk venom did its work. He faced it with Ron and Hermione at his sides, their presence anchoring him against the Horcrux's final desperate attempts to survive. The shadow took his parents' faces again, as it always did. It whispered about failure and inadequacy, about the futility of fighting forces beyond mortal comprehension. It promised power if he would only surrender, threatened annihilation if he wouldn't. Harry drove the Fong home. The cup shattered. The shadow dissolved. Another piece of Voldemort's soul ceased to exist. 5 down. "The diadem next," Dumbledore said quietly. "And then we must discuss the fragment you carry." "I know." Harry looked at the destroyed Horcrux, at the ruin of what had been a founder's relic. "But first, we need to find it. The Room of Requirement? A likely hiding place." Voldemort was proud of his knowledge of Hogwarts secrets. He would have considered any location he discovered to be uniquely his. Dumbledore's expression was thoughtful. "The room becomes what you need it to become. If you need a place to hide something, it becomes a place full of hidden things." Harry nodded. "We search when we get back to school. Quietly, carefully, without alerting anyone to what we're looking for. And if we find it, then we destroy it. And we're one step closer to ending this." The return to Hogwarts was uneventful. Harry and his friends had been missing for less than 24 hours, easily explained as an extended visit to Hogsmeade that ran late. No one questioned their story. No one suspected that 3 third-years had just broken into Gringotts and lived to tell the tale. The search for the diadem began immediately. The Room of Requirement, when asked for a place to hide things, revealed itself as a massive cathedral of junk, centuries of hidden objects piled high in tottering towers, creating a labyrinth of forgotten secrets. Somewhere in this chaos, if Dumbledore's theory was correct, lay the lost diadem of Rowena Ravenclaw. They searched for weeks, methodically working through sections of the room, Harry using his scar's connection to sense for Horcrux energy. It was slow, exhausting work, made harder by the need to maintain normal academic appearances and avoid suspicion. November passed. December approached. And then, on a cold evening 2 weeks before Christmas, Harry felt it. The familiar wrongness, the pulse of dark magic, the resonance between his scar and the fragment hidden nearby. He followed the sensation through a maze of broken furniture, past a cupboard full of confiscated items, around a pile of ancient textbooks, until he stood before a dusty stone bust of an ugly old warlock. On its head, tarnished but unmistakable, sat a delicate silver diadem. Found it, Harry breathed. The destruction of the diadem was almost anticlimactic after everything that had come before. The shadow emerged, made its threats, promised its rewards. Harry, experienced now with Horcrux psychology, barely listened. The basilisk fang fell, the diadem shattered, the fragment died screaming. 6 down. The snake remained. And the fragment in Harry's scar. Dumbledore says he's found a way, Harry told Ron and Hermione that night. A ritual that might separate the Horcrux from me without killing me. Might? Hermione's voice was sharp with concern. Nothing is certain. The magic is experimental, based on theory rather than proven practice. But he believes it will work. When? Summer. After the school year ends. He wants time to prepare properly, to make sure everything is as safe as possible. And if it doesn't work? Harry was quiet for a long moment. Then we find another way. We always find another way. Christmas came and went. Spring arrived with new growth and old tensions. The wizarding world was changing, slowly but surely. The Foundation continued its work, helping hundreds of children. The Azkaban reforms Harry had championed were finally being implemented, Dementors gradually being replaced with human guards. The Order of the Phoenix, rebuilt and reorganized, stood ready to fight when the time came. And in the shadows, Voldemort waited. Harry could feel him sometimes, distant, patient, gathering strength for whatever came next. Pettigrew had reached him, that much was certain from the intelligence reports. The Dark Lord was no longer a disembodied spirit hiding in Albanian forests. He was recovering, planning, preparing for his return. The final battle was approaching. Harry would be ready. The end of third year arrived with summer sunshine and bittersweet farewells. Harry stood on platform 9 3/4 watching his classmates disperse to their families, feeling the strange mixture of completion and anticipation that marked major transitions. 3 years at Hogwarts. 3 years of growth, of challenges, of victories that had seemed impossible when he'd started. Sirius was waiting beyond the barrier, as always. Ready? His godfather asked. Almost. Harry looked back at the train, at the castle it had carried him away from, at all the memories contained in that journey. The ritual is scheduled for next month. Dumbledore's making the final preparations now. He wants you to rest first, to build up your strength for whatever the process requires. And after? If it works. Then we deal with the snake. And then? Sirius's expression was complicated. Then we deal with Voldemort himself. Together. Always together. They walked out of the station into the London afternoon, godfather and godson, family forged through shared struggle rather than shared blood. Whatever came next, the ritual, the final Horcruxes, the confrontation with Voldemort, Harry would face it with the people who mattered at his side. He'd started this journey as a boy in a cupboard, forgotten and alone, believing he was worthless. He'd become something else. Someone who'd challenged the powerful and won. Someone who'd built a family from the wreckage of trauma. Someone who'd proven that injustice could be fought, that systems could be changed, that one person's stubborn refusal to accept the unacceptable could reshape the world. The boy who lived. No. The boy who fought back. And he wasn't finished fighting yet. Epilogue: 6 months later the ritual worked. It wasn't painless, nothing involving Horcruxes ever was, but when it was over, Harry stood in the ruins of the ritual chamber with something he'd never felt before, a mind that was entirely his own. No fragment of Voldemort lurking in the corners. No connection to the monster who'd shaped his entire existence. He was free. The snake was destroyed 2 weeks later, in a battle that tested everything Harry had learned about combat magic. The Order fought alongside him, the alliance he'd built proving its worth when it mattered most. 7 Horcruxes, all destroyed. Voldemort was mortal again. The final confrontation happened on a summer evening, in the ruins of the house where it had all begun, Godric's Hollow, where James and Lily Potter had died, where Harry had been marked, where the darkest chapter of wizarding history had reached its climax. Harry faced the monster who'd murdered his parents, who'd condemned him to a childhood of abuse, who'd haunted his dreams and his waking hours for as long as he could remember. He faced him, and he won. Not through superior power, Voldemort was still a formidable wizard, even diminished. Not through luck or prophecy or mystical intervention. Through preparation, through allies, through the skills he'd developed over 3 years of impossible challenges. Through refusing to give up. When it was over, when Voldemort's body lay still on the ground where Lily Potter had died protecting her son, Harry stood in the silence and let himself feel something he'd never quite believed he'd experience. Peace. The war was over. The monster was dead. The world could finally begin to heal. And Harry Potter, no longer the boy who lived, no longer the boy who fought back, just Harry now, could finally begin to live. 10 years later the Potter Foundation had become the largest charitable organization in Wizarding Britain. Harry oversaw its operations from a comfortable office in London, balancing the demands of philanthropy with the quieter joys of a life he'd built from the ground up. Marriage to someone who'd seen him at his worst and loved him anyway. Children who would never know what it meant to sleep in a cupboard. Friends who'd stayed loyal through everything. Sirius had died 5 years ago, peacefully, in his sleep, the first Black in generations to die of old age rather than violence. Harry still missed him every day, but the grief was gentler now, tempered by gratitude for the years they'd had together. Dumbledore had passed 2 years after the war, his strength finally failing after a life longer than any wizard deserved. Their relationship had never fully healed, too much had happened, too much damage had been done, but they'd found a kind of peace, in the end. Mutual respect, if not forgiveness. Understanding, if not reconciliation. Ron and Hermione had married, of course. They ran the Foundation's education program, ensuring that every magical child received the opportunities they deserved. Their own children played with Harry's, the next generation growing up in a world their parents had built for them. Sometimes, late at night, Harry would sit by the window of his home and think about everything that had happened. The cupboard. The lawsuit. The Horcruxes. The battles and the losses and the victories that had cost so much. He thought about the boy he'd been, angry, alone, convinced that the world had no place for him. And he thought about the man he'd become, scarred but not broken, tired but not defeated, still fighting for the things that mattered even when the fighting got hard. The world wasn't perfect. It would never be perfect. There would always be injustice, always be suffering, always be powerful people willing to hurt the vulnerable for their own benefit. But it was better than it had been. Measurably, demonstrably better. Because one small boy had refused to accept that his suffering didn't matter. Because he'd stood up and said, "This is wrong. And I'm going to do something about it." The boy who fought back. The man who'd won. Harry smiled at the stars and let himself feel, for just a moment, that it had all been worth it. It had. It really, truly had. Chapter 15 End.